This is Audible.
Crazy Little Fling, Love and Luck. Written by Isla Olson. Narrated by Joel Leslie and Michael Dean. 1. Jamie. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. If I had a penis, I'd be touching it all the time as well. I'm not embarrassed because that's not what I was doing. So what, you were using the front of your pants to keep your hand warm? I place the drinks down on the bar table and shift my glance between Mac's raised eyebrows and Will's flushed cheeks. Clearly, I've missed something. What's going on? Mac flips her pink-tipped black hair over her shoulder and gives a roll of her eyes.
He's embarrassed because I caught him with his hands in his pants earlier.
You didn't catch me, Will protests. You must have been imagining things.
I think I know what it looks like when a guy's holding his dick,
Mac shoots back. Why were you looking at my dick anyway? Will asks.
Because you had your hand down there.
I let out a snort of laughter and give a wry shake of my head. I didn't know Mac until I came to New York a couple of months ago to stay with Will for a bit, but already she's one of my favourite people. Will and Mac, though, they've known each other their whole lives, and it's evident with the way they're always bickering like siblings. Okay, why don't we talk about something else? I suggest. Yes! Will agrees. He turns inquiring eyes on me, and I instantly regret moving for a change of subject. Have you heard from your dad yet? I groan. No, and can you stop bloody asking me? It's getting real old, mate. Will holds up his hands in surrender. My bad, just curious. Does he know about you yet? Mac asks. I shake my head. I have no idea. The brother, my uncle, I suppose, was going to drop the news over the weekend, but I don't know exactly when that's supposed to be, or if I'll ever hear from my dad once he knows. Will casts me a reassuring look. You'll hear from him. I shrug. Maybe, maybe not. Or maybe I'll hear from him and it'll turn out he's a complete wanker. That's probably my biggest fear, that I'll finally find my dad and he'll wind up being a right disappointment. Your mom said he was a decent guy, didn't she? Will presses. That was 25 years ago. What the sodding hell would she know about it now? I say. He could be just this ignorant, homophobic arsehole who doesn't even remember Mum and wants nothing to do with me. He slaps a hand over my shoulder and gives a squeeze. Or he could be a totally decent guy who'd like to get to know his son. I thought finding my dad would be the hard part. After 24 years of knowing only that he's an American named Blake Forrester my mum met when she was backpacking in Australia, I finally decided to bite the bullet and do the whole online DNA test thing. I'm in New York for a few months, so I thought if I could find my dad while I'm here, it would be a good time to catch up, or whatever it is people do in these situations. It turned out finding him wasn't that hard in the end. It's the waiting that's got me all twisted up now. When I did the DNA thing, the website picked up a match, but it wasn't for my dad, it was for his brother. I've been emailing my bio-uncle for the last couple of weeks, and he's confident my dad will take the news as well as can be expected. But I wanted to tell him face-to-face rather than over the phone, so I've had to wait. I've had to wait for my bio-uncle to find the time to fly to New York from Detroit, and once he drops the bombshell, I'll have to wait again for my dad to get in touch with me. If he gets in touch with me. I guess the one good thing is he's based in New York, like I am right now, so I won't need to travel across an unfamiliar country to meet him. But still, waiting bloody sucks. I drain my drink and give a quick shake of my head. Fuck, this is getting too heavy. I thought we came here to have fun. Will lets out a dry laugh. If you're expecting me to dance with you, think again. I shake my head in disappointment. You're a right tosser, mate. Why do I bother hanging out with you again? 'Cause you don't know anyone else in this country, Will says with a smirk. Mac lets out an indignant snort. What am I, chopped liver? Will's mouth quirks up in a wry smile. Fine. He doesn't know anyone else in this country who's willing to let him crash at their place for free for the whole summer.
I'd totally be willing if I had my own place, Mac says, pointing her tongue out at Will.
Will ignores her, canting his head to indicate something behind me. You know, Jamie, if you're looking for someone to dance with, that guy over there's been eyeing you for a good 10 minutes.
10 minutes? And you let me just waffle on about my dad? Bloody hell, Will. What kind of a wingman are you?
I glance in the direction he's indicated, a slow smile curving at my lips as I land eyes on the sexy stranger in question. Well, hello, sexy. The guy is a fair bit older than me, probably late 30s if I had to guess, but he's still sexy as hell, with a tall, broad frame, a strong jaw covered in a day's worth of dark stubble, dark hair just long enough to run my fingers through, and piercing green eyes currently eye-fucking me from across the room. And tattoos. My tongue sneaks out to lick my lips at the sight of the tattoo sleeves he's sporting on both arms, disappearing under the fabric of his black t-shirt. All I can think is, how far do those tattoos go, and how long is it until I can run my tongue over them?
We've lost you for the night, haven't we?
Mac comments. I murmur something that was supposed to be tattoos, but comes out like utter nonsense before turning my back on my friends and threading my way through the crowd toward sexy tattoo man. His eyes are trained on me the whole way, like tractor beams pulling me toward him. I couldn't change course right now even if I wanted to. "Hi," he says once I've reached him, his lips quirking softly upward. At least I'm pretty sure that's what he says. It's loud, and he's got at least 4 or 5 inches on me, so he could have said bye or lie or tie, for all I know. I decide to go with the most logical option and give him a hi back. He tilts his head down to better speak to me, and I'm hit with a whiff of some gorgeous fucking aftershave. Bloody hell! No one should look this good and smell this good. And I bet he has a nice big prick as well. And now my already super tight jeans are getting even tighter. So, I'm guessing not a boyfriend? Sexy tattoo man asks with a quick nod in Will's direction. Will? Nah, he's just a mate. And the worst wingman in the world. Apparently, you were staring at me for about 10 minutes before he clued me in. His mouth curves up in a smirk. Travesty. But, to be fair, I was actually staring at your jeans. I'm wondering how the hell you managed to get into them. I glance down at my jeans, which are definitely of the painted-on variety. Getting into them requires a lot of hopping about, often paired with a fair bit of bumping into walls and accidentally tripping over. But I'm not about to tell him that. The getting in part's easy. It's the getting out I might need some help with. Eyes dark with lust, he reaches behind me and places his large hands firmly on my arse, then pulls me in so I'm right up against him, his hard cock pressing against my stomach. And I have my answer. No needle dick here. At all. I think I could help with that. Oh, could you ever?
Chapter 2. Shay. I have a type. I'm not going to deny it. And the moment I spotted the sexy redhead from the other side of the club, I knew I wouldn't be going home with anyone else tonight. The second we got inside my apartment, I tugged him toward me, my hands full of his tight bubble butt as I swooped down to claim his rosy lips, kissing him thoroughly and pulling a groan from the back of his throat. He throws his arms around my neck and wraps his legs around my waist, climbing me like he's a frickin' monkey, and I fucking love it. I don't know if it's some kind of ego thing or whatever. I'm sure that's the most likely explanation, but I seriously love being with smaller guys, and I especially love the smaller guys who love being with bigger guys. My sexy little redhead definitely falls into that category, and I could tell from the moment he spotted me on the other side of the club we were going to have some fun tonight. I spin us around and slam him into my apartment door, my lips still attached to his as our tongues do battle. He tugs at my t-shirt and I help him pull it off. And then his hands are roaming all over my shoulders and biceps. "I really want to lick your tattoos," he says a little breathlessly. "Can I lick your tattoos?" "Red, you can lick any part of me you want." He dips his head and licks a path over my tattooed bicep. Meanwhile, my hard-as-fuck cock is still rocking against his crotch. But damn it, there's way too much denim between us, and it's more frustrating than pleasurable. I set him back on his feet and start attacking the fly of his jeans, letting out a hiss as he starts sucking on one of my nipples. "Fuck, you're sexy," he murmurs. "Likewise." I give up on the jeans for a moment and shrug up his t-shirt instead. He lifts his arms to allow me to tug it over his head, and once I have it off, I run my hands over the smooth, pale skin of his torso, admiring his body. He's slim, but not skinny, with the kind of body you might get from regular yoga. Bottom line, he's sexy as fuck. Deciding it's my turn now, I swoop down to swirl my tongue over one of his rosy nipples, reveling in the groans of pleasure he lets out as I tease him. As I lick and suck and tease his nipples, he grabs at my jeans and unzips the fly, tugging them down and freeing my cock, and before I know it, he's on his knees, his tongue swirling around the head of my dick. "Jesus fuck," I hiss out as hot, wet tongue slides over my crown before he closes his mouth around me and takes me deeper. I grip at his copper-colored hair as I slowly thrust in and out of his hot mouth, loving the way the pupils of his dark blue eyes blow wide with lust and his pale cheeks flush red as he sucks me. He's eager and greedy, swallowing my cock like it's his last meal, and it's so fucking hot, I'm tempted to let him take me the whole way, but I manage to get a hold of myself before he can get me over the edge, remembering I didn't bring him back here for a blowjob, epic as it is. Nope. "That's enough," I say, pulling my cock away and holding a palm to his forehead to stop him following after. "Why?" he whines. I let out a soft chuckle at the unabashed neediness, "'cause you're going to make me come. And I want to do that in your ass, if we can somehow get those jeans off." He wasn't kidding earlier. Getting him out of those ridiculous jeans is definitely a two-person job. Of course, that could be because his raging hard dick is making them even tighter. Between the two of us, we managed to finally tug down the zipper and peel away the tight denim and the briefs underneath until they're bunched around his thighs. "Why don't you work on the rest while I grab condoms and lube?" I say with a chuckle as I watch him continue to struggle. "Good plan." I'm headed toward the bathroom when he calls out after me. "Just FYI, I'm negative and on prep." I pause and turn my head back, my lips stretching into a slow smile. "Me too. Guess it's just lube then." It's not something I'd normally do, but the thought of being bare inside that ass is just far too tempting. Besides, it's not like I'm being completely reckless. I'm on prep and I get tested regularly, and my gut tells me I can trust Little Red not to be lying about his own health. When I exit the bathroom, bottle of lube in hand, I find my little redhead's managed to free himself of his jeans and is sitting on the floor, his back against the door of my apartment, fisting his cock. Well, damn. That's one hell of a sight. At the sound of my voice, he turns his head toward me, his eyes zeroing straight in on my own hard cock. His tongue sneaks out to glide over his lips, causing my cock to jump in response. I'm half tempted to tell him to come over here and wrap his lips around me again, but no. There's something I want more than that. I've been wanting it since the second I spotted him earlier tonight. Over on the sofa, Red, I tell him, "Show me that ass." He doesn't hesitate to do what I ask, standing and padding over to the sofa before climbing onto it with his front facing the back of the couch and his ass out toward me. He throws me a teasing look over his shoulder. Like this. Perfect. I amble up behind him, trailing a line of kisses over the soft skin of his shoulder as my hands run over his ass. Fuck. I can't wait to get in there. First things first, though. I gather some lube on my hand and push a slick finger inside him. Jesus. The way he clamps down around it has my eyes rolling back. So tight and hot. My cock is throbbing with the desperate need to get inside him. But I'm not a total asshole. I'm going to make sure he's ready to take me first. I add a second finger, and he groans his approval, pushing his ass back against me as I push in and out of his tight little hole. Fuck, Red. This ass. I rub my other hand over one of his cheeks as I continue to stretch him with my fingers. I bet you've got all the boys going crazy for this ass. He lets out a little pant before answering. I get by. So fucking tight. Gonna feel so good around my cock. Well, what are you bloody waiting for, mate? Fuck me, then. I can't help the bark of laughter that escapes me. I can honestly say I've never been with anyone quite like this guy. And it's a fucking long list, let me tell you. I withdraw my fingers. Okay, then. You asked for it, mate. I quickly slather some lube over my bare cock before lining the head up with his glistening hole. Taking a firm grip of his hips, I slam into his body, bottoming out with one hard thrust. He lets out a strangled groan, followed by a hissed, "Fucking yes!" I assume that's his British way of showing approval and not some odd play-by-play of what's happening. So I pull out almost all the way and slam back in again, and I'm rewarded with another sexy groan. I was 100% right. He feels incredible. I rest my forehead against the back of his neck and wrap my arms tight around him as I continue to pump in and out. He doesn't hold back in voicing his approval, and I'm not going to lie. This kind of enthusiasm is definitely a boost to the old ego. I've been skating close to the edge since the blowjob, so it's hardly surprising it doesn't take all that long for me to feel my climax roaring through me. Feeling the tug in my balls and the heat in my belly, I let the orgasm overtake me, coming in a rush into that incredible ass as a guttural groan is pulled from my lips. I take a few moments to gather myself after coming down from my orgasm before getting back to the job at hand. I know Little Red hasn't come yet, so that's priority number one. I pull out of him and spin him around, dropping to my knees so I can take his hard, pulsing cock between my lips. I swallow him all the way down, sucking hard as I push a finger into his dripping hole and searching for his prostate. One brush over the sensitive gland is all it takes for him to seize up and come in a rush down my throat. I lap up every last drop of his cum before pulling off his cock and glancing up. "Bloody hell," he says, his breathing heavy. I let out a soft chuckle. "Hope you don't need to be anywhere early tomorrow, Red. I'm nowhere near done with that ass yet." He smiles. "Do I get any recovery time?" That prompts an outright laugh to escape my lips. Recovery time? He can't be more than 25, so I can't imagine he'll need that long. I, on the other hand, am not at all deluded about my chances of getting it up again any time in the next half hour or so. Come on. I get to my feet and grab Little Red around the waist, lifting him up and hauling him over my shoulder. I'm relieved when his response is a burst of wild laughter rather than a cry of protest. "Where are we going?" he asks as I start to walk away from the sofa. I give his ass a soft slap, shower, for some recovery time. You have a dolphin on your ass. I chuckle. I know. Why? There was alcohol involved. It's a really nice ass. Just FYI.
3. Jamie. The first thing I notice when I wake up is the discomfort in my arse. It feels like I've been ridden hard all night long, and it takes me a second to realise that's exactly what's happened. As I become more aware of my surroundings, I notice I'm lying on a bed, not Will's uncomfortable futon, and sexy tattoo man from last night is lying right beside me, still asleep. Memories of the night before come slamming into my brain, and I can't stop the wide grin that spreads across my face. Jesus, no wonder my arse is so bloody tender. I'm sorely tempted to wake sexy tattoo man for another round before I take off, but I'll be hobbling to the tube, subway, as it is, and I'm pretty sure another go will do me in for good. Besides, there's light streaming through the sheer curtains of the bedroom window, which tells me the night portion of this one-night stand has officially come to an end. Time to scarper. I reluctantly slide off the bed and walk back into the living area of the flat, where I hazily remember leaving my clothes the night before. I find them scattered near the door and quickly put on my briefs and t-shirt. My jeans, though, they're another matter. In my struggle to get into them, I manage to crash into the coffee table, so it's not a surprise when I'm interrupted.
Those things are a hazard.
I glance up at the sound of the sexy, sleep-roughened voice to see sexy tattoo man standing in the doorway to his bedroom. He's completely starkers, his prick already half hard, and getting harder with every second I stare at it. I manage to tear my eyes away, giving a little shake of my head. I fix my gaze on his face instead, offering a smirk. Yeah, but they make my arse look awesome.
Well, that's true. But something tells me that ass would look awesome in just about anything.
I finally tug my jeans up the last of the way and zip them up, closing the proverbial door on any morning sex. At least of that variety. I'm still incredibly tempted to walk over and drop to my knees in front of him. I shake the thought out of my head, reminding myself one-night stands don't include morning blowjobs. Forcing my eyes away from him, I glance around the living room. For obvious reasons, I didn't pay much attention to the flat last night. As far as I knew, there was a door, a sofa, a shower, and a bed. That's pretty much as far as my powers of observation got me until now. Now, I can see I'm standing in the entryway of what appears to be a modest two-bedroom flat. My eyes scan over the kitchen and living room before landing on a set of shelves next to the TV. I recognize a familiar image and can't stop myself from striding across the room to check out the DVDs on the shelf. "You're a Daphne fan?" I ask incredulously. I scan my eyes over the shelves again. There has to be every season of the old Supernatural show here. His brows shoot up.
You know Daphne?
I nod vigorously. I love it!
Were you even born when it was on TV?
There's this thing, you might have heard of it, it's called Netflix. He lets out a soft chuckle.
Smartass.
Slash or deacon? I ask him. He crosses his arms over his chest, offering a sexy smirk.
Guess.
I consider it for a moment before saying, Slash, I reckon you'd be into the whole bad boy thing.
Actually, it's the accent.
I let out an indignant scoff on behalf of all British people. That accent is not even remotely accurate. He shrugs.
Still totally hot.
I push away from the shelves and head back across the flat, towards the door. Right, well, I better be off. Thanks for all the orgasms. Top night. His face stretches into a sexy grin.
You're welcome.
I leave the flat and pull up the Uber app on my phone, deciding I can't be bothered navigating the New York subway system right now. Well, you look well fucked, Will observes when I enter his Brooklyn studio flat and collapse straight onto the futon about half an hour later. That's about the size of it, I murmur, my eyes fluttering closed. The guy with the tats? Yup. I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket and I fish it out to see I have a new email notification. Bloody hell! It's him! You gave him your number? Will asks incredulously. Huh? The guy with the tats? What? No, of course not. Bloody hell, Will, get your head out of your arse. I sit up on my futon, my eyes still glued to the email on my phone. It's from my dad. James? I close out of the Uber app, relieved to have been interrupted before doing something completely daft like looking up at the last pickup address. I glance up, knowing the newcomer could only be the person I'd asked to meet at this diner. But when I clap eyes on him, I'm momentarily stunned speechless. He's a bloody giant, well over 6 feet tall and packed with muscle. He could probably break me in two with his little finger. There's also dark blonde hair peeking out from under his Mets baseball cap, and his skin has a golden tan, as opposed to my pasty white complexion. Clearly, I didn't inherit much in the way of looks from this guy. It's Jamie, I tell him, clarifying the most important matter at hand. Wow, you're a proper giant, aren't you? But Blake turns out to be a gentle giant, and I'm relieved to learn my dad's not a homophobic prick like I'd been worried about. And how do I learn that he doesn't have an issue with my sexuality? By him casually letting slip he has a boyfriend. So, that happened. Apparently the situation with his boyfriend is complicated though, so I don't get too much info about it, but at least I know he's not going to be an arsehole about me being gay. I'm a little surprised at how easy he is to talk to. It's clear at the start we're both kind of nervous, but it eases quickly, and we settle into comfortable conversation as we each devour a chocolate sundae. I guess my sweet tooth is something I get from him. Mum's always been more of a savoury person. So, what made you decide to do the DNA thing? Blake asks. I shrug. Figured it was time. Mum couldn't really remember much about you. At least not anything that'd make it easy to get in contact. I tried Googling you a few times, see if I could find you on Facebook or something, but I kept getting hit with results for some big tech billionaire guy. Blake removes his baseball cap, running a hand through his hair in an awkward gesture. Yeah. That was me. My mouth falls open in shock. Are you shitting me? He gives a self-deprecating smile. Nope, I recently sold my company, but before that, I was developing apps and games and computer software. Well, I guess that's where the programming brain comes from. Mum could never understand all the STEM stuff. She's all arty and shit. Blake's brows shoot up. You're in programming? Robotics engineer, or at least I will be. Starting my first big boy job in October. It's a 6-month contract for now, but hopefully it'll turn into something permanent. Blake's face lights up with immediate interest, and we launch into a discussion about my degree and my new job and some of the big advances in AI over the past few years. I'm not gonna lie, being able to talk to someone who's not only interested, but passionate about my chosen career is a nice change. I know Mum tries, but she just can't get her head around all the coding and AI stuff, or really anything to do with robotics. Pretty sure she thought when I started my degree I'd be building toy robots for kids. So, needless to say, my first meeting with my dad is a success. And it serves to distract me from the thoughts that were swirling in my brain all morning. Namely, about a certain older man with sexy tattoos and a cock I'm still regretting not getting a final taste of. Well, it distracts me for a little while, at least. As I walk back to Will's place after saying goodbye to Blake, I find my thoughts are once again pulled to sexy tattoo man. It probably doesn't help that my arse is still throbbing, and I can feel the delicious burn with every step I take. Maybe I should have gotten his number. Or his name, at least. I shake the thought out of my head the moment it hits me. What the bloody hell's going on with me today? I don't regret not exchanging names with some random bloke from a club. I don't spend the next day obsessing over the night before. I sure as fuck don't waste time staring at an Uber receipt and contemplate using it to track down a hookup. I get in, get fucked, go home. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, like last night, I get really well fucked. But mooning over a hookup? No way. Not me. Nope. Clearly, I'm just suffering some weird kind of sex withdrawal, 'cause it had been about 3 weeks since my last shag prior to last night. That's a pretty decent drought for me. What I need is to cleanse my system with someone new. That'll fix this little problem. So, we hitting the town again tonight? I ask Will, after I've given him the rundown of my meeting with Blake. He stares at me in confusion. Town? You mean the city? Manhattan? I shrug. Yeah, sure, whatever. We hitting up some clubs? It's Sunday night. And he shakes his head in bemusement. You do what you want, but I'm staying in. I still have a bunch of episodes of The Crown to catch up on.
They don't let Charles marry Camilla.
Dude! I roll my eyes and slump onto the futon, pulling out my phone.
Fine. Grinder it is then.
Will eyes me incredulously. That's why you want to go out? To hook up? You just had sex last night. How can you be so hard up again right now? Mate, if you have to ask, it's clearly been too long since your last shag. Will eyes me skeptically. Jamie, come on. I saw you when you got in this morning. You looked, let's call it thoroughly satisfied. I'm not saying I wasn't, but I need a new hookup as soon as possible. Why? I throw my head back, letting out a heavy sigh. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, all right. Will's brows climb up his forehead. And? What do you mean, and? That's weird. No, it's not. And if you think it is, clearly it's been too long since your last decent shag. He holds his fingers up to make air quotes. I cast him a healthy glare. I've had plenty of decent sex before, thank you. But this was different. It was too. I pause for a moment as I try to think of exactly what made this particular encounter so different from the rest of the many one-night stands I've had over the years. It wasn't just that Sexy Tattoo Man was ridiculously hot, or that he had an amazing cock, or that he knew exactly how to get me where I needed to go. It was fun, I finally say. Fun? I nod. Yeah, it was too fun. And playful. And I haven't been able to get it out of my head. So you'd rather sex be boring so you don't think about it again? I stare at him for a moment, my jaw tight with annoyance. Well, it sounds bloody daft when you say it out loud.
Chapter 4. Shay. Page 3. Panel 3. Wide shot. Interior. Sewer tunnel. Daphne and Slash encounter giant, tentacled monster. I tap my pencil absently against my drawing table, frowning at the script in front of me. A quick scan of the dialogue doesn't give me the answer I'm looking for, so I dig out my phone and send a text to both the comic's writer and the producer of the series. Me. Is this tentacled demon on page 3 supposed to be the same one as last issue? I move on with my task of marking up the script so I can start the spec drawings as soon as possible. That's my favorite part of this job, creating new drawings, and I'm always eager to get started on it. Not that there's much about my work I don't like. Sure, in the beginning the money wasn't brilliant, but the days of living on a shoestring are long behind me. Let's be honest, though. I doubt I'd ever give this up, even if I were faced with the prospect of living off ramen noodles for the rest of my life. Being a line artist was my dream ever since I was a little kid. How many people can say they've made a career out of their childhood fantasies? My phone buzzes, and I check it to see a text from the writer. Adam Lane. Good pickup, man. It's just a random demon. Me. Change it? Adam Lane. Yeah. Suggestions? I give a wry shake of my head. He's the writer. Isn't he supposed to be the one coming up with this shit? Me. What about a giant slug type thing? Daphne can stab it and it'll explode its guts everywhere. It'll look epic. Adam Lane. Sounds awesome. I'll rework pages 3 and 4 and send a new script. Let me know if you find anything else. I set my cell aside and returned to marking up the script. I seriously can't believe how awesome my life is sometimes. I mean, the fact that reading a comic book script is the least interesting part of my job tells you everything. Best fucking job ever. And working on this particular comic is like a dream come true. It's a comic book continuation of that 90s TV show, Daphne the Demon Hunter. You know the one, with the big-boobed sorority girl who kills demons in her spare time. It has a cult following, and fans have been crying out for a reboot for years. Well, now they're getting one, just in a different medium to what they might have been expecting. And I get to be the guy who brings the characters back to life. My thoughts briefly crossed to my little redhead from the other night and the way he totally fanboyed over my Daphne DVD collection before he left on Sunday. I wonder whether he'd be into the comic reboot. With a sharp shake of my head, I reminded myself I'll never find out, because I'll never see him again, which is the way I like it with one-night stands. I turn my attention back to the script and continue making my notes. This is the second issue of the Daphne reboot, but it's the first one written by Adam. And I've got to say, I'm definitely enjoying the change in writers. Adam and I have worked together on a couple of comics before he came on board with Daphne, so we're each familiar with how the other works. It means his scripts are pretty sparse when it comes to scene setting and character description, which I like because it lets me be creative. Trying to work to a writer's exact specifications regarding what a character should look like or what they should be wearing or what a particular room should have in it can be incredibly restricting. Of course, there are limits to my freedom. The producers of this comic have paid a ton of money to be able to use the TV show actor's likeness. So, obviously, when I'm drawing Daphne and Slash and the other characters from the show, I need to make them look like the actors who played them. But I can dress them in whatever I want, and I've given them more modern hairstyles. Nobody wants to see frosted tips anymore. New characters, though, that's all me. Adam will generally provide an age and gender and any physical features that are important to the story, like if they have a metal arm or something. The rest is up to me to figure out. It's on page 12 of the script that I come across a new character that Adam has named Max. The fact he has a name tells me he's going to be a recurring character and not just a random person who disappears after one scene. I don't usually spend much time reading the actual dialogue in a script, rather focusing on how much dialogue is in a panel and who's speaking so I can mark that for when I do my specs. When there's a new character, however, I like to get a feel for how they talk and to interact with the other characters so I can visualize what they might look like. A few lines of the script tell me this Max guy's a complete smartass, and I'm immediately reminded of Little Red. Guess I know what this character's gonna look like. Me. Just so you know, I'm drawing this Max guy as a red-haired twink. Think Tom Holland in really tight jeans. Adam Lane. Love it! A moment later, my phone buzzes with another text, this one from the series producer, who I totally forgot I'd grouped in on the message conversation. Nick Whitby. Just as long as it's not actually Tom Holland, we can't afford to use his face. Me. Got it, boss. I scrub a hand over my hair and get back to marking up the script. If I'm being honest, the fact that my thoughts keep returning to the sexy redhead from the other night has me a little worried. I'm 42. I've been having sex for over a quarter of a century. Yes, I know I'm a fucking old bastard. Let's move on and never talk of my age again. My point is, though, I've had more one-night stands over the years than I could possibly count, and quite a few have been pretty epic. But I've never let my thoughts linger over them like they have been with Little Red these past few days, and I've definitely never let any of my hookups inspire a comic book character. I'm on page 16 of the script when I'm interrupted by the buzz of my phone, and I pick it up to see a new notification from my family's WhatsApp chat. Something you should know about my family. It's pretty frickin' huge. There are 11 kids, and I'm the oldest. I'm also the most awesome. Obviously. Most of us live here in New York, scattered between Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Staten Island, where we grew up and where our folks still live, but a few of my brothers live far away. Connor's over in Denver, Finn's up in Connecticut, and Aiden. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure where Aiden is right now. He travels all over the world filming his extreme travel show, and he's sometimes hard to pin down. Last I heard, it was Tibet. I smile when I see the message is from my youngest sister, Kate, who shocked us all a few weeks ago by dropping the bomb that she's pregnant. We have no idea who the father is, and Kate's hell-bent on doing the single-parent thing, much to our mom's dismay. 4 queer kids she can handle, but an illegitimate grandchild? Someone get the smelling salts. Stat. Kate Kelly.
Oh, and I went to the doctor today. It's going to be a boy.
Connor Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. You don't sound happy about that. Kate Kelly replied to Connor Kelly.
How do you know how I sound? Not like you can hear a text.
Connor Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. I'm just incredibly intuitive. Owen Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Eye roll emoji. Or it could be that I spoke to him on the way home and told him your reaction. Connor Kelly replied to Owen Kelly. Oh, you're giving away my secrets? Kate Kelly.
Okay, fine. I'll admit I might have had a small penis attack in the doctor's office when I found out it's a boy.
Alana Martin Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. You had a what? Kate Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Damn autocorrect. That was supposed to be penis.
Kate Kelly.
Fuck, I meant panic.
Kate Kelly.
God, I hate this phone so much. It fists the hell out of me.
Kate Kelly.
Frustrates. Fuck.
My whole body is shaking with laughter as I watch Kate struggle with technology unfold before me. Shay Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Proofreading saves lives, Katie. Wink emoji. Bridie Coughlin replied to Kate Kelly. You've got plenty of time to adjust to having a boy. Just be glad it's not twins. I let out a chuckle at that. Twins do run in our family, and Kate's a twin herself, so it definitely wouldn't have been a complete shock if she was having 2 babies instead of just 1. No more of a shock than the actual pregnancy, at least. Shay Kelly replied to Bridie Kelly. Are you saying you're not glad for your son's brides? Bridie Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. Don't put words in my mouth, Seamus. All I meant was it was difficult enough having 3 kids under 4, and that was with Mark to help me. Eileen Kelly replied to Bridie Kelly. Talk to me when you've had 11 in 18 years. Eileen Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Caitlin, I don't care what your phone's doing. It's no excuse for that language. Shay Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly. You could have stopped earlier, you know, Mom. You hit perfection on the first go, so there was really no need to keep going back. Eileen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. You're all perfect. Shay Kelly. Speaking of kids, guess who just found out he has one? Liam Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. What? I thought you were saying Gold Star gay. You sell sperm or something? Shay Kelly replied to Liam Kelly. Not me, you idiot. Blake. I've known for a few days now, but I figured the least I could do to help my best buddy out during this whole thing was to keep the Kelly gossip machine at bay for a little while. Brendan Kelly. No shit. Seriously? Alana Martin Kelly. Holy crap. Declan Kelly. Shocked emoji. Eileen Kelly. Angry emoji. Shay Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly. Mom, why does that make you angry? Eileen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. I pressed the wrong one. I don't have my glasses. There's a lull in the chat, so I get back to work. But then a few minutes later, another message comes through. Brendan Kelly. So, what's the dress code for Saturday night? I can practically hear my siblings' collective groan as they read the message. Saturday night is my brother Declan's surprise engagement party, and his boyfriend, Heath, has been working on the arrangements for weeks. Trust Brendan of all my siblings to let the cat out of the bag. I decide to type back the first thing that comes to mind. Shay Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. You mean for paintball? Better wear something you don't mind getting ruined, because I'm gonna own your ass. Then I open up my text messages and shoot a private text. Me. It's a surprise party, idiot. Brendan Kelly. Yeah, sorry. You're about the 6th person to text me. Brendan Kelly. And yet no one's answered my question about the dress code.
5. Jamie. So, how'd it go? Mum asks eagerly. You met Blake? It's been a few days since my meeting with Blake, but this is the first chance I've had to Skype with Mum since then, because she's been so busy this week with an art show at her gallery. I know she's been really eager to find out how it went, but I figured it was better to wait until we had some time to actually talk. I nod, settling further back on the futon and adjusting the computer on my lap. Yup. And, come on, tell me, what's he like now? Well, he's a retired billionaire. I try not to laugh at the way her mouth drops open at my words. And he's dating a guy. She's speechless for a few moments before finally saying, Well, I guess a lot can happen in 25 years, can't it? I'm about to reply when I hear a familiar voice on Mum's end, calling from the next room to where she's sitting. Sarah! She turns to call back. In here, Dad. I'm talking to Jamie on the computer. My granddad comes into view, and I can't help grinning at the way his whole face lights up when he sees me. Jamie, you want a bat blade? I got 2 because I thought I might get peckish later. He holds the sandwich out to the screen as if expecting me to reach through and take it, and I have to bite my lip to stop myself from laughing. You can't give him a bap, Dad. He's in another country, Mum says with an exasperated roll of her eyes. And you're not supposed to be eating those anyway. They're bad for your art. Everything's bloody bad for my art, he grumbles. You'd have me eating nothing but bloody rabbit food if you had your way. To me, he says, How's the Big Apple, Jamie? What are you getting up to? He met Blake on the weekend, Mum answers for me. Grandad's brows shoot up. Really? Did he apologise for getting my little girl in trouble and leaving her to fend for herself? He didn't know I was pregnant, Dad, Mum says with a shake of her head. Could have used a Johnny, is all I'm saying. And then we wouldn't have Jamie, Mum points out. He did ask how you are, Mum, I butt in. I told him you're living the high life, engaged to an earl, dining with the Queen. Mum's eyes widen in horror. You didn't. I chuckle. Of course not. I told him about your gallery and that you're doing well. He said he was really happy for you. Well, that's nice, she says with a fond smile. It's the same smile Blake wore the other day while he was asking about Mum, and the little kid in me prompts a spark of hope to flare at the thought that maybe if they just got in the same room together, whatever chemistry was between them when they knew each other 25 years ago might reignite. But, of course, that spark dies a quick death as soon as Mum says her next words, telling Grandad, Jamie says he's got a boyfriend now. Bloody hell, I'm an idiot. Of course I want Mum to be happy, and I have a feeling there's a little part of her that always considered Blake to be the one that got away. So now that I know he's a great guy, having them end up together would be kind of the perfect situation. Except, of course, he's taken. And the way he was talking about his boyfriend the other day, I know it's the real thing. It might be complicated for whatever reason, but it's obvious Blake's in love with him. Grandad's brows creep up at Mum's words.
Really? Is it hereditary then? Dad, honestly, Mum chides. There's no such thing as a gay gene. I merely chuckle. Personally, I don't think it's such an outlandish theory, and I know Grandad didn't mean it as any kind of insult or dismissal of my orientation. He's always been completely awesome about me being gay. Both he and Mum have. So, what's going on over there? I ask, changing the subject. We're having a bit of a heat wave, actually, Mum says. It's been raining pretty much all summer, and now it's bloody hot. That's global warming for you.
That's London for you, I say dryly. You seriously want me to come hang out with you and your dad? Will asks around a mouthful of veggie pizza when I float the idea to him on Friday. Blake and I have been exchanging texts throughout the week, and he's asked me if I want to catch up tomorrow night, but I've already told Will we'll do something together. I figure this could be an opportunity for the two of them to meet. Yeah, of course. I want you to meet him, and I don't want to bail on our plans for tomorrow night. Will shrugs. All right. You think he'll be up for the escape room? I'm sure he'll be fine. All right then, Will says, and we go back to devouring the pizza and watching Parking Wars. On Saturday afternoon, we head over to Blake's place, which turns out to be an incredibly fancy building in Midtown. On the way there, I get a text from Blake issuing me with a warning. Apparently Blake's mum is there, I say to Will, so it looks like you're going to be meeting my grandmother. I never had a grandmother. Mum's mum passed away when she was little, so I obviously never knew her, and Mum's never settled down with anyone and gotten married, so there's never been any step-grandparents. Just me, Mum and Grandad. And I love them to pieces. Balmy as they are sometimes. When I was at school, my friend Cameron had a granny who used to make him all kinds of trees. We'd visit her house and she'd be covered in flour after making a pie or some fresh scones. They were always delicious. So when Blake tells me his mum's in town and wants to meet me, I'm expecting someone a little like that. And it takes about 2 seconds for me to have my expectations completely blown to pieces. In the best possible way. Within 5 minutes of meeting her, Sonny's confused Will for me, hugged the life out of both of us, mortified Blake by talking about her vagina, promised to make up for 24 years of lost grandmothering, told me I can call her granny, and invited herself to the escape room with us. Have you ever tried to do an escape room with a 65-year-old hippie in tow? It's an interesting experience, let me tell you. Dude, your grandma is seriously the most awesome person I've ever met,
Will tells me as we're headed out of Blake's apartment.
And your dad's a total dilf.
Seriously, mate, say that a bit louder.
Chapter 6. Shay. Me. Hey, buddy. Thought you were coming to Deck and Heath's engagement on Saturday. What happened? Jake Kelly. Mom wouldn't let me. Said I was grounded. Me. Uh-oh. What'd you do? Jake Kelly. It wasn't a big deal. She just freaked out over nothing. I shake my head in wry amusement. Teenagers. Me. Stay out of trouble. I'll call you soon. I don't get to see my cousin all that often because he lives with his mom and stepdad in Baltimore, but I was close to my uncle before he died 4 years ago, and I like to check in on Jake as often as I can, make sure he knows he's still a part of the family. There's only so much I can do from here in New York, though, and it's not really my place to get involved in whatever's going on with him and his mom. I'm sure it's just usual teenage boy stuff. I slide my phone back into my pocket and head inside the bar where I've arranged to meet Blake. He was another no-show at the engagement on Saturday, but I've let him off the hook, seeing as how he was spending the night with his new son. Well, not new exactly, the kid's in his 20s, but new to Blake, seeing as how he didn't know Jamie existed until just over a week ago. I find Blake already seated at a booth, nursing a Sam Adams. And there's another one on the table, waiting for me. I smile and slide into the booth, bringing the beer to my lips and taking a swig. "Hey to you, too," he says with a quirk of his lips. If you wanted a proper greeting, you shouldn't have had a beer waiting for me the second I got here. You know my priorities, man. Fair point. I have another sip of my beer, taking a moment to study my friend's face. I've got to say, he's not looking great right now. I haven't seen him since the night he found out about his son. He was over at his Hamptons beach house last week, and I've been busy with the drawings for the current issue of Daphne. Also, my rugby team starting training for a big tournament in November, so that's been taking up time as well. You okay, man? You look like shit. He lets out a humorless laugh. Gee, thanks. I thought things were going well with Jamie. Blake waves away my concern. Yeah, they are. I saw him again on Saturday, and we've been texting and stuff. I take another sip, frowning as I take in the dark circles under his eyes and how the usual tidy scruff that covers his jaw is beginning to morph into an actual beard, and an untidy one at that. If it were a few months ago, I'd assume he was worrying over some kind of work problem, but he sold his company earlier in the year and has been living the stress-free life of a retired billionaire ever since, so that can't be it. Maybe I'm reading too much into things. Maybe this isn't stress-related. Maybe he's just been up all night playing video games or something. Certainly wouldn't be the first time. A little while back, Blake told me about a guy he met through one of his games. It had started off pretty tame and then somehow turned into sexting. Needless to say, I was pretty damned shocked, considering, as far as I always knew, Blake was straight. But when I asked him about it a couple of weeks ago, Blake said he'd moved on and that he hardly played Warpath 4 anymore, so I just assumed whatever curiosity he had was satisfied, and that was it. Now I'm not so sure. Have you heard from your Warpath buddy recently? Blake chokes on a sip of his beer and has to punch his chest a few times to cough it up. Why are you asking me that? I shrug. I don't know. You seem a little worn out. I thought maybe you've been up all night sexting. Blake's jaw tenses and he glances away before he answers. No, I definitely haven't been. I can tell the topic makes him uncomfortable, so I decide to drop it. So things are really going okay with Jamie? Blake smiles fondly. Yeah, he's a good kid. Met Sonny the other day and didn't freak out, so that's a good sign. I chuckle. I know Blake's mother all too well. She's not really the kind of person you generally want to unleash on unwitting strangers. I just wish he was going to be here longer, Blake says with a sigh. He goes back to England next month. Hardly seems like enough time to get to know him properly. True. You're not going to catch up on 24 years in 1 month, but you can make a start. Maybe work with the things you have in common to begin with. Blake nods. He's into tech, he says, a proud smile stretching across his face. He's a robotics engineer. Perfect. You two can nerd it up together. What else? Does he like surfing? Blake frowns thoughtfully. I don't know. He's from London. I'm not sure how many opportunities there would be to surf there. You're from Detroit, I point out. Well, that's true. Maybe I can take him to the Hamptons house before he goes home. Invite him this weekend, I suggest. Blake's brows shoot up. Well, I thought we were having a bros weekend. I shrug. We're going to be eating steaks and drinking beer. I'm sure we can still do that with the kid around. Tell him to bring some friends if he feels weird just hanging out with his dad and his dad's admittedly awesome friend that he hasn't met yet. Blake smiles and gives a soft shake of his head. I love when you forget it's actually my house. I merely sip my beer and enjoy the fact that Blake no longer looks like he's come from a funeral. We don't stay too long at the bar. I still have some work to finish up on a spec drawing I was doing before I came out, and Blake's eager to speak to his son and work out the details for the weekend. We each finish off 2 beers, then pay our tab and head in our separate directions. I'm a couple blocks from my apartment when my pocket starts vibrating. Digging my phone out, I see Declan's smiling face flashing on the screen. Hey, little brother. Aw, it's so sweet you think of me as your brother already, says a voice with a faint New England accent that definitely doesn't belong to my brother. Hey, Heath. Why didn't you just use your phone? Dex was closer. Makes sense. What's up? Heath lets out a long, dramatic sigh. We come to the decision that we're going to have to abandon our plan to set up Owen and Josh. I let out a soft chuckle. I'm pretty sure I remember telling you that wasn't a good idea. I was really hoping that if they got to talking at the engagement party, they'd hit it off, but they seem to be avoiding each other like the plague. I think they might have suspected we were trying to set them up. I roll my eyes. I think you might be onto something there, Sherlock. But come on, did you really think setting Owen up with his brother's ex was going to be a good idea? What? Josh is a good guy, apart from that one incident which I've completely forgiven him for as long as he never does it again. I chuckle, shaking my head. It's still weird. And you should probably take it as a good sign Josh wasn't interested, considering how much Owen and Deck look alike. That is a valid point, Heath concedes. So, was that all you wanted to tell me? No, we wanted to... Oh, hang on. Deck's done with the shower. I'm going to put you on speaker. Sure, whatever, I reply, distracted with getting out my keys and unlocking my door. Hey, sexy, I've got a surprise for you. I start in confusion for a moment before realizing Declan is talking to Heath, not me, thank God, because that would be alarming on so many levels. Yeah? What's a surprise? Heath asks. There's an oddly familiar flopping sound, like some kind of fabric has been dropped on the floor, and that's followed by some murmurs and groans and gasps that make it clear Heath has completely forgotten I'm on speaker. You could at least have the courtesy to hang up first, I yell into the phone, startling my elderly neighbor who's just exiting his apartment. I'm about to hang up when I hear Declan on the other end exclaim, "What the hell? Who was that?" Yeah, Shay's on the phone," Heath says, his tone sheepish. "And you didn't tell me? You ambushed me with your nakedness before I had a chance. You know how distracted I get by your cock." Jesus Christ. Having reached my threshold, I end the call and toss my cell on my kitchen counter before digging out some leftover pasta from the fridge and heating it up. You know, a lot of people assume that because I work from home, I magically have a ton of time to prepare amazing dinners every night, but that's not the case at all. If anything, I have even less time because I often get so wrapped up in work, I don't remember it's dinner time until my stomach starts growling. So I've developed a system where I cook food on the weekends and keep it in the fridge or freezer for during the week. Saves me from living off takeout, which is the alternative. I'm just getting my pasta from the microwave when my phone starts buzzing on the counter. With mild trepidation, I answer Declan's call. "Please tell me you're wearing pants now." "I am. Sorry about before. I had no idea you were on speaker." "Well, that's obvious." I dig into my dinner, listening with amusement as Declan and Heath bicker about something on the other end. "Heath wants to talk," Declan says. "I'm going to put you on speaker, just as long as you don't start having sex again." "It'll be tough, but I'm sure we can keep our hands off each other for a few minutes." "We need to do something about this Owen thing," Heath says. I chuckle. "Are you sure you're not related to us? You have the meddling thing down pat. I just empathize with him is all. I know what it's like coming out later in life, but at least I had Deck around to support me. Dude, you were accidentally outed by your ex, and you didn't even realize you were into guys at the time." "All right. I forgot you're one of the people who know the truth." The truth being that Heath was straight, or at least he thought he was, until a joke led his ex to accidentally out him on Facebook, and he convinced Declan to pretend to be his boyfriend rather than deal with the headache of clearing up the confusion. But he does have a point about Owen. Coming out can be a hard adjustment, even with a family as supportive as ours. O might only be a few minutes younger than Kate, but he has always been the baby, and we're all a little bit protective of him. I get what you're saying, though, and I think I might have a solution that doesn't involve Declan's ex or random guys we barely know. "And that is?" Deck asks. "Apparently Blake's son is gay." "Wouldn't that be a random guy we barely know?" Heath points out. "It's different. He's not random. He's Blake's kid, and he's Owen's age. I've encouraged Blake to invite Jamie and some friends to the beach house this weekend, and I think I'll ask O to come along. It won't be an actual setup. They can just meet and see if they hit it off." "Oh, that's an excellent plan," Heath says, voice full of excitement. "You should use Jay as your in," Dex suggests, referencing Owen's best friend and roommate. If Jay agrees to go, Owen will as well. Good point. I'll keep you guys posted.
7. Jamie. Don't you think this is a little weird? Will asks as we take our seats on the train to Southampton. What? This whole weekend? You've known your bio dad for what, 2 weeks? And now he's inviting us for the weekend at his beach house? Weird. My brows shoot up. I thought you liked Blake. You said he was a dilf. Will shrugs. Hot guys can be serial killers too. Look at Ted Bundy. I huff out an exasperated sigh. I knew watching that movie with you the other night would turn out to be a mistake. Zac Efron is not worth this grief. Will lets out a disgruntled noise and stretches his long legs out into the aisle of the train. It's just a little weird is all I'm saying. Well, you can go back home if you want. I want to see the Hamptons. Nah, I'll stay. Someone needs to be around to protect you if the worst happens. You're too skinny to fend off an attacker. I'm not skinny, I say indignantly. I'm lithe, and there's not going to be an attack to fend off. Stop being daft. Is it just us and Blake? He asks. No, he said his best mate was going to be there too. He seemed really excited for me to meet him. What about the boyfriend? I shrug. I'm not sure. He didn't say. Fortunately, Will lets up with his conspiracy theories for the rest of the journey, and when we get to the house, it seems he's so stunned by the amazingness of it all, he's forgotten to be suspicious. And the house really is amazing. It's double-story and all done in white with a big wraparound deck, and it sits right on the beach. Beautiful. There's food downstairs if you guys are hungry, Blake says once he's shown us to our rooms. Shay's at the beach right now, but he'll be back soon. And his brother Owen and Owen's friend Jai are coming tonight as well. They're about your age. I nod. Cool, thanks. Will and I dump our bags and head back downstairs. Because food. I'm at the kitchen counter digging into some potato crisps when I hear a door swing open behind me. There are towels on the deck for a reason, asshole. Blake grumbles, and I turn to see the newcomer is a man who's clearly just come from the beach and is getting seawater and sand everywhere. I freeze with a crisp halfway to my mouth as I realize I've seen this man before. That body, those tattoos, that face. When you're done destroying my house, you might want to say hi to Jamie and Will, Blake says. The guy's head snaps up at that, and I can see the moment he recognizes me in turn. I'm pretty sure that slack-jawed look is the same one I was wearing about 10 seconds ago. He masters it pretty quickly, and it's replaced by wary confusion as his eyes dart from me to Will and back again. And I know exactly what he's thinking. How bad is this situation? Did he fuck his best friend's kid, or his best friend's kid's friend? Blake solves the mystery by rounding the counter and putting a hand on my shoulder. This is Jamie. Jamie, this is Shay. Shay is looking a little shell-shocked, but he manages to incline his head and say, Nice to meet you. Likewise, I say, and it comes out in a squeaky tone that makes my cheeks burn. Needing a lifeline, I turn to my mate. Hey, Will, you want to hit the beach? Yep, come on, let's go get changed and go for a swim. Will gives a half shrug and follows me as I bolt up the stairs. Bloody hell, Will! I hiss the moment we get into the safety of my room. I shagged Blake's best mate! Will's brows shoot up. Whoa, that was quick. And stealthy, too. Didn't even notice it happening. Sod off, wanker! I growl. Didn't you recognize him? He was at the club a few weeks back, remember? Oh, yeah. Wasn't he the one you couldn't stop thinking about the next day? Or for pretty much the whole last 2 weeks. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Uh-huh. Will says, not even remotely buying my bullshit. I slump onto the bed, raking a hand through my hair. Bollocks! I just barely managed to convince myself he wasn't as hot as I remembered, but seeing him now with seawater dripping over his muscular chest and those black trunks clinging to his thick thighs, he's even hotter. And I'm absolutely screwed, because all I can think about now is how soon I can get him alone and get his cock in my mouth. Bloody hell, even his name is sexy. Shay. Do you think he told Blake about you guys? I shake my head out of my thoughts to respond to Will's question. Doubt it. He didn't know who I was till just now. Will nods. That's true, and I'm pretty sure he thought I was Blake's kid. I scrutinize Will for a moment. That keeps happening, doesn't it? Must be the blonde hair. Or maybe we're secretly brothers. He offers a wry grin. Doubt it. Although, on the off chance we are, I'm glad we never hooked up back at school like you wanted to. Like I wanted to, please. I could have had you if I put in any real effort. Will merely rolls his eyes and crosses his arms over his chest. What are you going to do about Shay? Well, I wouldn't mind another shag. Couldn't that get a little complicated? Why? Will frowns. Well, he's Blake's best friend, you're Blake's kid. You're gonna have to see each other from time to time. I shrug. We're in that fix now anyway. May as well get some more benefits out of the situation. Will just shakes his head. Fine, whatever. I'm gonna go change. You want to meet in 10 minutes and head to the beach? It's a plan. After Will leaves, I quickly get changed and slather on some sunblock. It might be late afternoon, but I'm a pasty Brit and I need the extra protection. I meet Will on the landing and we're about to head downstairs when we're intercepted by two newcomers. They're about mine and Will's age, so it doesn't take a genius to figure out this must be Shay's brother and his friend. I've clearly become used to people thinking Will is Blake's son, because it surprises me when Owen gets it right in one go. How did you pick it? I ask curiously. You have Blake's eyes, he explains with a casual shrug, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. A thought occurs to me as I notice Owen's cheeks tint with colour. Blake has a boyfriend. It's a complicated situation. Owen's got to be close to 20 years younger than him, and he's his best friend's little brother. I could be totally wrong. Maybe Owen's just the kind of guy who pays really close attention to people's eyes. Somehow, I doubt it. Will and I leave Owen and his friend Jai to get settled in their rooms and continue on with our beach mission. You're wearing your ass shorts, Will comments as he follows me down the stairs. I snap my head around. My what? Oh, please, like you don't know your ass looks incredible in those shorts. You checking me out, mate? Fuck off, you know I'm right. I know no such thing. Once we're out of the house and on the path that leads down to the water, I turn to Will. I think we just met Blake's boyfriend. Will cranes his head back in the direction of the house. What? Where? Who? I'm pretty sure it's Owen. Owen? How do you figure that? I shrug. Just a hunch. Okay, so if Blake's with Owen and you're with Shay, that's like... Will scrubs a hand over his face. God, that's so confusing it hurts my head. Okay, first of all, I'm not with Shay. I just want a few more shags if he's up for it. That's all. Fine, whatever. Let's go for a swim. If I wasn't sure about Owen and Blake's relationship already, dinner absolutely confirms it, with Shay attempting to set Owen up with Will, and Blake looking ready to blow a gasket at the other end of the table. It's obvious by the darting glances between Jai, myself, and Will that Shay is the only person in the room who's completely oblivious to the situation. And that would be funny if it weren't for the fact that the constant attention seems to be making Owen intensely uncomfortable. The poor guy looks like he'd rather a laser beam shoot out from the ceiling and turn him to dust than endure any more of this dinner. Fortunately, excellent conversationalist that I am, I'm able to intercede and put a stop to the awkwardness. Does anyone else ever feel like their balls are shriveling up whenever they see aubergines cut up like this? I ask, poking at the vegetables on my plate with my knife. There's a brief silence for a moment before Shay asks, "What the fuck are aubergines?" "I think he means eggplant," Will says. There's a chorus of "ohs" and then a smattering of laughter, but I have no idea whether they're laughing at my joke or my Britishness. "You know, when you think about it, there are a lot of dick-shaped vegetables," Shay says. "Oh God, don't start," Blake groans. "Do you know how much I missed out on as a child because Sonny thought eating phallic-shaped foods would be bowing down to the patriarchy?" At the table opposite me, I see Jai's mouth drop open in astonishment. "But those are the best foods. Popsicles, hot dogs, bananas." Blake shakes his head. "Yeah, we got none of that." I'm starting to regret this conversation about cock-shaped foods because it has me growing hungry for an actual cock. One in particular. My gaze slides to the end of the table, and for the briefest of seconds, it clashes with Shay's. It's only a moment, but that's all it takes to see the hunger there. It's the same look he had a couple of weeks ago when we met at that club. But despite the obvious want in his eyes, I very much doubt he'll make a move. Not now that he knows who I am. It's going to be up to me. After dinner, we all sit out on the back deck drinking beer. Or at least everyone else drinks beer. I've never really liked the taste of it. When Blake offers me one, I shake my head. "Not a beer drinker?" He asks. "Not really. Got any vodka?" "Yeah, sure, there's some in..." He breaks off his Shay, shoots to his feet. "I know where it is. Come on, I'll show you." Huh. So maybe I don't have to initiate things after all. Without hesitation, I stand and follow Shay into the house, ignoring the sight of Will trying to stifle a snigger from the corner of my eye. I don't find out where the vodka is kept, though, because as soon as we get to the first bathroom we see, Shay tugs me inside and closes the door.
Chapter 8. Shay. I'd like to state for the record that when I saw my sexy redhead again and realized who he was, I didn't intend to sneak off to a bathroom with him after dinner and let him blow me, but I also didn't try very hard to stop it from happening. Or at all. Really? Okay, fine, I pretty much initiated this whole thing. Can you really blame me, though? I'm only human, damn it, and when a guy I haven't been able to get out of my head for 2 weeks suddenly shows up in my life again, I'm gonna take advantage of that opportunity. Fuck yes, I hiss out as Jamie wraps those rosy lips around my cock and takes me deep into his mouth. I let out a soft groan as my cock hits the back of his throat, and when he swallows around me, I have to grip tight to the vanity counter to keep myself upright. He pulls off me, giving my shaft a quick tug. "Fuck, I bloody love your cock," he says a little breathlessly. "I fucking love how greedy you are for it." He offers a sexy smirk before swallowing me down once again, his flushed cheeks hollowing as he adds suction. Jesus Christ. The door to the bathroom bursts open, and there's a long stretch of silence where Jamie and I stare at each other, wide-eyed, my cock still in his mouth. He swirls his tongue around the head, and it's so unexpected I can't help the loud, strangled groan that leaves my lips. Shit, Jay says awkwardly from the doorway. I knocked, but, I guess, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go use one of the other 15 or so bathrooms in this place. My eyes are still on Jamie, but I can sense Jay backing away and pulling the door closed behind him. I know I should really be taking this as a cue to stop. For all I know, the next person to walk in could be Blake, but Jamie's eyes are glinting with amusement, his mouth curving into a sexy smirk as he pulls off my cock, as if daring me to call a halt to the proceedings. "Is this the part where you decide letting your best mate's kid suck you off in the bathroom isn't such a good idea?" he asks with a raised brow, his hand still sliding lazily over my shaft. Fucking hell. No, this is the part where I remember there's a lock on the door. Jamie lets out a soft chuckle before letting go of me for a moment so I can reach toward the closed door and snick the lock in place. Turning to face him again, I brush my knuckles over his jaw, running my thumb across his bottom lip. He has really beautiful lips. Soft and rosy and swollen from sucking my cock. I feel Jamie's hands on my shaft again, stroking a few times before he bobs forward and wraps his lips around me. I move my hand to the back of his head, sifting my fingers through his hair as I gently fuck his mouth. I remember that night a couple of weeks ago, how much I loved having Jamie suck on my dick and how tempted I was to come down his throat. I didn't get a chance that night, but I have no intention of passing it up now. "You want my cum, Red?" I say in a low growl. "You want me to shoot down your throat?" He groans around my cock and sucks me even more eagerly. I tighten my grip in his hair and increase the speed of my thrusts, fucking his mouth over and over until I feel my balls draw tight as my climax overtakes me. I come in a rush down Jamie's throat, and he takes it all greedily, sucking and licking me until I'm completely spent. Even as my cock falls from his mouth, his tongue is still darting after it, as if he doesn't want to waste a single drop. Fuck, this guy. I take a few moments to gather myself, leaning back against the vanity counter for support as I wait for my breathing to even out. Then I look back down at Jamie, offering a teasing grin. "All right, Red, your turn now. Let me taste that cock." He just smirks at me. "Yeah, sorry, mate. Bit late for that." I shift my gaze further down to see he has his shorts around his thighs, his cock is out and clearly spent, the evidence of it all over his hand. Jesus. How the hell didn't I notice he was getting himself off? I shake my head in amusement before reaching down to tug him to his feet. I can't help myself from bringing his hand to my mouth and licking away the mess. Next time, you wait for me. Got it? He arches a brow, teasing smirk in place. There's going to be a next time, then? Oh, there's definitely going to be a next time. As it happens, trying to sneak away for secret sexcapades in a house full of people is not the easiest thing to do. Jamie and I managed to sneak in a couple more quickie blowjobs, but all-night sex romps are out of the question. Not when the other occupants of the house consist of my brother and my best friend who, oh yeah, just happens to be Jamie's dad. I know Blake wouldn't care all that much if he knew about this. Well, at least, I don't think he'd care all that much. He's one of the mellowest people I know, and if anything, he'd probably find the whole thing highly amusing. But Blake's never been a casual sex kind of guy. He goes all in with his whole heart, and I'm not sure he'd be able to understand that Jamie and I are just having fun. He might get his hopes up that this could be more. He might start thinking that Jamie could decide to stay in New York. And I don't want to have him be crushed when that doesn't happen. Because of course it's not going to. But to say I was distracted by Jamie's presence all weekend is a bit of an understatement. I didn't get anywhere in my efforts to get Owen to come out of his shell and meet a guy, but I don't think it was a completely lost weekend in that area. Obviously, Jamie's off the table, but Will seems like a nice kid. And he's kind of quiet and introverted like Owen, so they seem like a good match. Maybe Jamie can help to organize for them to spend more time together, because I don't think Blake's going to be much help. He definitely wasn't thrilled the other day when he uncovered my intentions to set Owen up with Jamie. In fact, he gave me a pretty good talking to about it on the drive over to the beach. But now that I know who Jamie is, I can definitely see why Blake warned me off. I know they say opposites attract, but I really can't see that happening in this case. Which is kind of a good thing, I guess. I wouldn't exactly relish the idea of my brother dating a guy I've already hooked up with. I'm not sure what he has against Will, though. Maybe he's just worried if Owen gets involved with one of Jamie's friends. things might get complicated. I guess we'll just have to play the whole thing by ear. Speaking of Owen, we have him in the back seat on the drive home from the beach because Jay had to head back to the city on Saturday on short notice, and I guess Owen didn't want to cut his vacation short. It could be my imagination, but the atmosphere in the car seems a little awkward and tense, and neither Blake nor Owen seem all that keen on engaging in conversation, so we spend the drive listening to a podcast instead. The thought crosses my mind that maybe Jay spilled the beans about what he witnessed the other night, but I discard it. Jay's not really one to gossip, and surely if he had said something, I'd have heard about it before now. Needless to say, I'm relieved when Blake drops me at my building, and I don't spend any time considering the odd fact he dropped me off first when Owen's place is closer to the exit from the Long Island Expressway. I leave my bag just inside the front door of my apartment and throw my keys in the bowl on the counter. Then I toe off my shoes and pad over to the couch. Stretching out, I dig my phone from my pocket and send a text. Me, come over tonight? Jamie Parrish. Absolutely. Wink emoji. I chuckle. Blake mentioned last week that Jamie's phone is practically glued to his hand, and he's always quick to reply to texts. Seems this is no exception. Jamie Parrish. But I think we should establish some rules. So this doesn't get complicated. Me. Red, I've been having NSA sex since before you were born. You think I don't know how to keep things uncomplicated? Jamie Parrish. Was any of that with your best mate's kid? Me. You may have a point there. Jamie Parrish. Wouldn't hurt to establish some guidelines is all I'm saying. We've already made it clear this is just a bit of casual fun, and with Jamie moving back to England in a few weeks, there shouldn't be any risk of things dragging out past the expiry date. But I've certainly been in situations before where a casual sex buddy has turned into a stage 5 clinger, and I definitely don't want that to happen with Jamie. Probably not the worst idea to establish some rules. Me. Fine. Come over tonight and we'll work out the rules. Me. Wear pants that are easy to take off. Wink emoji.
9. Jamie. Anticipation curls in my gut as I arrive at Shay's flat on Sunday night after Will and I have made it back to the city. Hey. He offers me a sexy smile, and I give myself a moment to just take in the sight of him. He's wearing frayed jeans and a white t-shirt that shows off his broad muscles and tattoo sleeves, and I'm hard-pressed not to jump him the second he opens the door. With a little shake of my head, I gather myself and step around him and into the flat. It's pretty much as I remember it, which isn't surprising considering it's only been a couple of weeks since I was last here. So, are we doing sex first or rules first? Well, I'm all for getting to the good stuff, but maybe we should get the boring bit out of the way. He nods. Makes sense. Come on, I got some paper over here. We're writing them down. Shay shrugs. They're not official until they're written down. Okay then. I follow Shay over toward the set of windows that stretches along one of the walls and looks out over a narrow alleyway with another apartment building right across the way. He takes a seat at a drawing table, and I glance over his shoulder at the drawings currently laid out there. Wow, these are cool. They're all of Daphne the Demon Hunter, mostly of Daphne in various fighting poses, and one of Daphne and Slash together. I remember seeing the DVDs of the show when I was here last, and now I'm wondering how deep the obsession really goes. Are these fan art drawings? Is it a hobby or something? He lets out a soft chuckle. Nope. Fortunately, I get paid to be a Daphne geek. These are specs for a new comic series that'll be coming out next year. I'm doing the line art for it. You're shitting me! No. They're making a Daphne comic, and I know the artist. That's so awesome. He glances up at me, his mouth quirked into a smile. You like comics? I nod. I'm not going to lie and say I'm a massive comic book nut, but I like a lot of the ones based off movies and TV shows, like Doctor Who and Star Wars, and Infinity War, And I might have a few not safe for work yowies bookmarked on my iPad. Shay chuckles. Well, who doesn't? He rubs a hand over his jaw as if he's carefully considering something. Finally, he asks, Have you ever been to Comic-Con? I shake my head. No, I've always wanted to go, though. The New York one's in a few weeks. I could get you a ticket if you wanted. I'll have to work, but you can roam around, do your own thing. I'm practically bouncing on the balls of my feet with excitement. Yes, absolutely. That'd be so amazing. Thank you. He chuckles again. Wow. And here I thought you needed my cock in your ass for that kind of excitement. My ass tingles at the mention of having his cock in there. Thoughts of Comic-Con are shoved from my mind as my impatience gets the better of me. Let's just do these rules. As you wish. He sets the drawings aside and starts writing on a blank piece of paper. Shay and Jamie's rules for fucking. My brows shoot up as I read over his shoulder. That sounds like you're writing an instruction manual for how to shag. He offers me a sexy smirk. Well, if that night a couple weeks ago was any indication, we could definitely teach people a thing or two. That's true. How many of these do we need? Let's just keep it to the basics, I suggest. The quicker we get this done, the better. Amen to that. Okay, what's rule number 1? Well, that's obvious, isn't it? It's temporary. This ends when I go back to London. He nods and starts writing. When he finishes, he writes a second rule that I can read clearly from over his shoulder. Rule 2. No dating, just sex. I nod in agreement to his rule, and then realise he can't see me from behind him. Good rule. Number 3. No one else knows about this. It'll get too complicated if people start weighing in. 100% agree. He writes my rule down, pauses for a moment, and then starts writing again. Okay, I think that's it. No falling in love, I ask, reading the final rule. Really? You think that's necessary? He shrugs. I know my roguish charm can have an effect on people. I don't want your old man on my case because I broke your poor little heart. Please. If anyone's falling for anyone, it'll be you falling for me. I'm a bloody delight. He shifts around in his seat and links his arms around my waist, prompting me to climb onto his lap. I promise you, Red, it'll never happen. Good to know. I manage to utter before our lips clash in a hungry kiss. Shay Kelly. Question mark? Me. Can't. Shay Kelly. Question mark. I chuckled at the repeated use of the question marks and found myself wondering whether he's really busy right now or just being lazy. Me. I'm out having a few drinks with Will. Shay Kelly. Cool. You should find out if he might be interested in Owen. I think they'd be good together. I shake my head in exasperation. Bloody hell, is Blake ever going to tell his mate what's going on? I quickly type out a text to Blake, triple-checking to make sure it does actually send to Blake and not Shay. Me. Just out of completely random curiosity, how are things going with Owen? And have you started telling people yet? Then I switch back to the message thread with Shay, once again making absolutely certain I'm texting the right person. Meanwhile, the soul bartender has finally managed to make his way to me and take my order before setting about making the fancy cocktail Mac wanted. Me. I'll come over after. This will have to tide you over till then. Me. Photo. Shay Kelly. Did you just whip it out in public, or did that happen to be on your phone? Shay Kelly. Is this a used dick pic? Did you just re-dick me? Me. Is that an actual thing? Shay Kelly. I'm pretty sure it is. Shay Kelly. There's an etiquette to these things, Jamie. You should know that. You're British. Wink, wink. Me. Is that supposed to be a joke about British etiquette or British people getting their dicks out? Shay Kelly. Do British people get their dicks out a lot? Me. All the time, mate. All over London there are just knobs flying everywhere. Shay Kelly. My gut tells me you're being facetious, but I'd really love to see if that's true. I let out a snort of laughter and slipped my phone away so I can pay for the drinks and return to my friends.
Delicious.
Mac says as she takes a sip of her cocktail, an orgasmic look on her face. I exchange a look with Will and he merely smirks in amusement. My phone vibrates in my pocket and I pull it out to read the texts. Shay Kelly. You owe me a dick pic, Red. Wink wink. Me. Okay, I'm sorry I breached the dick pic etiquette that I'm pretty sure you just made up. Blake Forrester. Things are great. We're telling people soon, just taking a few days for ourselves first, you know? Thanks for checking in. Smile emoji. Me. I'll make up for it when I get over there tonight. What do you say to coming all over my face? You can even take a picture of it. Wink emoji. Blake Forrester. What? Bollocks! I swear, staring open-mouthed at my phone. What is it? Will asks. I glance furtively at Mac, who's still marvelling at her cocktail, before leaning in to speak closely with Will. I just asked my dad if he wants to come on my face and take a picture of it. Will's whole body starts shaking as he laughs. Oh, wow. Love is love, I guess. It's a bit too Game of Thrones for my tastes, but ow! He breaks off, glaring at me after I punch him in the shoulder. Not helpful, wanker! I quickly pick my phone back up and text Blake. Me. Sorry, wrong number. Embarrassed emoji. Blake Forrester. No shit. Eye roll emoji. I take a screenshot of the message, making sure not to get the bit about Owen, and switch back to the thread with Shay. Me. So, I accidentally just did this. Me. Photo. Shay Kelly. Laugh emoji, laugh emoji, laugh emoji. Shay Kelly. And yes, I'll accept your offer as suitable compensation for the redicking, assuming you meant to send that picture to me and not actually to Blake. Me. Middle finger emoji. Shay Kelly. I'll accept that too. In addition to the facial. Wink emoji. Okay, if this goes on any longer, I'm gonna have a very real problem in the front of my pants. I slide my phone back into my pocket, resolved not to look at it for the rest of the night. Oh my god, Jamie! Mac says, finally glancing up from her love affair with the cocktail. I keep forgetting to ask, how are things going with your dad? I'm so bummed I couldn't make it to the beach last weekend. You were missed, I say with a fond smile. Yes, especially once everyone except me started sneaking off to have sex. Will says. Mac's eyes widen. What? Will turns to Mac, his eyes glinting with amusement. Do you remember a few weeks ago we were at that club and Jamie went home with, sexy tattoo man? Mac says with a dreamy sigh. Oh yeah, I remember. Well, guess who happened to be at the beach last weekend? Will says. The glass in Mac's hand drops to the table with a clunk. Really? He's Blake's best friend, I admit. Her eyes blow wide. No fucking way. Wait, it gets better, Will tells her, unable to keep a grin off his face. Do you remember Jamie mentioning Blake has a boyfriend? Mac nods. Yeah, he was there last weekend too. He says, he's Shay's little brother, I add. At Mac's confused expression, Will clarifies. Shay is sexy tattoo man. Mac blinks a few times, giving herself a moment to take it in. So, Shay and Blake are best friends, and Blake is dating Shay's brother, and Shay is, what, hooking up with Blake's son? I nod. Just sex. So much for Rule 3. And neither one knows about the other, Will says with a wry shake of his head. Oh my god, you guys could be a reality show, Max says. I would totally watch that, especially if they had an After Dark version. I think a lot of people would watch that, Mac agrees with a wistful look in her eyes. There's another twist, I say with a soft chuckle. Shay's hell-bent on setting his brother up with Will. Me, Will says incredulously. I nod. Yup. Even just now, he told me to suss you out to see if you're interested. I had to send him a dick pic to divert his attention. Mac rolls her eyes. Oh, you had to, did you? Wait a minute, Will says, holding his arm out as if to stop me from moving somewhere, even though I'm standing completely still. Is this why Blake doesn't like me? He was seriously glaring at me all last weekend. I would say so, yes. I offer a sympathetic nod. But that's not fair. I'm not even interested in Owen. I'm the innocent victim in all this. I pat Will gently on the shoulder. I know, mate. Don't worry, though. Apparently they're planning to come clean soon. And what about you? Mac asks. Are you and Shay gonna come clean? I give a fierce shake of my head. Absolutely not. And you two are going to keep your bloody mouths shut. I'm already breaking the rules by telling you. Mac's brows shoot up, her blue eyes sparkling. There are rules. I explained the rules Shay and I came up with a few days ago. Those are the only rules? Will says. What else would there be? He shrugs. I don't know. I assumed there'd be something about banging and bailing, not staying over. I let out a soft laugh. That would have been broken about 5 times by now. You sleep over? Mac asks skeptically. As opposed to dragging my arse back to Brooklyn in the wee hours, yeah, I sleep over. We don't cuddle or anything. Will rolls his eyes. God forbid. I narrow my eyes on him. How didn't you already know I've been staying over at Shay's? Where do you think I've been all this week? Will merely shrugs. You're always there when I get up. I just assumed you woke up earlier than me.
Chapter 10. Shay. Me. Do they have nooners in England? Jamie Parrish. Is that an invitation? Me. It might be. Jamie Parrish. Maybe means yes. Jamie Parrish. I'm on my way. Wink emoji. I managed to get a little more work done before Jamie arrives, which is a good thing because I don't plan on letting him leave anytime soon. We both had stuff on the last couple nights, so he hasn't made it over here since Friday after he was done hanging out with his friends. Now that was a fun night. The moment I have Jamie inside my apartment, I pin him to the wall and attack his mouth with a fierce kiss. You miss me or something? He says with a breathy chuckle. Possibly, I admit. Your lips, at least. And your ass. Definitely missed your ass, Red. Well, I know what I missed. He shrugs up my t-shirt, and I help him to pull it over my head. Then his hands are on me, roaming over my chest and arms and abs like he can't get enough of touching me. He gets to his knees, and I watch with rapt anticipation as he pulls down my zipper and peels open my jeans, making a little more room for my hard as fuck cock. He nuzzles against it for a moment before gripping both my jeans and briefs by the waistband and pulling them down to my ankles. He straightens up and wraps his hand around my cock, prompting me to let out a sharp hiss at the contact. He leans forward, and just as he's about to close those beautiful lips over the head of my dick, my apartment buzzer sounds. We both freeze, silent for a long moment before Jamie says, "Ignore it." Fuck. I run a hand through my hair in frustration. It could be my neighbor. He's old and gets locked out sometimes. With a sigh, Jamie lets go of my cock, and I move to answer the intercom. But of course, my jeans are around my ankles, so I end up tripping and almost falling flat on my face. Fuck. I manage to get my jeans up and rush over to answer the buzzer. Yep. Hey, man, it's, me. My eyes widen at the sound of Blake's voice, and I turn to lock eyes with Jamie, who's waving his arms in a gesture that can only mean, don't let him up. Hey, come on up. I press the button to unlock the security door, and the speaker goes quiet. What the bloody hell? Jamie exclaims. What was I supposed to do? Not answer the buzzer like I suggested in the first place, he says with an eye roll. Well, it was a bit late for that. I quickly zip up my jeans and search for my t-shirt on the floor, pulling it on.
Use this as a learning experience. You should always listen to me. I could be sucking your cock right now instead of finding a place to hide.
I'll definitely remember that. Just hang out in the bedroom. It won't be long. And there's lube on the nightstand. Use the time wisely. He tips 2 fingers off his forehead in a sardonic salute before disappearing into my bedroom, prompting me to shake my head in wry amusement. A moment later, there's a knock on my apartment door. I quickly check to make sure my t-shirt's on the right way and there are no visible signs of Jamie's presence in the apartment before I open the door and let Blake inside. Hey man, what's up? I, actually need to talk to you about something. Shit. He sounds weird. Why does he sound weird? Does he know? Maybe that text Jamie accidentally sent him the other night tipped him off. Fucking hell. Be cool, Kelly. Sure. Okay. Do you remember a little while ago, I told you about that guy I, interacted with on that video game? Wait, what? I can't help the awkward little chuckle that escapes me as I realize this conversation isn't about me. You mean the one you kept sexting? Yeah, I remember. Okay, well, the thing is, I met him. Really? I ask, a little incredulously. This is pretty much the last conversation I was expecting to have when he walked in here. I'm still feeling a little dazed, to be honest. Yeah, or, well, maybe meet isn't really the right word because it turned out we actually already knew each other. No shit. Seriously? Blake nods, a soft smile in place. Seriously, and, well, after we figured out who each other was, we started seeing each other, and, well, now we're together. Huh. I totally thought that whole thing with the gaming guy was over. Guess I've just been a little too distracted to notice. Wow. Okay, well, that's cool, man. I'm happy for you. Why does he still seem so nervous, though? Did he think I wouldn't be happy for him? He laughs softly. Yeah, you might want to hold off on the congratulations for just a sec. Do you remember me telling you he was a lot younger than me? Yeah, I say, a little confused about where this is going. My mind flashes on Will for a moment. Maybe that's why Blake seemed so put out about me trying to set him up with Owen. Then another thought occurs to me. Does Will know about me and Jamie? Would he have told Blake? Oh crap, this is getting complicated. Blake goes to the door and opens it. He says something to someone who's obviously been waiting outside, and a moment later my mind is fucking blown, because into my apartment, hand in hand with Blake, comes my baby brother. After Blake and Owen leave, I stand by the closed door for a long moment, just processing the whole thing. My best friend and my baby brother are in love. Sappy, moony, heart eyes emoji, love. I can't help but laugh at all the worrying and interfering we all did in regards to Owen's love life. We were all so sure he'd need our help finding someone. But there he was, already falling in love with the best guy I know. So I guess the cat's out of the bag. I glance up to see Jamie standing in my doorway, still fully clothed. You're supposed to be naked and prepped by now. Yeah, believe it or not, hearing my dad talking in the next room is not a huge turn-on. Fair point. Did you know about this? I ask, gesturing with my head at the closed door to my apartment where Blake and Owen have disappeared out of. I may have had an inkling. At my skeptical look, Jamie relents. Okay, fine, I knew the whole story. It wasn't my place to say anything. I nod. I can respect that, although I'd respect it a lot more if you were naked. So come and undress me, he says with a smirk. In a few quick strides, I meet him at the threshold of my bedroom and haul him off his feet and over my shoulder. He lets out a little squeal, but doesn't protest.
You know, if you keep doing this, my fingers are going to go wandering, he says, slipping a hand into the waistband of my jeans.
Be my guest, Red. On Wednesday night, a couple days after the Blake and Owen bombshell, I finally have a chance to catch up with Declan, Heath, and Brendan.
Do you honestly expect us to believe that you didn't know about this?
Brendan asks, his eyes narrowed on me in a scrutinizing look.
Your best friend? And your little brother?
Of course, the hot topic of conversation is the news of what has unfortunately been dubbed blowin'. I let out a soft chuckle. I honestly didn't know. Blake told me a little while ago he'd been sexting with some guy from a computer game and that the guy was younger.
And it didn't occur to you the guy could be Owen?
Brendan asks incredulously. Why the fuck would that occur to me? I didn't even know Owen was gay at the time.
So you say,
Brendan says skeptically. Both Heath and Declan are snorting with laughter across the table. I fling a pretzel at each of them, hitting Heath in the nose and Declan's left eyebrow. They break off laughing, and Heath reaches over to brush at Dec's eyebrow, his expression full of concern.
You all right, baby?
I'm fine. Did he get you too? I roll my eyes. You'd think I'd hurled live grenades at them the way they're fussing.
God, you two get more and more disgusting every time I see you,
Brendan says. I don't know who's soppier, I say. These two, or Owen and Blake? Heath jolts up, his eyes narrowing. Oh, we are by far the soppiest, he declares. We'll kick those pretenders' asses with our soppiness.
Heath, calm down. It's not a competition, Declan says.
Oh, everything's a competition, babe.
Declan merely shakes his head in exasperation. How are things going with the wedding? I ask, deciding to change the topic.
Ask our moms. They're the ones in charge,
Declan says a little glumly.
Heath nods. They're handling everything. Eileen's even chosen the cake already. The cake, Shay. Half the reason I wanted to get married was to go to cake tastings. Now all I have is watching Grandpa do the chicken dance, wedding night sex, and spending the rest of my life with Declan.
I'm such a lucky guy,
Dec says dryly. Well, the good news is she can't take any of that other stuff, I say.
I guess she could technically take the wedding night sex, Brendan points out. I mean, if you were both really drunk.
Heath chuckles. I'd have to be more than really drunk for that to happen. Brendan crosses his arms over his chest, eyes narrowed at Heath.
What are you saying? Is there something wrong with my mother? Is she not sexy enough for you?
I shake my head in bemusement. Do you hear the words coming out of your mouth right now?
Let's move on, shall we?
Declan suggests. Yeah, let's get to the Grumel party, Heath says. My brows shoot up. Grumel party? Declan lets out a resigned sigh.
Just go with it.
It's pretty much the only thing we have any say in, and we've finally narrowed it down. Heath turns to Dec, casting him an encouraging smile. Go on. Declan fixes his eyes on me, a little hesitation in his expression as he asks,
Shay, I was wondering if you wanted to be my best man.
My eyes widen. Seriously, Dec? I'd be honored. His face lights up with a megawatt smile.
Awesome.
Heath, who's yours going to be? I ask.
Grandpa.
So I'm walking down the aisle with Grandpa? Not that I'd have a problem with that. Heath's grandpa is pretty damn awesome.
No, Grandpa will go with Lila,
Dec says, referencing Heath's sister.
And you'll be paired up with Alana.
I nod. So that's it? The four of us?
And Aiden and Ben,
Declan says. That makes sense. Aiden and Dec have always been tight, and Ben's one of Declan's oldest friends, and they still keep in pretty good touch, even though he doesn't live in New York anymore.
They get a gig?
Neither of them even live in this city, Brendan protests. I can't help the little snort of laughter that escapes me at that. If there was ever anyone who suffers from middle child syndrome, it's Brendan.
Tell you what,
Heath says gently.
We'll make you our first reserve. Anyone can't make it, you're up.
Brendan narrows his eyes at our future brother-in-law. I don't need your pity, Kaplan.
Stop bitching then, Declan says.
I decide to leave my brothers bickering with each other and head to the bar to order the next round. As I'm waiting for our beers, I hear a familiar voice say my name and turn to find Cole McCaffrey, an old rugby buddy, standing behind me. He's clearly just come from the office, his shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows and a black tie loose around his neck. "Hey man, how's it going?" I give his hand a quick shake before leaning back over the bar to ask a waitress to take the 3 extra beers to my brothers and Heath, knowing I might be here a while. Turning back to Cole, I ask, "Weren't you living over in L.A.?" "Yeah. I moved back a few months ago." "That's awesome. Do you have a team for the Sevens tournament? We could definitely use someone like you." Cole cringes at my words, and I already know the answer before he says it. "Actually, I do have a team." "You're not going to like it." I groan. No, don't tell me you're playing with Cox." He offers an apologetic smile. "Come on, man. He's one of my oldest friends. You can't be surprised I'd want to play with him." I'm more surprised he has friends, to be honest. And speaking of the devil, and I mean that literally because Spencer Cox is the actual devil, Cole and I are joined by my arch nemesis, Kelly. His mouth is formed into a tight expression, as though my name tastes bad or something. "Cox?" "We are talking about the Sevens tournament," Cole says. Cox's face breaks into an evil smirk. "Oh, the one we're going to win." I shrug. "Sure, maybe, if you resort to cheating again." "That was a try," he says. "It was a knock-on. It was 5 years ago," Cole says, throwing up his hands in exasperation. Ignoring Cole, Cox runs his eyes over me, his expression full of derision. "You know, I'm surprised you're even still playing this year." "What are you now?" 42. I smile. "You remembered my birthday. That's sweet. But let's not kid ourselves. I have the looks and stamina of a guy 10 years younger, so if you think about it, that would make me even younger than you. Wouldn't it?" He gives a dismissive roll of his eyes. "Well, I guess it wouldn't take much out of you just sitting at home and doodling away." I scoff, my eyes running over his designer suit with distaste. "And how old were you when Daddy gave you one of his companies to run?" Okay, why don't we break this up before someone loses an eye?" Cole says. "Good idea." Cox starts to move away, but not before adding a parting jab. "We're going to own you in November, Kelly." Once he's gone, I turn to Cole, one eyebrow arched. "Seriously?" His lips twitch in amusement. "You bring out the worst in him." "Whatever," I say with a shake of my head. I should get back to my table. We're talking wedding plans. Cole's eyes widen. "You're getting married?" I let out a harsh snort. "Fuck no. Declan and Heath." Cole glances back at my table for a second before an expression of realization dawns on his face. "Shit. That's Heath Kaplan. Allison told me he'd come out, but to be honest, I didn't really put much stock in it. She's not exactly a reliable source of information." I have to forcibly stop myself from laughing because he has no idea exactly how true that is. Cole's sister Allison is the ex who accidentally outed Heath on Facebook. Shit, I always forget he dated your sister. Small world, right? Yeah. And I liked him. Way better than that douchey model she's been with the last year. But I'm glad he's happy now. Tell him congrats from me. Yeah, will do. Good to see you, man. Guess I'll see you again in November. But the offer to play on a decent team's an open one. I head back to our table and slide into the seat next to Brendan. Cole McCaffrey says congratulations. I tell Declan and Heath. "Who's that other guy?" Brendan asks. "Spencer Cox?" "Yeah. What's the story there? Looked intense. Is he an ex or something?" "Cox? Please. I wouldn't go near that guy with a 10-foot pole." "I would," Declan says, his eyes following after Cox as he moves through the bar. "Excuse me?" Heath demands, his gaze narrowed on my brother. Declan's eyes widen and he rushes to placate his fiancée. "I meant I would have, past tense. Before I fell in love with you, obviously."
11. Jamie. I can hear clattering around in the kitchen when I wake up in Shay's bed on Saturday morning. It's been about 2 weeks now since we started hooking up, and I've been spending most of my nights here. It's purely a convenience thing. It's much easier to just pass out on his bed rather than get myself back to Brooklyn in the early hours. Shay works from home and is usually still asleep when I creep out each morning. I guess I'm still hardwired from my uni days of staying out late and getting up early for class, because I never seem to sleep past 7, no matter what time I get to bed. But today, the space in the bed beside me is empty, and when I glance over at the digital clock on the nightstand, I'm surprised to see it's already after 9. I climb off the bed and slip on my briefs and t-shirt before heading out into the kitchen/living area to see what Shay's up to. He's standing at the counter, fiddling around with a coffee machine. When he hears me come in, he glances up and offers a teasing smirk. "Hey, Sleeping Beauty. Guess what I finally did?" "Did what?" "Wore you out enough that you'd sleep later than I did." I can't help letting out a soft chuckle. He certainly did wear me out last night, that's for sure. "You want some coffee?" he asks. "Mate, I'm British. Please tell me you have tea." "I think I've got some tea bags somewhere." He starts rooting through an overhead cabinet, eventually producing a pack of tea bags that are clearly only used by guests, and infrequent ones at that. There's only about 2 or 3 missing from the pack. He puts the kettle on and sets the tea bag in a mug, canting his head toward a paper bag sitting on the counter. "Bagels, if you're hungry." I step closer to the counter and take the bag, opening it to peer inside. There are 4 fresh poppy seed bagels in there. "You got me breakfast?" I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that, to be honest. Isn't breakfast kind of a coupley thing? "Well, I got myself breakfast, and I thought it might be a little rude to sit here eating it in front of you, so I got some for you as well." He pours the boiling water into the mug and slides the tea across to me, before leaning over the counter and offering me a sexy smirk. "And I may have had another motive as well." I arch a brow. "Yeah? What's that?" "Well, I figured you'd probably need some sustenance. Keep your strength up for what I plan to do with you before I let you leave." The way he's looking at me, his eyes full of a kind of devilish hunger, makes heat flood every inch of my body. I swallow hard. "Can we just skip breakfast and go to the next part of the plan?" He grins. "I like your thinking, Red. But nope. Food first, then I'll have my way with you." I barely even taste the bagel. As soon as Shay slides the plate toward me, I wolf the whole thing down in record time, getting cream cheese all over my face. Once I'm done with the bagel, I drink my tea as quickly as I can without scorching my mouth. And when I'm finally done with my breakfast, I glance up at Shay, who's looking at me with brows raised and an amused smirk in place. "Well, that was impressive, I've got to admit." "Okay, breakfast is done, sex now," I say, brushing the crumbs off my hands. Shay arches a brow. "You might be done eating, but I'm not." And to my absolute horror, I realise that he's still smearing cream cheese over a freshly toasted bagel. As I watch, mouth gaping open, he smirks at me and lifts one half to his mouth for a leisurely bite. "You've got to be bloody kidding me!" As he continues to eat the bagel at a deliberately slow pace, I grow more and more frustrated, which, of course, causes Shay to grow more and more amused. It's like a never-ending bloody circle. After about 5 minutes of this torture, I've had enough. Taking matters into my own hands, I round the corner and come up behind Shay. He's wearing loose-fitting grey track pants, which make it easy for me to tug them down to his thighs and expose his firm arse. He gives a slight jolt of surprise, but before he has time to do or say anything else, I'm on my knees and parting his cheeks, my tongue sliding up his crease. Any kind of protest he might have been preparing to mount dies a quick death as he lets out a groan of pleasure and falls forward against the counter, his body becoming pliant at my touch. I lick around the sensitive ring, teasing his hole and driving him crazy before finally pushing inside and fucking him with my tongue. I can hear Shay groaning and hissing out curses, and I'm relieved to know he's enjoying this. I probably should have checked to make sure he was okay with it at first, but I've always been more of a think later type guy. I remove my tongue and replace it with 2 of my fingers, pushing them in and out as I kiss across his arse cheeks, my tongue sneaking out to lick at the dolphin tattoo on his left one. I've decided I'm gonna name our little guy, I announce. What? Name who? Oh! He groans as I push my fingers in further, brushing over his prostate. The dolphin. His name is Enrique. What? Not Flipper? Shay gasps out. How unoriginal! I swipe my tongue over Enrique again, before removing my fingers and getting back to licking at his hole. I reach around to close my hand around Shay's prick, finding him rock hard. Any lingering doubt I might have had about whether he's really enjoying himself disappears as I run my hand over his hard lengths, my thumb spreading pre-cum over the tip. Oh, fuck, Red. Once you're cocking me, he groans. I pause all movement for a second, completely shocked. Seriously? Yes, he growls in a voice full of desperation. Do it! Fuck me! I give his hole one last lick before letting go of his cock and standing. Okay then, get on the floor. I step away from him to retrieve the bottle of lube Shay has stashed in the bowl at the end of the counter, where he keeps his keys. Let's just say this isn't the first time we haven't made it to the bedroom. When I turn back, lube in hand, Shay is on the kitchen floor on his hands and knees, waiting for me to fuck him. My tongue sneaks out to run over my lips at the sight of that firm arse, just waiting for my cock. I pull out my prick and slather on some lube before kneeling behind Shay and lining myself up with his entrance. I pierce his hole, inching in slowly at first, but then Shay grows impatient and pushes back against me, taking me all the way inside him in a matter of moments. Fuck me, Jamie! Shay growls, his tone sharp and commanding. I grab hold of Shay's waist and snap my hips forward again and again, fucking him in a way I wasn't even aware I was capable of. There's a reason I don't usually top. It's a lot of bloody work, and I'm nothing if not a bag of lazy bones, but Shay seems to have tapped into my inner athlete and brought forth previously undiscovered depths of stamina. It's the combination of that demanding tone and the stream of praise that makes me feel like a Biggest Loser contestant who needs to get through just one more set of burpees. Bloody hell, I think of daft shit when I'm having sex. One thing's for sure, if doing burpees felt this awesome, I'd spend a hell of a lot more time at the gym, because being inside Shay, like this, his tight heat wrapped around me like a vice, is bloody incredible. I want to feel him clamp down around me as he comes, feel him squeeze me even tighter. The mere thought of it has blackness clouding my vision, or that could be from overexertion. I reach under Shay and wrap my fist around his prick, stroking his shaft in hard, swift motions. It doesn't take long after that for his body to seize up and for him to let out a loud, strangled groan as he comes all over my hand. The way his arse muscles tighten around my cock feels even better than I anticipated, and there's no stopping the orgasm that rips through me. I spill my load into Shay's arse before pulling out and collapsing on the kitchen floor behind him. I can sense more than see Shay tugging up his pants and crawling toward me. I need some Gatorade, I murmur. Or, what's that stuff they give people who've just run a marathon? Water? That sounds right. Do I have abs? I ask dazedly. I think I have abs now. He chuckles and lifts up the hem of my t-shirt to investigate. Maybe just some little ones.
Chapter 12. Shay. It's been a while since I've had a guy fuck me, and the sting in my ass after the morning's kitchen escapade gives me a little thrill as I make my way to rugby practice. That was definitely not the way I thought Saturday morning sex would go when I woke up and realized Jamie was still there, but that's pretty much the way it is with him. Always the unexpected. As I approach the field we use for our practice, I'm greeted by a couple of my teammates, Alistair and Ryan. I've been playing with these two for years. While other team members have come and gone, the three of us have remained. So I've got some bad news, I tell them.
What is it?
Alistair says,
Don't tell me you've pulled a groin or something. I've warned you it's not safe to be having so much sex in the lead up to the tournament.
Calm down, that's not the issue. And you can warn all you like, I'm not giving up sex. Especially not now I have an awesome fuck buddy arrangement with a sexy redhead who keeps me on my toes. Maybe once Jamie goes back to England I'll slow down a bit. Although I doubt it. So what's the problem? Ryan asks. I bumped into Cole McCaffrey during the week. He's moved back to New York, and he's going to be playing on Cox's team for the tournament. They both groan in disappointment, but then Ryan says, He's been in L.A. for years now, hasn't he? He can't have been playing much rugby over there. Maybe he's not as good as he used to be. He played college rugby, I pointed out. He'll still be good.
Any chance of Finn coming down to be our secret weapon?
Alistair asks hopefully. I shake my head. My brother Finn isn't just a great rugby player. He's a former USA Sevens representative. Would have gone to the Olympics if he hadn't blown out his knee a few months before the games. But he's busy coaching a high school team up in Connecticut now, and there's no way he'll take time off from that for a district tournament. Not a chance. He's too busy with the school team right now.
Damn it.
Alistair gives a shake of his head before his face lights up with a bright idea look.
Hey, maybe we can sabotage some of their players, give them laxatives or something.
That would be cheating. Alistair, we don't do that. Remember?
What, so Nelson Mandela can do it to Jonah Lomu, but we can't do it to Spencer Cox?
That's never been proven, I say with a dismissive wave. We're not poisoning our opposition. Fortunately, the rest of our teammates start to arrive for the practice session, cutting off any further suggestions from Alistair, which is a good thing, because I'm pretty sure he was mere moments from suggesting we get Spencer Cox arrested on trumped-up charges so he'll miss the tournament. After practice, I quickly head home to shower and change before meeting up with Heath and Declan to get the ferry over to Staten Island, where our parents are hosting a get-together to officially welcome Blake into the family, as if he hasn't been basically part of this family for 24 years. We head directly to the backyard once we arrive. Owen and Blake aren't here yet, but several of my other siblings are. As I ease into a lawn chair next to Brendan, I catch a snippet of what is clearly a somewhat heated discussion between him and my brother Liam, who's sitting on his other side. What's going on? I ask tentatively, sensing the tension in the air. Liam lets out an exasperated sigh.
I asked him, very nicely, I might add, if he can hand off some of his Manhattan jobs to a couple of the other guys so he can take on a new job out here.
And now I'm kind of wishing I hadn't asked. Brendan and Liam run a construction company together, with Liam overseeing the jobs based in Staten Island and Brendan the ones in Manhattan. They only branched out into Manhattan a few years ago, though, and I have a feeling that even though it's been successful for them business-wise, the logistics are still causing some problems.
You keep doing this,
Brendan growls.
Why did we even bother branching out into Manhattan if you're just going to call me back here all the time?
Liam rolls his eyes. Please, you're just pissed you'll have to get up earlier than usual. No one forced you to rent an apartment way uptown. Brendan's jaw tenses, but he doesn't say anything to that, and I have to force myself not to laugh. Of course, missing sleep is the reason he's kicking up such a fuss about this.
What about the Manhattan jobs?
Liam shrugs. They're all pretty simple jobs, 1 or 2 days max. The other guys can handle them, no problem. Brendan lets out an aggravated huff. Fine.
But you owe me.
Noted, Liam says with an eye roll. I leave them to their discussion and head into the garage to retrieve a beer. On my return, I see that Blake and Owen have arrived, and to my surprise, they've brought Jamie with them. Unsurprisingly, my whole family is hovering around Jamie, shooting off probing question after probing question about the UK, about DNA websites, about his distinct lack of physical resemblance to Blake, about his sexuality. And he just takes it all in stride, seemingly amused by the onslaught. No doubt he's been duly warned about my family and what to expect.
Smart move, right?
I glance to my left to see my sister-in-law, Haley, Alana's wife, has sidled up to me. Huh? She smiles.
Blake bringing Jamie today. You know how your family gets, and Jamie's the new shiny thing diverting attention from Blowin.
Please tell me that hasn't become a thing. Blowin's a horrible ship name. Haley shrugs.
Better than death.
I don't know about that. I consider what she's saying, though. Owen is definitely not a fan of being the center of attention. I'm pretty sure that's the main reason it took him and Blake so long to tell everyone they're together. It makes sense Blake would want to protect Owen from that, and Jamie is definitely the right man for the job. You can't help but be drawn to him. But I'm also pretty sure Blake just wanted everyone to meet his kid. Needing another drink, I head back inside, although this time I stop by the kitchen to see if my mom needs help with anything.
You know how I feel about you boys in my kitchen?
She chides. I hold my hands up. Okay, I was just asking. My eyes land on a pack of choc chip cookies on the counter. And I'm not going to lie, one of the reasons I offered to help Mom was because I'm starting to get hungry. I never finished my bagel this morning, so I've barely eaten all day. Where'd these come from? I ask, examining the cookies.
Jamie brought them. He's such a sweet boy, isn't he?
Not sure you'd say that if you knew what he got up to this morning. I open the bag and start to fish out a cookie, but Mom slaps my wrist.
Seamus, those are for the children to have after dinner.
There's loads in here, Mom. The kids aren't going to eat all of them. Before she can reply, I manage to grab a cookie and stuff it in my mouth.
Seamus Michael!
I shrug, laughing around the mouthful of choc chip deliciousness. Sorry.
Chapter 13. Jamie. It takes me a little while, but I finally manage to recover from the breakfast sex and make my way back to Will's place. It's while I'm on the train that I feel my phone buzzing in my pocket and pull it out to see a call from Blake. Hello? Jamie, hey, it's Blake. I let out a soft chuckle. I know, I saw your name on the screen. Right, of course. Listen, I know this is kind of late notice, but Owen's family are having a get-together tonight. It's just a casual thing, a grill in the backyard, pretty low-key, and I was wondering if you'd like to come. You want me to come meet your boyfriend's family? I ask warily. It's not lost on me that Owen's family is also Shay's family. I've heard various bits and pieces about them from Blake and Shay and even Granny, and they sound like quite a boisterous lot. I certainly have no problem with that, but I can't say I've ever met the family of a guy I've been hooking up with. I'm not sure what to think about this. To be honest, the Kellys aren't just Owen's family, they're mine, Blake says. I've known them for about 25 years, and they really are like an extended family to me. I'd really like for you to meet them, and I know they want to meet you, but you don't have to go if you don't want to. No, I want to. It sounds great. I can tell it's important to Blake, and it's not like I have any other big plans for tonight. Great. Owen and I'll pick you up at about 5. We end the call, and I continue on my way back to Will's. When I get there, I'm momentarily stunned by the sight that greets me when I open the door. Will is nowhere in sight, but Mac and my granny, of all people, are sitting on the small space of floor engaged in some kind of meditation exercise. Find the goddess within you. Embrace her. Let her be free, Granny is saying in a mellow, soothing voice. Don't you two have flats of your own to do whatever this is? I ask. They both startle as if they hadn't realized I was there. Jamie, Granny chides. We were in the middle of a meditation session. I repeat, don't you have flats of your own? Why are you meditating on Will's kitchen floor? Well, I was hanging out here with Will, but then he had to go see his mom, and I was just about to leave when Sonny came by to see you, but obviously you weren't here. Granny unfolds herself from the floor with all of the grace that I did not inherit. her long silver hair swishing behind her as she strolls toward me and greets me with a gentle embrace.
Jamie, darling, I came to check in and see how you are, but I can see now by the hickey on your neck and the beard burn on your face you're doing quite well. I'm delighted to see you have a healthy sexual appetite.
Past Granny's shoulder, I can see Mac almost doubled over with silent laughter. I, meanwhile, am a little freaked out. I have beard burn. I lift a hand to my face to rub over my cheeks. Shay was definitely sporting a fair bit of morning scruff today, and my skin is so bloody sensitive.
There's no shame in it, darling. It's the natural effect of copulation with a stubble-faced man. I, too, have experienced beard burn, although it hasn't always been on my face.
Okay, thank you, Granny, for scarring me for life.
You're welcome,
she says with a soft smile, her blue eyes twinkling. Then she reaches over to the kitchen counter, which is only about a meter away from the door. This apartment is seriously tiny, and retrieves a paper bag.
Here, I've brought you a gift.
Wow, thanks. I peer into the bag to find a smaller bag of chopped chip cookies. The packaging looks all nice and fancy, so I'm guessing these are expensive organic ones or something like that.
Now, don't eat them all in one go,
she warns. I smile. Of course. Thanks, Granny.
You're welcome. Take care, Jamie.
She gives me another hug, then waves to Mac.
Goodbye, Mackenzie. I'll call you to arrange our next session.
Session? I ask after Granny's left. Mac shrugs.
Meditation.
Okay, whatever. Here's a question. What's your opinion on regifting? I hold up the bag of cookies.
Who are you planning to regift them to?
I have a barbecue thing this afternoon, and I'm honestly knackered. I don't really have the energy to go out and grab something, but I don't want to show up empty-handed. Mac shrugs.
I think you should be all right. Everyone loves cookies, and those look like nice ones. Who cares where you got them?
That afternoon, Blake and Owen come by Will's place to pick me up and take me out to Staten Island with them. I'm a little surprised when I open the rear door of Blake's SUV to find I'm not the only extra passenger. A girl who looks to be the same age as me is already seated and buckled up in the back seat, and when I get in the car she offers me a bright smile. This turns out to be Kate, Owen's twin sister, who also lives in Brooklyn. By the time we get to Owen's parents' house, Kate and I have become instant friends, and we're already making plans to catch up with each other during the week. When we get inside the house, we go straight to the backyard, where there are people just everywhere. I mean, I already knew the Kellys were a big family, but this is just crazy. I'm introduced around, but I give up on trying to remember everyone after about 3 people, especially when it comes to the men. There aren't just Shay's many brothers to worry about. There are also husbands and fiancés and family friends. After a while, and many questions from the gathered people, Kate takes me by the arm and steers me toward a couple of lawn chairs that have just become free.
Sorry about how crazy everyone is,
she says with a wry smile.
It was pretty big news when we found out Blake had a kid.
I shake my head. It's fine. I've never been around a family like this, so it's pretty cool. It was always just Mum and me and Grandad growing up.
Do you think you missed out on anything?
She asks hesitantly.
Being raised by a single mom?
I shake my head adamantly. Definitely not. My mum's the best. Single mums are some of the most awesome people in the world, if you ask me. Kate flashes a bright grin, and I'm glad to have been the one to put it there. My phone buzzes in the pocket of my jeans, so I dig it out and check the screen. Shay Kelly. Did you ever wonder why carrots taste orange? Where did the orange come from? Did they put that in after? I stare at my phone for a few moments, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. Me. I can't say I've ever wondered about that. Shay Kelly. I'm not a lion. What? Me. I know. Shay Kelly. I'm not, though. I'm about to put my phone away to go in search of Shay and find out what the hell is going on when another text comes through. Shay Kelly. You know I'm not a lion, right? Me. Yup, I know. It turns out I don't need to go looking for Shay, because a moment later he comes through the back door of the house and into the yard. He's holding a half-eaten carrot in one hand, so I guess that explains the carrot thing. Sort of. He walks over to Blake, who's engaged in conversation with one of the Shay brothers. At least I think it's one of the Shay brothers. Dude, I need to tell you something, Shay says to Blake, cutting his brother off mid-sentence. Blake turns to Shay, blinking in surprise. I, meanwhile, am watching the conversation very closely and hoping whatever Shay is planning to tell Blake has nothing to do with me. What is it? Shay frowns for a moment, looking incredibly confused. Then he refocuses on Blake and says, I need to tell you something. Blake's brows shoot up. Yeah, you just said that. Shay glances down at his hand and seems to remember he's holding a carrot. He brings it to his mouth and takes a bite. God, this tastes so orange. Blake lets out a soft chuckle. Everything okay, man? Shay startles as if he's completely forgot Blake is there. He frowns again. I need to tell you something. Blake's eyes fall closed, clearly exasperated. Yeah, buddy, what is it? With what seems like immense concentration, Shay manages to get out, I'm not that high, and I'm not a lion. In the chair next to me, one of Shay's sisters, Alana, I think, bursts into a fit of laughter.
Okay, I think only one of those things is true.
Shay turns towards us, glaring at his sister. I told you I'm not a lion. One of Shay's other sisters, I think this one is Bridie, gets to her feet and approaches Shay warily.
Shay, honey, did you smoke some pot earlier?
Shay shakes his head adamantly. No, of course not.
Have you eaten anything that might have had pot in it?
I'm eating a carrot. He takes another bite of the carrot. Bridie lets out an exasperated sigh.
Apart from the carrot, any brownies or cookies?
I ate Jamie's cookie. He lets out a wild chuckle that's so packed with innuendo, I'm about 96% sure he's about to elaborate on what else of mine he's eaten, and it drowns out any horror I'm feeling about the fact I accidentally brought pot cookies to a family barbecue. Fortunately, no one is paying attention to Shay anymore, though, because they're all staring at me.
You brought pot cookies?
A woman who I'm pretty sure is Shay's sister-in-law screeches at me, eyes narrowed. I hold my hands up, palms out. I didn't know they had pot in them, I swear.
How could you not know?
I, may have regifted them? Granny brought them for me today, and I didn't have time to get anything else, and I thought it'd be rude to show up without anything. Granny? Blake asks. You mean Sonny? My mother. There's a collective groan amongst the gathered people. Blake approaches me and claps a hand over my shoulder. Jamie, I'm going to tell you something I wish someone had told me once. Never accept any kind of beverage, baked good, or confectionery item from my mother. There's a 90% chance you, or someone else, will end up high. He waves a hand in Shay's direction. Case in point. Shay lets out a soft groan, and I glance over to see him running his hand over his face in confusion. My head feels round.
Chapter 14. Shay. Brendan Kelly.
Don't forget karaoke this weekend, everyone.
Bridie Coughlin. Looking forward to it. I'm assuming Shay will be singing some Bob Marley. Eileen Kelly. Shay, I didn't know you liked Bob Marley. Liam Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly.
Only at 4:20.
Eileen Kelly replied to Liam Kelly. I don't get it.
Alana Martin Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly, "How do you not know this? You grew up in the 70s. Liam Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly,
If she doesn't know, don't tell her. I don't want to sit through another lecture like the one on safe sex after Kate's announcement.
Eileen Kelly replied to Liam Kelly, "I just Googled it, and I'm not impressed. Why are we talking about drugs?" Liam Kelly, eye roll emoji. I cast my phone aside with an exasperated sigh and to get back to the drawing I've been working on. After 3 days of memes, GIFs, and entirely unsophisticated jokes, it's become clear I am never going to live this one down. Somehow, Jamie got off scot-free, despite committing the cardinal sin of re-gifting, but me? The innocent victim of spiked baked goods is getting relentlessly mocked. Go figure. You know, some people might call me a hero. If I hadn't sneaked that cookie, who knows what would have happened. Those cookies were going to be for the kids' dessert, Mom said. Well, I saved the day. Didn't I? And this is the thanks I get. On Friday night, we all head to a little karaoke place in the West Village where Brendan's been having his birthday every year since he turned 21. It has cheap drinks, tasty buffalo wings, and we're able to get a private section, which is good because there's no way anyone not here for my brother's birthday would have a chance of singing anything if we were in the main bar. I'm at the bar waiting to be served when I notice the guy next to me looks kind of familiar. For the life of me, I can't place him, though. I put in my order and turn back to the guy, eyeing him curiously. "Do I know you from somewhere? You look really familiar." He smirks at me. If that's supposed to be a pickup line, I've got to tell you, I'm flattered. But I'm straight. I let out a soft chuckle. Hate to bust your ego, but no, that wasn't a line. No offense or anything, but you're not exactly my type. "Ouch," he says, clutching a hand to his chest. But then he grins and waves a dismissive hand. "I was just screwing with you anyway. I'm friends with Brendan. Wade Anderson." Realization floods me as I take his offered hand and shake it. This guy was Brendan's best friend all through high school, but as far as I knew, they lost touch at some point during college. Busy lives and distance and new friends and all that. Needless to say, I wasn't expecting to see him here. "Hey, man. Good to see you. I didn't realize you and Brendan had reconnected." He shrugs. "It only happened this week. I've just moved back to Staten Island and need some work done on my new place. It was definitely a surprise when B showed up to start the job. I didn't even know he was a contractor." I let out a bark of laughter. "You're the job on Staten Island he was complaining about? Oh, this is too good." Wade's brows shoot up. "He was complaining about it?" I wave a hand at him. "Don't take it personally. I'm pretty sure he was more annoyed with the prospect of having to wake up earlier to get out to Staten Island each day." Wade nods, an amused smile in place. "Yeah, that sounds like Brendan." I take my drink and leave Wade at the bar, returning to the party to find Heath is currently on stage, belting out Suspicious Minds. It's a great song, but I have a feeling he didn't think it through, because the last minute and a half is just repeating the same 3 lines over and over again, so by the time he stumbles off the stage at the end of the song, he looks utterly exhausted. He slides into a seat next to Declan and rests his head on my brother's shoulder. "I completely forgot about that bit at the end." "Nah, you totally rocked it, babe," Declan says. I hear the opening riff of John Mellencamp's Hurt So Good coming through the speakers and turn my attention to the stage to see Liam's taken the mic and has fitted it to the mic stand so he can use it as a prop while he prances around as if he's a damn rock star. His wife, Melinda, is standing in front of the stage, cheering him on like she's an actual groupie at an actual concert. Partway through the song, Liam takes Melinda by the hand and pulls her up onto the stage so she can dance next to him as though she's a young Courtney Cox. I let out a soft chuckle, shaking my head wryly. These two always get like this. Whenever there's a birthday or special event on, they get Melinda's parents to watch their 3 kids and take the opportunity to get hammered. Then they regret it the next day when the kids magically reappear at their house.
After Liam and Melinda vacate the stage, I see Jamie get up and make his way toward it. Despite the pot incident, he seems to have made a favorable impression on my family last weekend, so it wasn't all that surprising to hear he'd been invited along tonight. I groan as the music starts on a song I am all too familiar with. You couldn't walk 2 steps in the late 90s without hearing a Spice Girls song, and this was one of the worst ones because it's so freaking catchy. I'm gonna have the damn thing in my head for a month now. As soon as Kate hears the opening bars of the song and sees the name flash on the screen, she lets out a loud squeal and rushes to the stage to join Jamie. "Oh my God, I love this song!" "You know all the moves?" Jamie asks her. Kate throws her head back. "Duh, who doesn't?" I roll my eyes and force myself to watch as Jamie and Kate begin their duet of Stop, complete with all the ridiculous dance moves and the do-do-dos and ba-ba-bas that will be scorched on my brain for weeks. Despite how annoying I find the music, I can't help feeling a little burst of warmth as I watch Jamie enjoying himself up there with my sister. He has an amazing smile that lights up his entire face, and I like seeing it, no matter what brings it about. I also kind of like how well he's fitting in with my family, or Blake's family, I guess. I like the thought that when the sex stuff ends with us, we can still be friends. The song ends, and Jamie and Kate jump down from the stage. Kate heads toward the bar, while Jamie comes in my direction. "Hey, look, it's Ginger Spice." "I can only assume that's supposed to be a compliment," Jamie says, gliding his hand slowly down the side of his body and over his thigh. I swallow thickly, managing to tear my eyes away before anyone catches me drooling. Kate returns with a glass of water, and I offer her a smirk. "Hey, baby mama Spice." "Shut up, asshole. We rocked that one." She holds her hand up for Jamie to high-five, and he doesn't hesitate to slam his palm against it. "You don't rock the Spice Girls," I say. "Oh, don't you dare trash the Spice Girls," Jamie warns. "They're a British institution." "And a 90s icon," Kate adds. I wince, shaking my head in dismay. Catching Blake's eye, I say, "It's a travesty, isn't it? So much awesomeness came out of the 90s, and this is what the millennials have picked up on." He mimics my dismay. "Damn shame." "You up for it?" I ask, one eyebrow arched. He offers a lazy grin. "Always." Turning back to Jamie and Kate, I say, "Take a seat, young Padawans. We're going to show you what a real 90s hit sounds like."
15. Jamie. I'm too busy ogling Shay's arse as he and Blake take the stage, so I don't catch the name of the song when it flashes up on the screen. And when the music starts, a steady rhythm of soft percussion and guitar twangs, it's not something I recognise. I give up trying to figure it out the second Shay starts singing, because all I can focus on is him. He doesn't even need to look at the words on the screen, obviously knowing them by heart, and his voice. Bloody hell! If I thought he was sexy before, it's reached a whole new level as I watch him sing about disease and trees or something like that. Like I said, I'm finding it a mite difficult to pay close attention. Disappointingly, he hands the mic over to Blake for the second half of the verse. And let's just say I now know where my tone deafness comes from. Although it seems, just like Shay, Blake knows the song well enough not to need the lyrics. They share the mic to sing the chorus together, something utterly daft about Cinderella and a headlight that I don't spend too long analysing because before long Shay has the microphone back and I get to hear that sexy voice again. "Do you know what song this is?" I ask Kate, who's sitting next to me. She shakes her head. "No fucking clue." We seem to be the only ones, though. For the next few choruses, the entire party joins in, all screaming about sodding headlights. There's a short instrumental bit toward the end, and Shay starts moonwalking to rapturous applause and cheers from the drunkards in the party. And once the song ends, both he and Blake take a low bow as if they're stars of some big show. It's obvious, whatever the bloody hell that song was, it's far from the first time they performed it for this crowd. Declan makes his way past our table on the way to the bar, and Kate flags him down.
Hey, Dec, what the hell was that? That song?
Declan blinks a few times, as if surprised at the question. That was One Headlight. You haven't seen them do that before, Katie? Kate's brow furrows for a moment.
No.
They do it every year, or at least they have for as long as Brendan's been doing karaoke for his birthday, which is every year since he turned 21.
11 years?
Kate exclaims.
Jeez, no wonder everyone knows the words.
For the record, I think our 90s song kicks their 90s song's ass, I say. Ours has actions. Kate's eyes light up with excitement as she turns to me.
Hey, do you want to make this an annual thing? We can have a karaoke off, and you know we'll win in the end because we'll outlive them.
I let out a snort of laughter, but nod in agreement. Yes, absolutely, let's do it.
Awesome. This time next year, we're going to be karaoke champions,
Kate says, driving her fist into her palm. Declan rolls his eyes. This time next year, you'll have an 8-month-old baby and Jamie will be back in England, but sure, good luck. And then he walks off toward the bar.
I'll get a babysitter,
Kate assures me. I'll fly back, especially for karaoke, I promise.
It's on.
So, who's up for moving the party somewhere else? Brendan asks as the karaoke bar is preparing to shut down for the night. We're the only ones left in the place now, and it's obvious they want us to leave as soon as possible. A few of Brendan's friends agree to go somewhere else instantly, as do Heath and Declan and Alana, although her wife vetoes her with a reminder they have a 7-month-old daughter who'll be wanting attention tomorrow. When Brendan's eyes fall on me, I shake my head. I can't, sorry. I have a late-night fencing lesson. Several pair of eyes stare at me blankly. Fencing? Blake asks, his expression curious. I nod.
Huh. Is sword fighting big in the UK?
Kate asks. I don't think that's the kind of sword fighting he's talking about, Katie. Heath drawls, a teasing smirk in place. Kate's brow furrows for a moment before realization hits her and her eyes go wide.
Oh my god! Do you guys actually...
She slaps a hand over her face.
No, wait, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
What about you, Shay? Brendan asks. Shay does his best to look disappointed. Oh, sorry, buddy. I've got a ton of work to do for the book tomorrow, and I'm getting old. Don't shake off hangovers like I used to. There's a smattering of laughs and some disappointed grumbles, but everyone seems to accept this excuse. I probably should have gone for something a little more realistic, but I was put on the spot and panicked. And I need to get home before Owen gets off his shift, Blake says. Enjoy the rest of your night, all.
Hey, Jamie, you want to split an Uber back to Brooklyn?
Kate asks, gathering her purse and jacket. No. My fencing lesson's in Midtown.
Oh, right. Fencing.
She waggles her eyebrows and gives me a discreet thumbs up. I'm in Midtown, Shay manages to say with a straight face. I can drop you on the way. I shrug. Sounds good. Fencing. Really? Shay says, the second we're inside the Uber. I smirk at him. Well, I do plan on getting stabbed. He lets out a loud bark of laughter and tugs me toward him, his lips descending on mine for a slow, torturous kiss that would probably have gone on forever if we weren't in the back of a stranger's Honda Civic right now. It's a mad scramble to get out of our clothes when we get into Shay's flat. At Shay's request, I haven't worn my super tight jeans since that first night we hooked up, but the skinny black ones I'm wearing tonight are still causing problems. Right now, I'm holding the kitchen counter for balance while Shay does battle with my jeans on the floor behind me. It's proper sexy, I'm sure. You need a new wardrobe, Shay growls with impatience as he yanks the tight black denim over my ankle, consisting mainly of sweatpants. I don't think so, I say with a chuckle. The jeans finally come off, and Shay tosses them over to the other side of the room, as if they're somehow offensive to him. I'm expecting him to stand and move up behind me, or turn me to face him, or something. But instead he goes for the sneak attack, bloody stealing my move. I feel his hands on my arse, parting my cheeks, and then his tongue is licking up my crease. I let out a soft groan as he licks and teases around the edge of my hole, working me into a complete frenzy before finally pushing inside with his tongue. Fuck! I have to lean forward and rest my head on the cool surface of the counter, gripping tight to the edge as I press my arse back against Shay's mouth, seeking more. More! He doesn't let up, relentlessly fucking me with his tongue until I can't even tell which way is up anymore. I reach for my prick, which is leaking pre-cum and straining with the need for release, but Shay bats my hand away before I can give it more than a couple of rough tugs. No, he growls, the sound vibrating against my arse and making my eyes roll back. You're gonna come with my cock in you. Jesus fucking bloody Christ! Hurry the fuck up and get inside me then! Not yet. I let out a pathetic little whimper as he returns to licking and sucking at my overly sensitized hole. He pushes two of his thick fingers inside me, filling me and stretching me out, making me damn near ready to blow. Bloody hell! Gonna come from this? No, you're not. Please, baby, just fucking get in me! This time he relents. He withdraws his fingers and I sense him get to his feet and start to move away from me, but I'm having none of that. Fuck the bloody lube! Just do it already! He chuckles. You go extra British when you're needy, you know that? Shay, I swear to God, I growl out, but I'm cut off as he starts to push inside me, and I have to once again press my forehead to the kitchen counter, hissing through my teeth at the pleasure-pain of taking him with so little lubricant. My body adjusts, of course, and once he's buried inside, all I feel is the overwhelming need to be fucked. Hard. Jesus! Fuck me, Shay! He responds immediately, pulling out and then thrusting back in again, hard and deep, building up a relentless, punishing rhythm. His balls slap against my arse as he slams into me, over and over. Grab your cock, Jamie, he growls. Time to come! I wrap my hand around my cock and stroke it furiously as I chase my release, and it's not long before I feel the climax burning through me and my hand is covered with my cum. Shay wraps his arms around me and buries his head against my neck, his hips working even harder as his orgasm approaches. He lets out a loud groan from deep in his chest as he comes, filling my arse. He pulls out of me and then tugs us both onto the floor, where we take a moment to gather our breath, my head resting against his chest. You have a really sexy singing voice, you know? Yeah? I nod against his chest. Yeah. Although I had no idea what the hell that song was. Who sings about a headlight? The Wallflowers are a Grammy-winning band, he says, a touch of indignation in his voice. Okay, Red. We're gonna have to get you some musical education.
Chapter 16. Shay. Hey. What are you doing? It's not exactly an unreasonable question, considering it's about 4 in the morning and I'm sitting on my couch with a drawing pad in hand and no light to see by other than the TV, which is showing a replay of last weekend's England versus Ireland rugby game. I glance up at Jamie, who's come out of my bedroom in nothing but his black boxer briefs, and offer a smile. Drawing. In the dark, I shrug a shoulder. I can see okay. He pads his way over to the couch and sits down beside me, taking a peek at the drawing I'm working on. Wow. That looks brilliant. Thanks. But seriously, how can you see to draw like that? This is how I grew up drawing, I explain. When I was a kid, I shared a room with two of my brothers, so if I wanted to draw late at night, it had to be in the dark.
Huh. Which brothers?
Liam and Finn.
Is Liam the one with the crazy wife?
I chuckle wryly. Yep, that's him. Finn you haven't met yet. He doesn't live in New York. Jamie shakes his head in bemusement.
Your family just seems so foreign to me. It's just so bloody big. I'm an only child, and so's Mum, so I never had any cousins around growing up. I bet you've got loads of cousins, right?
I let out a breath of laughter. There are a few, mostly over in Ireland. We've only got one here in the States, and he lives down in Baltimore with his mom. At Jamie's inquiring look, I clarify, he's only 16.
Ah, okay. So you're not that close?
Nah, we're still pretty close. I was actually really tight with his dad before he died. Dan was my da's youngest brother, so he was only a few years older than me.
Wait a minute,
Jamie says, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he flicks his gaze from me to the rugby game on the TV, then back to me again.
Do you mean Dan Kelly? As in the Irish rugby player Dan Kelly?
You know who he is? I ask, feeling my brows shoot up. You'd have been pretty young when he was playing, and I thought you preferred soccer.
Football, Jamie says through gritted teeth. You know, the only game where the ball is actually moved via foot.
Gaelic football moves the ball via foot, I point out. So does Australian rules.
Jamie shakes his head. I'm not getting into this discussion. Anyway, I don't remember Dan Kelly actually playing, but I do remember his death being a pretty big deal. There were a lot of tribute shows on the sports channels back home.
Yeah, it was pretty sudden, I say, my voice tight.
I'm sorry.
I offer a soft smile. It's okay. The conversation has actually reminded me I need to call Jake. I've been meaning to check in on him for weeks, but I've clearly been wrapped up in my own stuff and keep forgetting. Okay, just hear me out. For the last time, Alistair, we're not putting itching powder in Cox's shorts. Seriously, man, we're in our 40s. But it's a classic, he argues. Not happening. Fine, he says with a disgruntled groan, hauling his bag over his shoulder as we make our way to the subway after Thursday night practice. But we're gonna have to come up with something this weekend. I mean, I love these guys, but we're gonna come up short unless we pull off a miracle. I nod in agreement. At this stage, it's not even about winning the tournament. We just want to get further than Cox's team. I won't be at practice this weekend. Comic-Con, remember? You guys will need to put your heads together and think of something that doesn't involve cheating or could get us arrested. I've only just gotten to sleep on Friday night after Jamie and I, well, you know, when I'm woken by the sound of my phone blaring on my nightstand. I pick it up and stare at the screen with bleary eyes, my brow furrowing at the unfamiliar Maryland number. With a twisting feeling in my gut, I hit the answer button. Hello?
Is this Shay Kelly?
A gruff voice asks, as though he's reading my name off of something. Yeah?
You're the cousin of Jacob Kelly?
Oh, fuck. Yeah? This is Officer Hollings. We have Jacob here at the station, and we need you to come down so we can release him to you. I sit up in bed, mildly conscious of Jamie waking up next to me. What the hell is going on? When I spoke to Jake the other day, he said everything was fine. What about his mom? I asked the officer. His stepdad? The officer lets out a heavy sigh.
Unreachable.
Shit. Okay, I'll be there. I'm gonna be a little while, though. I'm in New York.
That's fine, just as soon as you can.
Can I ask what happened? Is he all right?
He's fine.
He was arrested last night for a DUI, and there were a couple of joints in his car. I groan inwardly, making sure not to verbalize my frustration. Has he seen a lawyer? Yes, a PD was appointed, and everything's been filed for a misdemeanor hearing on Monday. Okay, thank you. I'll be there in a few hours. I end the call and climb off the bed before stalking over to my closet to retrieve briefs and a pair of jeans. What's going on? I glance back at Jamie, who's lying on the bed, propped up on his elbow.
His hair is sticking up all over the place, and it looks freaking adorable. I need to go to Baltimore. Jamie's brow furrows. That's upstate, right? I shake my head. You're probably thinking of Buffalo. Luckily, Baltimore's only about half as far away. It'll take about 3 hours. That's, of course, once I find a car and get on the road. Blake has a car, he suggests. Good thinking. I pull on my jeans and tug a t-shirt over my head before striding back to the bed and retrieving my phone. It's not until after I've hit the call button that it occurs to me Blake is now shacked up with my little brother, and at 2 a.m. I could be interrupting all sorts of things I'd really rather not be thinking about. Fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. When Blake answers, he seems a little sleepy, as though my call's woken him.
Hello?
Hey man, can I borrow your car for the weekend? There's a long pause, as if he's trying to make sense of the question.
For Comic-Con?
Fuck. I slam the heel of my palm to my forehead as the realization hits that I'll have to bail on Comic-Con. Doesn't matter, though. Family's more important. No, I need to get to Baltimore, like, right now.
Oh, yeah, sure, no worries. You know the code for the garage. Keys are in the lockbox.
Thanks, man. I end the call and glance up at Jamie. It's just occurred to me we'll have to bail on Comic-Con this weekend. I'm sorry. My cousin... I give a soft shake of my head. It's kind of a long story. Anyway, I'm sorry you have to miss it. Jamie lifts one shoulder in a casual shrug, although I can tell he's disappointed and trying not to let it show. It's fine. Do you want me to come with you?
17. Jamie. The words are out of my mouth before I even have a chance to think about what I'm offering. Do you want me to come with you? Shay stares at me for a moment. Do you want to come with me? I shrug. I told Will he'd have his place to himself all this weekend because of Comic-Con, and it'd be cool to say I'd been somewhere other than New York City, but it's fine if this is something you need to do on your own. He shakes his head. No, it'd be good to have some company on the drive. Once we're in Blake's car and on the road to Baltimore, which I learned from Google is in Maryland and not too far from DC, I rack my brain for conversation starters. Shay is clearly too concerned about his cousin to instigate anything, but if I'm here, I'm going to be useful by providing a little distraction. So, this cousin, is that Dan Kelly's kid, the one you were telling me about the other night? Wow, great job distracting, Jamie. Yeah, Jake. He lives with his mom and stepdad now. Wow, she remarried pretty quickly. It's been, 3-4 years since your uncle died? Shay lets out a harsh snort. She remarried within 6 months. Seriously? Shay sighs. Jessica, she's not the kind of person who copes well on her own. I know she really loved Dan, but I think she thought the only way to get through his death was to find someone new as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the guy she settled for is a major asshole. He doesn't like Jess or Jake coming to visit us because of our values. Ah, I see. It's beyond obvious the values in question are the orientation of Shay and 3 of his siblings. We sit in companionable silence for a few minutes before I start trying conversation again. So, your uncle was a famous rugby player, your brother's a famous TV star, you're a famous line artist. Any other celebrities in your family? Shay chuckles wryly. I appreciate you thinking I'm anywhere close to famous. You have fans, don't you? I point out. One day, you could be like Stan Lee. Not possible. No one is like Stan Lee. That guy was a god, and we are all mere mortals. Besides, I don't create the characters or the stories. I just bring them to life. He nods. Yeah. A lot of people would say that's the most important part. He lets out a soft laugh. Don't tell the writers that. Are you going to get in trouble for missing the con? Shay sighs. It sucks, but no. I wasn't contractually obliged to attend this one, and I didn't have any panel appearances booked. It was really just a signing event for me. and an opportunity to connect with some other artists and creators. If it had been San Diego next year, now that would have been a problem. That's the big one, yeah. Yep, and we're launching Daphne there next year. I have to be there to promote it and talk about it on a bunch of panels. My mouth falls open in surprise. So that means I have to wait until next year to read the Daphne comic? Yep. Sorry, Red. It's a long process, and we've only just started. When we get to Baltimore, Shay switches on the navigator to direct him to the precinct where Jake is being held. It's a suburban police station and doesn't appear overly busy, which is good. When we get inside, my eyes zero in on a teenage boy who's sitting on a chair next to one of the cubicle desks and looks as though he has been for a while. When he spots us, his face lights in a mix of surprise, confusion, and relief. Shay, what are you doing here? I got a call telling me you needed busting out of jail, Shay says. He's clearly a little relieved now he's seen Jake is all in one piece, but I can still sense a wave of tension coming off him. A burly police officer comes over, addressing Shay. Are you Shay Kelly? Shay nods. I am. I'm Officer Hollings. I spoke to you on the phone earlier. He extends an arm toward the desk behind him. There are a few papers to sign, if you come over here. As Shay follows the officer, I turn to Jake and introduce myself. I'm Jamie. I'm a friend of Shay's. Jake's mouth curves up in a knowing smile. Uh-huh. Sliding my gaze away from Jake, I watch as Shay converses with the officer for a few minutes before he returns to us, clapping his hands together. Okay, let's go. Where are we going? Jake asks, slowly rising to his feet and revealing himself to be almost as tall as Shay. We're taking you home. Jake's face crumples. I don't want to go home. Well, I don't want to be arrested for kidnapping, so I don't really have a choice, Shay says. Trevor doesn't want me there, Jake says bitterly. When I called him to come get me last night, he said I'd be better off spending the weekend in jail. I see Jay's jaw tense in frustration, and I can't say I blame him. Who the hell tells a 16-year-old they'd be better off spending the weekend in jail? I'll deal with Trevor, Shay says. And I'll talk to your mom. But we need to get you home. Reluctantly, Jake starts walking ahead of us out of the precinct. How bad is it? I ask Shay quietly. Not as bad as it could have been. As we're peeling out of the parking space near the police station, Jake pokes his head through the center console space, shifting his glance between me and Shay. So, is Jamie your boyfriend? No, Shay and I answer in unison. Jake lets out a soft chuckle. Okay, that was convincing. Sit back in your seat and buckle up, Shay orders. Not all of us enjoy flouting road safety laws. Grumbling something under his breath, Jake scoots back and fastens his seatbelt. You know, it wasn't even that bad. I'd only had, 1 or 2 beers. You're 16, dumbass. 1 or 2 beers is what they call illegal. Did you know if you'd been over the legal limit, you'd be facing jail time right now? A quick glance behind me shows Jake's face has gone deathly pale, his mouth opening and closing in sheer disbelief. Clearly his public defender didn't mention that part. Shay, that's not helping, I say softly. Shay spares a glance for Jake in the rearview mirror before letting out a heavy sigh. Sorry. I'm sorry you had to come get me, Jake says in a small voice. It's fine, Shay assures him. You scared the shit out of me, man. It's still early when we get to Jake's place, not quite 6:30 and barely even light. Come on, Shay says to Jake. If you're lucky, you'll be able to sneak up to your room without anyone waking up. That plan goes belly up the moment we step inside the house, though, because a man who I'm assuming to be Jake's stepfather is already up and waiting in the kitchen, and he's clearly not happy with our arrival. I see you got yourself out after all, he says to Jake in a tone full of gruff disapproval. He doesn't even greet Shay, merely sparing him a derisive glance before turning his attention to me. The distaste in his expression grows more and more prominent as he takes in everything from my glitter-covered sneakers to my skinny black jeans to my purple army print zip-up jumper.
I suppose you'll be this one's boyfriend, then?
Yes, I say defiantly, standing tall and proud. Well, as tall as I can at 5'7". Sure, I'm not actually Shay's boyfriend, but this wanker doesn't need to know the ins and outs of our arrangement. His lip curls in disgust at my response.
Figures. Jamie, maybe you could take Jake outside for a bit?
Shay suggests.
I need to talk to Trevor.
I nod, and Jake and I head back through the door we'd come in just a few minutes earlier.
Do you think you'll be okay?
Jake asks, glancing worriedly back at the door. Shay can handle himself, I assure him. A moment later, a car door closes and a woman about the same age as my mum starts walking toward us.
Jake, what's going on? Why are you awake so early? Who's this?
I'm Jamie, I say with a little wave, cutting through the bombardment of questions. I'm here with Shay. Her eyes widen.
Shay's here? What the hell's going on?
I think maybe you should go inside, I suggest. With a look of bewilderment, she follows my advice and disappears into the house.
God, I am in so much shit,
Jake says with a groan. I'm sure it'll be fine. I've done worse.
Really?
I shake my head. No, it just sounded like the right thing to say.
Chapter 18. Shay. I wait for Jamie and Jake to disappear outside before fixing a hard glare on Trevor. Where's Jessica? Work, he says stiffly. Night shift. Of course, Jake's mom is a midwife, so I guess it makes sense she'd work some odd hours. Very inconvenient at the moment, though. Do you know what time she's due to get home? I don't see how that's any of your concern. I bite down hard on my jaw, reminding myself nothing good will come from losing my temper right now. I'm not usually someone who's quick to anger, but this guy just pushes all the wrong buttons. I need to talk to her about Jake. Jake's not your problem, he growls. Jake isn't a problem, I tell him harshly. He's a person. He's my family, and he became my number one concern when I was dragged out of bed in the middle of the night last night to come all the way from Manhattan to pick him up from the police station after, according to the officer in charge, you declined to take responsibility for him. So, I'll ask again, when is Jessica getting home? I'm home. I spin around at the sound of the soft voice behind me, finding my aunt staring at me a little wide-eyed. Jess. Hey. Can I speak to you for a moment? Alone. I don't like the way she glances at her husband over my shoulder with a kind of beseeching look as if she's asking his permission to be alone with me. Eventually, Trevor lets out a grunt of annoyance and mutters something about hockey highlights before retreating from the room. What's going on, Shay? She sounds so tired, and I feel awful for dumping this on her now, but the sooner we can figure this situation out, the better. It's Jake. I heard. I'm sorry you had to come all the way from Manhattan. He'll be grounded, don't worry. It's not really what I'm concerned about. I motion for her to take a seat at the kitchen table and sit down opposite her. I get the impression this isn't the first time he's been in trouble lately. She rubs her hands over her face, letting out a heavy sigh. He was expelled from his last school, and it feels like it's only a matter of time till he's kicked out of this one, too. Always getting into fights or skipping class. His grades are shit. The school year's barely started, and I've already been in to see the guidance counselor twice. Now this. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but... She shakes her head. What was he arrested for? DUI and possession of marijuana? Fuck. Is it bad? What's going to happen? He's lucky. It's his first offense, and he wasn't over the legal limit, so he won't face any jail time. But according to the officer I spoke to, Maryland has a zero-tolerance policy for juvenile DUIs, so he'll lose his license. There's likely to be a fine, and possibly some probation. The pot's not such a big deal, apparently. That'll just be a fine.
He has a court appearance on Monday, and I've got the number for the PD handling his case. She lets out a frustrated groan and puts her face in her hands. God, Shay, what am I supposed to do? I have a suggestion, I say wearily. I can't really believe these words are about to leave my mouth. Let me take him back to New York. He can live with me. Jess's head snaps up, her eyes wide. What? I think it would be good for him. A fresh start. She frowns at me. You think this is my fault? That I'm a bad mother and he needs to be taken away from me? I shake my head adamantly. No, I didn't mean that at all. Jake's a good kid. He's just acting out right now. And you can't be there every second to check up on him. I think a new environment could really help him, and he'd get to spend more time with the rest of his family. Jess bites her bottom lip in thought. Trevor won't like it. Jake living with you? He's a bit set in his ways like that. I let out a bitter laugh. Set in his ways? The guy's a narrow-minded prick, and I'm certain the poisonous environment he's created in this house is the driving factor for Jake's behavior. I manage not to take out my frustration on Jess, even though it's my personal opinion that sitting back and enabling hate is just as bad as spewing hate yourself. Getting pissed right now won't help me with Jake, though. I need Jess to feel like I'm on her side here so she'll trust me with her son. Getting Jake away from this environment has to be my #1 priority. With respect, Trevor's not Jake's parent. Besides, I think he gave up any right to have a say in this when he decided to leave Jake sitting in a police station all night. All the stuff with Jake's been hard on him, too, Jess says. I think some space would be good, I say evenly. Eventually, she nods her agreement, and I could tell by the forlorn expression how much it costs her to do it. I reach a hand across the table and squeeze hers gently. Jess, this doesn't mean you're giving up. It feels like it. I get to my feet, deciding it's high time to get Jamie and get to a hotel. Will you be at the hearing on Monday? She nods. Of course. Okay. I'll organize an affidavit for you to fill out while we're at the courthouse so I can become Jake's guardian. Then we can go to New York straight from there. Okay. What if he needs to do a probation period? Didn't you say that was a possibility? The officer I spoke to thought that was a slim possibility, given it's his first offense. But I'll speak to his lawyer. If it happens, I'm sure there's a way we can work it out for him to do it in New York. Okay. I guess I'll see you Monday. I nod and head back out toward the porch, where I'm surprised to find Jamie and Jake engaged in what appears to be a rather heated discussion about which of the Doctor Who villains is the most badass. How is this even a discussion? Jamie is saying. Daleks can kill Cybermen with one shot. Did you not see the Season 2 finale? Of course I did. Who hasn't? But Cybermen can reproduce by taking over humans. Daleks can't do that. Once they're gone, they're gone. And yet they always seem to pop up time and again, don't they? You're both wrong. The most badass Doctor Who villains are the Weeping Angels, I say, prompting them both to start at my interruption. He might have a point there, Jamie says. I can't walk past a statue of an angel without getting a shiver. Jake gets to his feet and turns to look at me with trepidation. What's going on? Did you talk to Mom? Is she mad? We've come to a decision. After the hearing on Monday, you're going to come back to New York with me. Jake's eyes light up. Really? This isn't a reward, Jake. You're not coming for a vacation. This is a long-term thing. I'm going to be your guardian. Because Mom doesn't want to deal with me anymore? It's not so much hurt in his tone. More resignation. This was my idea. And it actually took a lot of convincing to get your mom on board. So if you'd rather stay here, that's definitely still an option. Jake gives a sharp shake of his head. No, I want to go to New York. I want to live with you. I nod. Okay then. Stay out of trouble this weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Jamie and I climb into Blake's SUV, and I watch Jake enter the house before pulling out of the driveway and turning in the direction of downtown Baltimore to find a hotel. It's not quite 7 a.m. yet, so wherever we go, we'll have to wait a while before we can check in. How do you feel about buffets? Buffets? Jamie asks, and I get the feeling I've pulled him out of some kind of deep thought, as in all you can eat. Exactly. He shrugs. I'm partial to them. Perfect. I pull up at a hotel I've stayed at a couple of times before. It's a nice place in Inner Harbor, and it has a buffet restaurant that's open to the public, so we'll be able to get breakfast there even if we can't check in until later. Come on, I tell him once I've parked the car. I'm fucking starving.
19. Jamie. Are we breaking rule number 2 right now? I ask Shay as I wait at the omelette station. He's next to me piling his plate with crispy bacon, roasted tomatoes and scrambled eggs. It looks amazing, but it's a buffet, so it's not like I'm not going to come back after I'm done with my omelette. What? The no dating rule? He shakes his head. No way. This isn't a date. You're accompanying me on an errand and I'm paying you back with breakfast delights. Besides, you should know by now that when I feed you, it's an entirely selfish thing. You need to be fortified for when we get into our room. I catch his eye and find him looking at me with a familiar, heated gaze. We stopped by reception to book a couple of nights at the hotel before coming to the restaurant, and we were lucky enough to get an early check-in, but that still gives us 4 hours before we can get some alone time, and if Shay keeps looking at me the way he is now, there's no way I'll last that long. I barely even register it when the guy making the omelettes holds out a plate to me. Shay smirks at me, and I grab the plate from the guy, making a beeline for our table. As Shay slides into the seat opposite me, I decide to shift the conversation to a boner-killing topic, asking, So, you're really going to be Jake's guardian? You're taking on a 16-year-old? He lets out a soft chuckle, rubbing a hand over his hair. I know, crazy, right? But he needs to get away from there. Be around some more positive influences. My jaw tenses at the memory of Jake's stepfather. I don't think I've ever had anyone look at me like that, like I was dirt on the bottom of their shoe. Of course there have been people who have said a few nasty things over the years, but I've clearly been pretty sheltered because I've never experienced that. And from someone who doesn't even know me or anything about me. That was my biggest fear before I met Blake, I admit, that he'd be an arsehole like that. Shay's eyes widen. Blake's the most accepting person you could ever meet. I roll my eyes. Well, I know that now. He chuckles before fixing me with a penetrating look. I'm glad you didn't let that fear stop you from tracking Blake down. It would have been a damn shame. Is Jake queer? I ask, ignoring the weird stab in my chest. Must be heartburn from the omelette or something. Shay lets out a heavy sigh and concentrates on collecting some eggs on his fork for a moment. He hasn't come out, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on. He reminds me a lot of me as a teenager. My brows arch up. You had trouble coming out? I'm finding it hard to imagine that. Shay's so confident and sure of himself. It seems daft to think there might have been a time when he wasn't. He offers a wry smile. It was the 90s. Things were different back then. And I went to a Catholic school and have Catholic parents. But I thought your parents were all cool with everything. Sure, they are now. This was 25 years ago. He leans back in his chair, his gaze focused slightly over my shoulder as if he's staring into the past. I came out to my folks the night before I left for college. I knew it would be difficult for them, and I figured it would be easier for them to deal if I was out of the house. They didn't speak to me for months after that. Jesus. I can't stop the word from passing my lips. It just seems so unbelievable that Aileen and Michael Kelly, who I've seen with my own eyes absolutely adore all of their 11 children, queer or straight, would have reacted this way. Did any of your siblings know what was going on? Liam, Shay says. He'd known for a while because I kind of had a thing going with one of the guys on his basketball team. I doubt the others picked up on anything. It's another reason I waited until I left for college. I didn't want any of them to think there was anything wrong. Every time I called home, I asked Liam if Mom or Da wanted to talk. He'd just say they were busy and would call later. Obviously, they never called.
So, what happened? How did things get worked out? Shay's mouth curls into a fond smile, and I can tell he's recalling a happy memory.
Sonny, that woman might be a low-level pot dealer, but she's 100% pure kindness. And have you noticed she's pretty much impossible to say no to?
I have noticed that, I say with amusement.
I spent Thanksgiving that year at Blake's place. Only it wasn't really Thanksgiving because Sonny doesn't believe in celebrating the conquest of native peoples and the dismantling of their culture. Anyway, at one point, she asked me what my family usually did for Thanksgiving, and I cried. Everything that had been happening just came pouring out. It was so embarrassing.
You're not the one who should be embarrassed, I say harshly.
Yeah? Well, a few weeks after that, my mom showed up at school. She explained that she and Da didn't really understand what was going on with me, but they wanted to try. I didn't find out until years later, but apparently Sonny had been to see my parents and gave them some perspective.
What kind of perspective? Shay hesitates for a moment, as if not sure whether he should tell me this next part.
Apparently, Sonny had a brother. He was gay, and when he was 21, he took his own life. It would have been about 50 years ago now.
Jesus.
I would never have done that. I can't imagine ever.
He gives a sharp shake of his head.
But it did make my parents realize there are worse things than a gay son.
And you just forgave them. He sighs, lifting one shoulder in a half shrug.
They're my parents. And they really did try to be okay with it. It was ridiculously awkward at first. They were trying way too hard, and it was obvious they were still very uncomfortable with the idea. But, obviously, you know that's not the case anymore. I think once they realized I was still the exact same person I was before I came out, it kind of hit them that being queer doesn't really change anything.
Wow. Well, my coming out story is nowhere near as dramatic as that.
Shay smiles. Yeah? What happened?
Well, I was 14 and I just had my first kiss. Travis Markham. After we kissed, he asked me on a date, and I figured, well, I better start telling people I'm gay if I want to be going out with a boy. So I got home that night and worked up my courage to come out to Mum, and all she did was laugh and say, yeah, I've known since you were 6. Shay chuckles.
How did she know?
Apparently the first sign was me begging for a Barbie dream house for Christmas that year, and the confirmation came when I left Barbie out in the cold so I could play house with Blaine and Ken. Shay is outright laughing now.
That's cute. I can picture you as a little kid with your bright red hair and your Barbie dream house. Although, I can't quite imagine Blaine and Ken got to have all that much fun considering they're both missing some vital parts.
I nod. Yeah. They got to kiss sometimes. That's about it.
Speaking of kissing...
Shay checks his watch and lets out a groan.
Damn it. We've still got hours before we can check in.
In that case, I'm going to get some pancakes. It feels like a lifetime passes before we're finally able to check in and go up to our room. Once we get inside, I dump my bag on the floor, kick off my shoes and flop down on the bed. Shay does the same thing, falling onto the bed beside me.
Am I just being a really old fucker, or are you completely tuckered out right now as well?
He asks. Mate, I'm knackered. I ate too much and it's making me sleepy. And there's also the whole being up all night thing.
Yeah, that'll do it. Power nap, then sex.
Sounds like a plan. I roll onto my side and Shay follows suit, throwing his arm around my waist and pulling me against him.
We don't usually cuddle like this. Usually we just pass out naked after sex. I'm too sleepy to kick up a fuss about this now, though. Besides, it feels kind of nice.
Chapter 20. Shay. I wake to the sensation of my pocket vibrating and realize it's my phone going off. Deciding not to analyze the fact I've just been spooning Jamie, fully clothed, after we fell asleep without having sex, I roll away from him and dig my phone out of my pocket. It's a Baltimore number, but not one I recognize. "Hello?" I say, answering the call just before it goes to voicemail. I grab the room key from the nightstand and head out into the hallway outside our room so I don't wake Jamie.
Hi, is this Shay Kelly?
"That's me."
This is Lisa Rawlings. I'm the public defender assigned to Jake's case.
"Oh, hey, I was going to call you this afternoon."
Not a problem. Are you Jake's legal guardian?
"I will be as of Monday." I explained the arrangement that was figured out earlier this morning.
Okay, that should be fine. I've spoken to the prosecutor, and he's happy to go with a $500 fine and a 1-year license suspension. No probation. Of course, the judge has discretion to change that, but I don't think they will, especially if Jake's moving out of state.
I let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, great. Thank you. I guess I'll see you Monday."
Take care.
I end the call and slip back into the room. I'm expecting to find Jamie still asleep. But what I find instead makes me halt in my tracks for a moment, a wide grin spreading across my face. Spider-Man is sprawled out on my bed. "So I take it this was supposed to be your Comic-Con costume?" He gets to his hands and knees and crawls across the bed toward me.
What costume? This is the real thing. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
I don't remember Spider-Man having a British accent. He merely chuckles and grabs the waistband of my jeans to pull me closer to him. I lift the bottom of his mask so I can get to his mouth and slam my lips to his, delving in with my tongue and kissing him greedily. Is it bad that this is a total fantasy of mine? I rasp out between kisses. I mean, Spider-Man's in high school. It's probably a little creepy.
Yeah, but the guy who plays him's about my age.
Well, I guess that's okay then. Jamie tugs down my fly and pulls out my cock, which is hard as stone. He's gone all out with a proper costume, which means his hands are covered and not really providing the kind of friction I need. So after a few moments, I pull away from him and flip him down onto his back. He lets out a little oof, but doesn't protest, reaching out greedily with his hands as I quickly strip off and take up position, kneeling on either side of his head. I feed him my cock, and as usual, he takes it with the kind of eagerness that drives me abso-fucking-lutely insane. The thin material of the costume leaves nothing to the imagination. I'm assuming if Jamie had worn this in public, he would have put on underwear underneath. At least, I'm hoping he would have. But it's clear he's commando right now, and his hard cock is pointed right at me. I lean forward and nuzzle at it, prompting Jamie to groan around my cock as he sucks me. I'd love to be able to just tear open this costume so I can taste his dick as well, but instead I settle for sucking him through the fabric, my hand coming around to tease his balls. Even without the direct contact, he seems to enjoy it. If the way he's bucking up off the bed and digging his fingers into my ass is anything to go by. In between the licks and kisses, I groan and pant against him as his hot mouth and swirling tongue drive me closer and closer to the edge. It's Jamie that gets there first, though. He lets my cock fall from his mouth as he arches off the bed, a low groan escaping his lips as he explodes. I sit up and turn around so I'm straddling him the opposite way and wrap my hand around my straining cock. I tug the mask off the rest of the way so I can watch Jamie's face as I finish myself off, coming in a rush into his waiting mouth and down his chin. I collapse back on the bed next to him, taking a moment to gather my breath. I hope that costume's not a rental, I say with a chuckle, gesturing to the very obvious wet spot at the front. Jamie lifts his head a fraction to glance down his body.
Nope. It's mine. I'll probably need to dry clean it, though.
Probably.
The rest of Saturday and Sunday follows a pretty similar pattern, alternating between food, sleep, and sex. It's definitely a bummer to be missing Comic-Con, but at least this is a very fun alternative. This weekend would have sucked major balls if Jamie hadn't offered to come down here with me. If he wasn't here, all I'd be doing is sitting in the hotel all weekend, worrying about Jake. By the time we get to Monday morning, I'm a bit of a nervous wreck. I've had reassurances from the PD, and I've reconfirmed with Jess that she's still happy for me to take Jack back to New York, but I just can't help that niggling feeling that something's going to go wrong, and Jake will end up stuck here. But it doesn't. The judge accepts the recommendation of the prosecutor, and after giving Jake a stern lecture about the responsibilities of having a driver's license, lets him go at the agreed-upon terms. Everything seems to happen rather quickly, to be honest. I pay the fine, Jess lodges the affidavit, Jake says goodbye to his mom, and then we're heading off back to New York. Okay, so I should probably tell you, I have a spare room in my apartment, but there's no bed in it, I say to Jake once we're on our way home. You'll have to make do with an air mattress for the next few days, and we'll go shopping on the weekend. I see Jake shrug in the rearview mirror. That's cool. My mind is whirring with everything else I need to work out. We have to get you enrolled in school. Fuck, I don't even know what schools there are in Manhattan. There's always that one from Gossip Girl, Jamie says with a smirk. I chuckle. Yeah, I don't think so. When we get to the city, Jamie heads back to Will's place, while Jake and I get him settled in my apartment. I spend most of the rest of the day researching schools and making appointments for Jake and me to visit some over the next couple of days. By dinner time, I feel like I've memorized the entire Manhattan public school system directory. I've set up some schools for us to visit this week, I tell Jake around a mouthful of pizza. You're gonna have to do a few tests, make sure they know you have a decent head on your shoulders, despite the way you've been acting lately. Jake merely rolls his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he says, "Great." I let out a soft chuckle. Guardian to a 16-year-old boy. This is going to be interesting. By Thursday night, I'm feeling a lot more organized. Jake has been accepted into a school that's easy to get to from my apartment, and he starts there tomorrow. We're also no longer surviving solely on takeout, although I'm not sure if last night counted, considering we pretty much barged in on Owen and Blake's dinner and demanded they feed us. Tonight, I'm taking Jake with me to rugby practice, and we'll pick up something on the way home. So yeah, more takeout, I guess. Oh well. I'm not really sure about this, Shay, Jake says as we approach the field. I haven't played rugby since Dad died. Don't worry, just give it a go, and if you don't like it, you don't have to play. He nods, a lock of his blonde hair falling over his forehead as he lowers his head. We meet up with Alistair, Ryan, and the others, and I introduce them to Jake. Then Ryan takes Jake off to run around while Alistair and I hang back to watch. Dan Kelly's kid, Alistair says with a grin. Awesome job on the secret weapon getting, man. That's not why I brought him here. He needs an outlet, and I figure rugby is a good place to start. Alistair shrugs, and if he happens to improve our chances next month, bonus. I roll my eyes. Don't go counting your chickens. He just told me he hasn't played since Dan died. That's 4 years, man. Looks like he's doing all right to me, he says with a nod to the field. I glance over and see he's right. The way Jake moves across the field and handles the ball, it's all raw, natural talent. Come on, let's get some runs in before practice is over, I say to Alistair before jogging onto the field to join the others.
21. Jamie. Shay Kelly. What are you doing today? Shay Kelly. I hope the answer is coming over to my place and letting me screw you in the shower. Me. My friend Max trying to drag me to a showing of some weird immersion theatre thing. Your idea sounds way better. Wink emoji. Me. So, I guess Jake started school. Shay Kelly. Yup. Score one for Shay. Shay Kelly. Now we just need other shit like a bed and clothes, but that can wait till later. Shay Kelly. Been missing your ass, Red. A little thrill runs through me as the words pop up on my screen, and yeah, I can't deny I've been having a few withdrawals myself. I decided to give Shay and Jake some space to get used to the new arrangement, and I guess in a way it's been good because it's given me an opportunity to spend more time with Blake and Owen, Granny and Will and Mac before I leave for London in a few days. But I've really missed Shay's cock. Me. Wait, he doesn't have clothes? Shay Kelly. He doesn't have many clothes, and no winter ones. Eye roll emoji. Teenage boys are so shit at packing. Me. I was always good at packing. Shay Kelly. I can definitely believe that. When I get to Shay's place, he doesn't greet me with his usual fervour of kissing and grabbing and touching. Instead, he opens the door, offers me a tired, "Hey," and gestures for me to come inside. Wow, you look knackered. It's all good. I've got some Red Bull, so I'll be good to go. I let out a spluttering laugh. Well, that's a relief. Why don't you go sit down for a bit? I guess it's been a bit of a rough week. Shay walks over to the sofa and slumps down on it. Not rough, exactly. Just full on. I haven't really had much time to myself, and I've gotten barely any work done. Oh, and I totally forgot how much teenagers eat, he says with a groan. We've gone through 3 boxes of cereal in 4 days. How have we gone through 3 boxes of cereal in 4 days? Is he just eating it out of the box with no milk? I shrug. Probably. Teenage boys can be gross. He shakes his head. There is seriously no food in this place. The cupboards are bare, except for your tea bags. Okay, well, there are still hours until Jake gets home, right? We can go grocery shopping and stock up before he gets back. Maybe hide some things in your room, I add with a grin. No. I can go grocery shopping next week once you're back in England. That's not what I want to do today. I amble over to the sofa and climb up, so I'm straddling Shay's lap, my arms linked around his neck. I thought you needed some Red Bull. He grins. I'm good. I've got a second wind. The night before my flight back to London, Blake texts and asks me to meet him at an address in Greenwich Village. When I get there, I see him standing out the front of an elegant brownstone. What's this? He smiles brightly. This is my new house. My eyes widen in surprise. You bought a house? Not just a house, a bloody mansion by the look of things. Yeah, for me and Owen. I haven't shown him yet, but I wanted you to see it before you go home. He trots up the steps and opens the front door, and I follow after him, my eyes wide as I take in the amazingness of the place. After he gives me the tour, which consists of 6 levels, all serviced by a bloody elevator, Blake leads me to the kitchen, where I notice a white business-sized envelope is sitting on the black marble counter. This is for you, Blake says. The details of your trust fund. My head snaps up in surprise. My what? He ignores my question, tapping his fingers against the counter as he says, Owen and I were talking a couple of weeks ago about plans for our future. Marriage, house, kids, all of that. He has a stipulation that he doesn't want our kids to be too spoiled. He wants them to be able to appreciate the value of money, and I'm fine with that, but my stipulation is that they'll get access to a trust fund at an appropriate age. I have all this money, and if I can't give it to my kids, what's even the point? He gives an expressive shrug before pinning me with a penetrating look. The age we agreed on is 28, so in a few years, this comes into effect for you. You can ignore it if you want, you don't have to use it, but I hope you do. I hope you use it to travel the world, or build your own company, or start a family. Buy a sports team, whatever you want. I'm pretty much stunned speechless after that. And my only real course of action is to open the envelope and take out the paper inside with trembling hands. I blinked down at it a few times, still not quite believing what I'm hearing or seeing. Bloody hell, there are a lot of zeros after that 3. Jesus, this is a lot of money. Too much. I don't want you to think this is me trying to make up for not being there while you were growing up, Blake says. I know nothing will ever make up for that. This is the same amount any future kids of mine will be getting in their trust funds. A thought dawns on me then. Something I can't believe hasn't occurred to me until now. I'm going to have siblings. Blake's face stretches into a grin. Yeah, hopefully. One thing at a time, though. I'm really glad I looked for you, I admit, and not because of this. I hold up the envelope with the details of my trust. I know, and I'm really glad you did too. Not many people would do this, Will grumbles sleepily, aiming a soft kick at my suitcase. Get up at the ass crack of dawn just to make sure you get to the airport all right? You're a good friend, Will. Although I distinctly remember you volunteered to do this, so a little less whining would be appreciated. I volunteered before I knew we'd be leaving the house at 5 a.m. Well, that's your own fault for not getting all the information first. Will sighs and slumps back in his seat on the airport train. Where's your dad this morning? How come he didn't arrive in a fancy limo or something to take you to the airport? We said goodbye last night. Honestly, Blake probably would have organized a limo if I'd asked him to, but I'm perfectly capable of catching the train. I'm not a multi-millionaire. Yet. And what about sexy tattoo man? I shrug. Probably still asleep. He was definitely still sleeping when I left a few hours ago to come back to Will's to grab my stuff. I felt a little bad about not saying goodbye, but it's not like he doesn't know I'm leaving today. Besides, I didn't want to linger too long in case I crossed paths with Jake on the way out. The kid's not an idiot. He knows Shay and I are, or were, something, but it still always felt a little irresponsible to be flouting casual sex in front of a teenager. Are you going to try and do the long-distance thing? Will asks. What? Why would we attempt the long-distance thing? It was just sex. Can't shag over the phone, mate.
Chapter 22. Kate Kelly. Who started the new chat? Alana Martin Kelly. Why have we started a new chat? Connor Kelly. What's going on? Jake Kelly. Photo. Liam Kelly replied to Jake Kelly.
What's with the pic of the hobo passed out on top of all the pizza boxes?
Jake Kelly. Here's one of his face. Jake Kelly. Photo. Declan Kelly replied to Jake Kelly.
Shit, is that Shay?
Kate Kelly replied to Jake Kelly. He looks half dead. Alana Martin Kelly replied to Jake Kelly. OMG, what's wrong with him? Brendan Kelly.
Is he stoned again?
Jake Kelly. He's been like that for about 3 days, ever since Jamie left. Finn Kelly replied to Jake Kelly.
Who the fuck is Jamie?
Jake Kelly replied to Finn Kelly. Red-haired guy? British? Figured you knew him. Kate Kelly. Blake said Jamie? Jake Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Declan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
Unless there's another red-haired British guy called Jamie who left town a few days ago, I'm guessing it's Blake's kid.
Brendan Kelly.
Shay's been getting jiggy with Blake's kid?
Finn Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. Who the fuck says getting jiggy when they're not Will Smith in 1997? Brendan Kelly replied to Finn Kelly. Middle finger emoji. Alana Martin Kelly. Did Blake know? Owen Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Apparently not. When I told him just now, he just shrugged and said, glass houses and all that.
Bridie Coughlin.
What the hell? Shay and Jamie?
Alana Martin Kelly.
Jake, we need more info. Tell us everything you know.
Jake Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
I just know they were together.
Jamie came to Baltimore with Shay when he came down to sort out all my shit.
Kate Kelly. How did this even happen? Declan Kelly. When did it happen? Bridie Coughlin.
Do they love each other?
Alana Martin Kelly. Tell us everything now. Jake Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Geez, calm down. I don't know that much. All I know is they were both very adamant that they weren't boyfriends, and it was just a temporary thing until Jamie went home. But now Jamie's gone home, and this has happened.
Connor Kelly.
Damn. Looks like he would stink. A lot. Does he stink?
Jake Kelly replied to Finn Kelly.
He does. That's why I took these from a distance.
Declan Kelly.
We need a plan. We can't just let him lie there.
Connor Kelly replied to Declan Kelly.
Can I point out the irony that it's usually Shay kicking all of us into line and figuring out plans?
Kate Kelly. WWSD.
Alana Martin Kelly. Can we go back to how this happened? Did anyone know they were together?
Declan Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
I didn't, although I'm now starting to think Jamie doesn't actually take late-night fencing classes.
Kate Kelly replied to Declan Kelly.
In hindsight, we probably should have guessed that was a lie.
Declan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
Alcohol made us more susceptible.
Kate Kelly replied to Declan Kelly.
Maybe that's your excuse. I wasn't drinking, remember?
Declan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
In that case, you really let the team down, Katie.
Brendan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
Hey, Katie, did you know that they took the word gullible out of the dictionary?
Kate Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. Middle finger emoji.
Liam Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
Caitlin Mary, that wasn't nice.
Liam Kelly.
Sorry, just thought I'd make it seem like Mom was here.
Shrug emoji. Brendan Kelly replied to Liam Kelly.
Mom's not here?
Liam Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly.
Nope.
Brendan Kelly replied to Liam Kelly.
So we can swear and talk about sex and stuff?
Finn Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly.
Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. No one wants to hear about the weird shit you get up to.
Brendan Kelly replied to Finn Kelly.
I'm not the one who got his hand caught in his ex-girlfriend's zipper.
Aiden Kelly. Okay, what the hell is going on right now? Who is Jamie? Why does Shay look like he's been murdered by pizza?
Bridie Coughlin replied to Aiden Kelly.
Jamie is Blake's son, which you would know if you came home once in a while.
Aiden Kelly replied to Bridie Coughlin.
In.
Bridie Coughlin replied to Aiden Kelly.
What?
Aiden Kelly replied to Bridie Coughlin.
The expression is once in a while.
Bridie Coughlin replied to Aiden Kelly.
Oh, what the hell ever. My point stands. You should come home more often.
Owen Kelly.
Blake just spoke to Jamie. Apparently he's training for a triathlon.
Kate Kelly replied to Owen Kelly.
Shocked emoji. Jamie is training for a triathlon?
Owen Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
Apparently.
Finn Kelly replied to Owen Kelly.
Well, I guess he's got to do something with all that extra energy he's no longer using on sex.
Brendan Kelly.
Brainwave alert. Shay's just spent the last how many weeks hooking up with a guy 20 years younger than him? Maybe he's just exhausted and needs some recovery time?
Alana Martin Kelly.
God, oh, your stepson broke Shay.
Laugh emoji. Owen Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
He's not my stepson. Yet. And I don't think Brendan's theory is correct anyway. A guy in his 40s doesn't need several days to recover from weeks of sex with a guy in his 20s. Wink emoji.
Jake Kelly.
Guys, we still need a plan.
Declan Kelly.
Let's do an intervention.
Kate Kelly replied to Declan Kelly.
An intervention? Do we need to write letters telling him how his behavior is upsetting us?
Declan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
No, I think maybe we just try to convince him to call Jamie. And maybe take a shower?
Jake Kelly replied to Declan Kelly.
Definitely take a shower. He is stinking up the apartment and it's gross.
Bridie Coughlin.
Do you think they'll get married? What if O's stepson is also his brother-in-law?
Owen Kelly replied to Bridie Coughlin.
Not my stepson.
Brendan Kelly replied to Bridie Coughlin.
Come back to reality, woman. This is Shay we're talking about.
Declan Kelly.
Let's just focus on getting him functioning like a normal person again for now. Intervention at Shay's place at 7 p.m. tonight. Everyone who's in the New York area needs to be there. Chapter 23. Shay. In the days after Jamie goes back to England, I'm hit with the worst case of the flu I've ever experienced. The only time I'm able to drag myself out of bed is to answer the door for the pizza guy, and to piss and shit and stuff. I'm not entirely sure what day it is, but I think I've been ill for about 3 days when Declan stops by to check in. Shay? He takes a few steps into my bedroom, brows shooting up in surprise. Don't come near me. I have the flu. I don't want to get you sick. The flu? Yeah, I feel terrible. Can barely get out of bed. Trust me, Deck. You don't want to catch this. His eyes travel around my bedroom, no doubt taking in the empty pizza boxes littering the floor. And yet your appetite appears to be fine. Yeah, it's a weird mutated strain that makes you feel like shit and crave pizza at the same time. Uh-huh. What the hell? He cranes his neck for a better look at my TV. BBC World News? I like to stay informed. He cocks an eyebrow at me. By watching the BBC? I shrug. Sure. Declan places his hands on his hips, eyes narrowed at me. Jake told us about Jamie. Coincidentally, as Declan says Jamie's name, I'm hit with a flu-induced moment of breathlessness and have to take a second to gather myself. What did he tell you? That you guys were secretly hooking up until he left a few days ago? I nod. Yeah, luckily he left before I got sick. Declan throws his hands in the air. For fuck's sake, Shay, you don't have the fucking flu, you idiot. You missed Jamie. I can't really argue with that. Well, of course I do. The sex was incredible. No, not just the sex. You miss him. You have feelings for him. That's impossible. I don't get feelings. Declan rolls his eyes. Of course you get feelings. You're not a robot. You just never stay with the same guy long enough for them to bloom. But now you have feelings blooming all over the place, which is why you feel sick. Because of all the pollen. I stare at him blankly for a moment, and he shakes his head. Sorry, that analogy got away from me. I don't have feelings blooming. I'm not you. I don't do the whole commitment and relationship crap. You mean the happiness crap? He says dryly. Hey, I am happy. My life is awesome. Shay, you're lying in bed surrounded by empty pizza boxes watching British news, and he strides toward me and leans over the bed to snatch. Hey! I try to make a grab for the t-shirt, but he holds it out of my reach. A little small for you, wouldn't you say? He says, holding Jamie's t-shirt out. It's shrunk in the wash. Uh-huh. He turns on his heel and heads back into the living room, proclaiming, I have the smoking gun. He was sleeping with one of Jamie's t-shirts. I manage to drag my ass off the bed so I can go investigate what the fuck's going on in my living room, and when I get there, I find all my New York-based siblings gathered alongside Jake in the kitchen and living area of my apartment. This place is way too small for so many Kellys. Oh, here he is, Kate says. Holy shit, he looks even worse than in that picture. Leave him alone. Bertie chides. I think it's sweet how much he misses Jamie. I don't miss Jamie. I'm sick. Sick with love, Brendan drawls. No, I have a virus. The virus of love. I narrow my eyes at him. Brendan, I swear if you don't shut the fuck up, you'll what, huh? He smirks at me. How will you ever follow through on whatever threat you're about to make, riddled with flu as you are? There's a ripple of sniggers from my gathered siblings, fucking ingrates, the lot of them. Shay, honey, why don't you sit down? Bridie's using her mom voice, and I find it impossible to resist her suggestion. Damn. No wonder her kids are so freaking well-behaved. She doesn't even need to yell to get people to do exactly what she wants. I slump into my sofa and stare up at my gathered siblings, who are wearing expressions ranging from concern to exasperation to amusement. Shay, Declan says, this is an intervention. It's a what? He continues in the same serious tone. We're worried about you. Your behavior is upsetting us. Alana pipes in. Declan shoots her an exasperated glance. I thought we agreed we weren't going down that road. Alana merely shrugs. Well, his behavior is upsetting. I don't like seeing him like this. Well, I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine. As soon as I kick this virus, I'll be totally back to normal, and you'll get to laugh about how ridiculously you all overreacted. Declan lets out a frustrated breath. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Everyone, just stop, Kate orders, holding her hands up. Maybe we've got this all wrong. Maybe we're making a bigger deal out of this than we need to. Maybe it's just a complete coincidence that Shay happened to get sick right after Jamie left. Yes, exactly. Complete coincidence, I say. You've always been my favorite, Katie. Of course I have, she says with a smile, while all the others mutter under their breath. And as your favorite, can I ask you something? Sure. This arrangement you had with Jamie, it was just a temporary thing, right? It's over, now he's gone home. Yes, absolutely. It was just until he went home. But you guys will still be friends, right? I mean, he's going to be here visiting Blake fairly often. You're not going to avoid him, are you? No, of course not. Okay, so why avoid him now? I stare at Kate for a long moment. Why do I feel like I just got outplayed? I have no answer, except for a non-committal grunt. The point I'm trying to get at, Kate says, is that just because you guys aren't whatevering anymore doesn't mean you have to cut all contact. You can still text or call or Skype or whatever. Just be friends. I nod as I consider her words. Friends. Yeah. That could work.
24. Jamie. When people say I'm training for a triathlon, they always seem so happy and glowy and energetic. But it turns out those people are bonkers and Elle Woods is a liar. Exercise does not make you happy. I'm not entirely sure why I decided to start exercising, exactly. I've just felt a little restless since my return to London, and I thought it might be a good outlet for it. I was very, very wrong, and it took me all of half an hour to realise it. The problem is, though, now I've made this big declaration and told people I'm training for a triathlon, they actually expect me to do it. There are some blokes at my new work who go running every night, and they invited me to go with them yesterday. I had to fake a calf strain to get out of it, and now I have to limp any time I see them around the office. It's exhausting. Jamie, how's the training going, lad? My granddad asks when I walk in the door after work on Thursday. Granddad, you know I gave up on that, I say irritably. I know. I just like seeing your face when I bring it up. He lets out a wild cackle of laughter and bangs his hand against the table, as if me deciding to exercise is the funniest thing since Monty Python. I shake my head and disappear down the hallway and into my room, so I can change out of my work clothes. I might be feeling a little unsettled being back in London after so long away, but I'm at least really enjoying my job. It's only been a few days, sure, but the company seems amazing, and it's great to finally be doing something real after all my years of studying and interning. I'm just pulling a jumper over my head when my phone buzzes. I pick it up off my bed and smile when I see the name at the top of the text. Shay Kelly. So, it seems Jake spilled the beans, and now rule number 3 is basically shot to hell. Me. This might be a good time to confess I already broke rule number 3 yonks ago by telling Will and Mac. Shay Kelly. Shocked emoji. Shay Kelly. I'm not sure I can live with this betrayal. Me. You're welcome to come over here and punish me. Wink emoji. It's not until after I hit send that I realise we're not supposed to be doing this. We're not supposed to be flirting or sexting or really anything. We had a fling and it ended. Shay Kelly. You want to get naked and FaceTime? Or maybe not. I'm scrambling out of my clothes and locking the bedroom door before I even have time to think about it. Okay, so maybe the naked FaceTiming and the sexting and the dick pics are a technical violation of rule number 1, but the way I see it, this is kind of like our weaning off period. Going cold turkey hardly ever works for anyone, so it makes sense I was struggling a little in the days after I left New York. Please, I resorted to exercise. We're bound to get sick of this arrangement sooner or later. Not being able to have actual sex with someone is generally a deal breaker for me. And when that happens, we'll be able to part amicably and continue as friends. Easy peasy. It's Saturday night and I've been back in London now for almost 2 weeks. Yesterday, one of my co-workers, Ellie, invited me to come for drinks with her and some friends tonight, and I figured, why not? I'm waiting at the bar for Ellie to get here, just minding my own business, when out of nowhere a drunk guy bumps into me and pours half his beer all over my shoes and the bottom of my jeans. He doesn't even apologise or even seem to notice half his beer is missing. He just stumbles over to his friends, who welcome him back to their group with a cheer. I have a feeling they're on some kind of stag do, considering it's not even 9 p.m. and they're already 3 sheets to the wind. With a disgruntled huff, I get out my phone. My intention was to check if there was anything on there from Ellie, but of course I end up opening my messages with Shay. Me. You know what's weird? Why are mean or rude people called arseholes? Arseholes are one of my favourite body parts. They're awesome. They should be honoured, not used as an insulting name. Me. The same goes for dick, or dickhead, or cockhead, or prick. Those are compliments. Shay Kelly.
Laugh emoji. I get the idea. What brought this thesis on? You're not high, are you?
Me. Nope, that's your area. Wink emoji. Me. Some twat at the bar just knocked me and got beer all over my shoes. Didn't even apologise. Shay Kelly.
The bastard. Were they the glitter ones?
Me. Yup. Frown emoji. Shay Kelly.
What about douchebag?
I chuckle at the text, leaning back against the pillar I've been hovering near as I type a response. Me. Yeah, that's an appropriate insult. No one wants to be a douchebag. Shay Kelly.
So, you're at a bar?
Me. Yeah, a friend from work asked me to come out. Just waiting for her to get here. Shay Kelly.
How's work going? You running the place yet?
Me. Not just yet, but it's only been 2 weeks. Give me time. Shay Kelly.
What about wanker? You Brits are always using that one. And tosser.
Me. You're right. More insults that should not be insulting. Is it really so terrible if a guy likes to wank? Shay Kelly.
I hope not, because that's pretty much all I've been doing lately. Stuck out tongue emoji.
Me. Take comfort in the fact that you're not alone. Shay Kelly.
I'd take more comfort if you had a fresh photo or video to send me. Wink emoji.
Me. Seriously? You must have enough videos by now to set up your own Pornhub. Although, please don't. Smile emoji. Shay Kelly.
I delete them after I watch them, obviously. Don't want to chance anyone else seeing them.
I can't stop myself grinning at that. Me. Well, that's sweet. I guess. Jimmy! I glance up to see Ellie waving at me as she approaches, a tall black guy at her side. I smile at her and quickly shoot a text to Shay. Me. Ellie's here, so I'm going to go be social. You might get something from me later tonight. Wink emoji. I put my phone away and greet Ellie. She introduces me to her friend, whose name is Duncan. Okay, you two chat, Ellie tells me and Duncan, flicking her gaze between the two of us, a weird smile on her face. I'm going to go get some drinks. Yeah?
Wow, that was subtle,
Duncan says with a wry grin after Ellie has sauntered off. My brows shoot up. What was?
Ellie.
He offers a self-deprecating smile.
I'm pretty sure we're being set up.
Oh. Okay, why is my first reaction to tell him I'm seeing someone? I'm not seeing anyone. I'm just sexting and naked FaceTiming with a guy I'm not seeing. But if I start going out with other guys, all the stuff with Shay has to stop. I shake my head to clear the thoughts. That's a good thing. The stuff with Shay should stop. It's been weeks now, and it's been fun, no mistaking that. But the wearing off period has to end sometime. I glance back up at Duncan and offer a tight smile. Sorry, I shake my head. It's a bit complicated, to be honest. Okay. So maybe I have some thinking to do.
Chapter 25. Shay. Hey, Shay? Jake calls, peeking around my open bedroom door. Yeah? I ask distractedly, busy tying up my trainers for practice. Do you owe any money to a biker gang? There's a guy at the door, and he looks like he means business. My head jerks up in alarm. What? Jake merely shrugs. Come see. I quickly finish tying my laces and get to my feet, striding out of my bedroom in a few quick steps. When I get into the living room, I do a quick scan but can't see anyone. Where is he? Out in the hall, Jake says a little nervously. I wasn't sure if you'd want him to come in or not. Biting my lip to hold in my amusement because I'm pretty sure I know what's going on, I walk over to the apartment door and tug it open. There is indeed a man standing out there. A man with a full, thick beard, several facial piercings and tattoos visible at his collar and over his hands. And he's wearing a black leather jacket. Yeah, it would definitely be easy to mistake him for a biker rather than the architect he is. I grab my brother by the collar of his jacket and pull him into the apartment. Congratulations, you scared the shit out of the kid, asshole. Connor shrugs off my hold and offers a wry smirk. I never said I was a biker. I can't help it if he sees the world in stereotypes. I turn to Jake, who's glancing between us with wide eyes. Jake, I guess it's been a while since you've seen Connor. He nods. Yeah, I guess. I turn back to Connor. Okay, I'm going to be the first one to say it. That beard has gotten out of hand, man. You look like you've got a dead ferret sewn to your face. You're not the first one to say that. You're like the 12th. But if you think I'm getting rid of it at the start of a Denver winter, you're crazy. I roll my eyes. You could at least trim it back a little. Connor lifts his hand to rub gently over the hair on his face. Do you know how much work went into this? I roll my eyes. Yeah, not shaving for a year seems like a real chore. What are you doing here anyway? I thought you wouldn't be back in town till the wedding. I came for Saturday's tournament, he says brightly. Your secret weapon. Jake's our secret weapon, I say with a nod toward our cousin. Connor's brows shoot up, and he turns to examine Jake. But his arms are so spindly, he'll be snapped like a twig. I shake my head. Don't listen to him, I reassure Jake. You'll be fine. So do you want me for Saturday or not? Connor asks. I shake my head. Nope. What? Why not? You're a liability. That thing's a hazard, I say with a nod toward his beard. Connor narrows his eyes. Ah, I see what this is. You're a beardist. I roll my eyes. That's not a thing. Sure it is. You've had it out for the beard ever since I walked in here. Jesus Christ. Fine. I throw my hands in the air in exasperation. You can play on Saturday, but you better not complain about all the people tugging on that thing, or all the mud that gets stuck in it. Connor stands there for a moment, clearly battling with himself, before finally saying, Fine, maybe I'll trim it back a little. I guess Mom will make me do it for the wedding anyway. Yeah, and if you don't, she'll probably do it for you while you're sleeping, I say. Come on, we've got to get to practice. If you're playing on Saturday, Con, you should probably come with us and, actually meet the team. We all leave the apartment and start making our way to practice. As we're walking from the subway to the practice field, my phone buzzes, and I dig it out of my pocket. Jamie Parrish. Photo. Holy fucking hell. I have no idea how he managed to take this, but it's from between his legs. There's a butt plug in his ass, and his hand is wrapped around his hard cock, which is red and leaking. As hot as it is, though, I can't help wishing it was a video because, damn, I really want to see how this ends. I'm so engrossed in the picture, I stumble on the curb, and Connor has to reach out to steady me. Shit, you okay, man?
He does that sometimes, Jake says. I'm pretty sure it's whenever Jamie sends him something really dirty.
It's just a theory. You have no proof of that, I say. You're still with Jamie? Connor asks, the surprise clear in his tone. I'm not with Jamie. We just happen to exchange messages every now and then. You know? Checking in, etc. And checking in involves sexting? You don't know that we're sexting. You're just making assumptions, I say. Okay, can I see your phone? I hold my phone protectively against my chest. God, no. And there's my proof, Connor says. When we get to practice, Jake immediately joins the others on the field, while Connor and I hang back for a bit. It's amazing how quickly Jake's become part of this team in just the short month he's been practicing with us. The fact he's 20 years younger than the next youngest team member doesn't seem to faze anybody, least of all him. And I'm just glad to see him enjoying himself. Okay, I'll concede. The kid's clearly got the talent, Connor says as he watches Jake run around. You should talk to Finn. I already have. There's not a chance of Jake getting into that school until his academic record improves, and even then, it'll depend on places and whether they actually have a need for him. A need for him? What the hell does that mean? I sigh. Basically, if the rugby team bombs this season or next, they'll be more inclined to bring in some fresh players. This is the team that hasn't missed the playoffs for the past 15 years? Connor asks. I nod. Yep. He gives me a clap on the back. Well, good luck with that. And for what it's worth, I think this whole parenting thing suits you. I'm not a parent, I clarify. I'm a guardian. Connor shrugs. You're responsible for a kid, aren't you? Same difference. And you're good at it. I definitely couldn't do it. Yeah, well, you still are a kid. Later, once we're done with practice and are on the subway back to my place, I check my phone to see another message has come through from Jamie. It's another picture from the same angle. This one showing his chest covered in cum. So that's how that ended. Chapter 26. Shay. We did it. We fucking did it. My little ragtag team got all the way to the final in the New York Sevens tournament, and this time there was no Spencer Cox to snatch away our victory. His team didn't even make it to the semis. Insert evil laugh here. When I'm able to get back to my belongings after the presentation, the first thing I do is send a text to Jamie. Me. Who's the captain of the reigning New York Sevens championship team? Me. That's right. I am. Me. It was just like Cool Runnings, except we won. So, not really like Cool Runnings, but still awesome. I'm sure I'll be contacted about securing the movie rights any day now. I try not to let it bother me when I don't hear back straight away. Clearly, this is just a rare occasion where he doesn't have his phone within reach. Maybe he's taken up running again. I do a quick calculation of the time difference and decide I hope that's not the reason he's not responding, considering it's after 10 p.m. in London right now. I give a sharp shake of my head and throw my phone back in my bag. It's Saturday night. He's probably just out with friends, which is a good thing. Jamie's a 24-year-old guy. He should be out on the weekends enjoying himself. The team and our entourage, which includes most of my family, decides to meet up for celebratory drinks at one of our favorite bars after we've had a chance to shower and change and get ourselves somewhat presentable. You know what's going to happen if you try to get some alcohol, right? I ask Jake as we step inside. You're going to get caught. And then it'll get back to my mom. Do you want a tiny Irish woman yelling at you for 45 minutes about the perils of underage drinking? He shakes his head, eyes wide and full of fear. No. I give him a soft pat on the shoulder. Then do yourself a favor and stick to soda. Once we're inside, I grab a drink and do the rounds, greeting the people who are already here and chatting a little about the tournament. After about 20 minutes, though, I'm completely wiped and decide to take myself off to one of the booths for a breather. About 10 minutes later, Blake slides into the seat opposite me,
his face creased in a concerned expression. What's going on? Why aren't you celebrating? I'm celebrating, I say with a nod to my beer. He casts me a skeptical look. Really? Over here? All on your own? I lift a shoulder in a casual shrug. What? A guy can't enjoy a quiet beer? Blake scoffs. When have you ever enjoyed a quiet beer, especially when you're supposed to be celebrating? You've just achieved something you've been talking about for, God, I don't even know how long. All your teammates and your family and everyone are over there having a good time, and you're here sulking in the corner. I am not sulking, I say indignantly. I'm just soaking in the moment. I don't buy it. I think you've realized that despite how much you wanted it, today's victory feels a little hollow because the one person you really want to celebrate with isn't here. I'm not that upset about Brendan missing today. I mean, sure, he could have called first, but I'm talking about Jamie, you moron. And I know you already knew that, so stop being a dick. I let out a heavy sigh. I knew you'd get like this. It's why I didn't tell you what was going on. You want me and Jamie to get together and live happily ever after and have us all be a weird, happy family. Blake raises his hand in a placating gesture. This has nothing to do with me or my relationship with Jamie. I'm talking to you now as a friend. He pins me with a penetrating look. So, let me ask you something. As your friend, since he's been gone, have you been going out, hooking up with other guys? I hesitate for a moment. Well, no. But I have Jake now. Can't really go out to clubs and bring random guys home when I have a teenager to look after. Blake arches a brow. So that's all it is? If it weren't for Jake, you'd be out there, going to clubs, using Grindr, all of that? I shrug. Sure. Even as I say it, though, I know it's not true. It should be what I want. I should want to go out, find some new guys, and get on with things. Newer's always better, right? But there's this weird, niggling feeling in my stomach that's telling me having sex with some random guy would be about as satisfying as 5-day-old pizza, which is to say, not very. I think you've forgotten how well I know you, Blake says. I slump back in my seat and let out a huff of annoyance. Get to the point. Fine. The point is, you need to get your head out of your ass and stop lying to yourself. You've found someone you care about, someone you can be happy with. I want to make sure you don't give up on that. There's nothing to give up on. We live in different countries, for now, Blake says, as if it's as simple as that. I open my mouth to respond, but he holds up a hand, his eyes boring into mine. Shay, just do me a favor, okay? Close your eyes. I let out a disbelieving chuckle. Seriously? Just do it, asshole. Fine. I loose a frustrated breath and let my eyes fall closed. I'm not all that surprised to see Jamie's smiling face pop up, considering we've been talking about him for the past 5 minutes, even if it is just in a roundabout way. What do you see? You don't have to say it. I already know you see Jamie. My eyes snap open and I stare at Blake in surprise. How'd you know that? The corner of his mouth quirks up. 'Cause it's the same for me. Every time I close my eyes, there's Owen. He's my last thought at night and my first thought in the morning, and a million other times throughout the day. Well, that makes sense. You're in love with him. Blake lets out an exasperated groan and scrubs his hands over his face. This is getting ridiculous. I stare at him for a moment, completely perplexed, before a thought hits me. Wait, you think just because I think about Jamie sometimes I'm in love with him? I shake my head. That's not possible. We had a rule for that. I let out a soft laugh as I remember what Jamie said as we made that rule. If anyone's falling for anyone, it'll be you falling for me. I'm a bloody delight. Rules get broken, Blake says gently. I have a feeling Blake's not going to let up until I provide a more satisfactory explanation, something that will put an end to this whole line of questioning once and for all. So I sit back in my seat and take a few moments to mull the whole thing over. I'm not in love with Jamie. At least, I don't think I am. I've never been in love before, so I can't say for sure what it feels like, but I've seen a lot of people who are in love, and Jamie and I are definitely not like that. We're not all soppy and mushy and public display of affection-y the way my siblings are with their partners. Well, except for Liam and Melinda, but I'm guessing the mushy shit wears off after you've been together 20 years. I do know Jamie is different from every other guy I've been with. He's been right from the first night we hooked up. And if I'm being honest, I've barely stopped thinking about him since. He's my last thought at night, and my first thought in the morning, and a million other times throughout the day. Oh, shit. And there it is, Blake says. I scrub a hand through my hair, a little shaken by this revelation. I love him. Yep, we know. Who's we? Blake shrugs. Everyone. Your siblings have been taking bets about when you'd finally realize it. Bastards. Shay. This is a good thing. How? We live in different countries. We don't all own private jets, you know. I don't own a private jet, Blake says with a smirk. I occasionally charter one. Look, the distance thing, you'll either work it out or you won't, but you owe it to yourself to take a chance. What if things don't work out with us, and you're stuck in the middle? Don't make this about me. You're both adults, and I'm sure if things don't work out, you'll be able to be mature about it. I nod absently, my mind still racing a mile a minute. Now that I've admitted how I feel about him, I'm struck with the overwhelming need to actually see Jamie, to kiss him and touch him and just breathe the same air as him. But he's a whole fucking ocean away. I have to go to London. Blake's brows shoot up. Really? I nod. I have to see him. I have to tell him I love him and, I don't know, figure everything out if he feels the same way. I rub a hand over my face as a thought hits me. Shit. Jake. I can't leave him on his own. I guess he could stay with Mom and Da. I scan the bar to see Jake huddled around a table with some of my teammates and several of my siblings as Alistair reenacts one of Jake's many tries of the day with the aid of the salt and pepper shakers. They're all laughing and cheering, and Jake looks in his element. I hate the idea of having to pull him away from this. He can stay with Owen and me, Blake suggests. We've got plenty of room. That'd be awesome. Thanks, man. I say a quick goodbye to everyone and let Jake know what's going on, and then I make my exit before anyone can ask too many questions. As I'm leaving, I feel my phone buzz in my pocket and pull it out to see Brendan's name on the screen. Well, look who it is. If you're planning to grovel for missing today, you can start with apology pancakes and work from there. Oh, shit. Right, yeah, the rugby tournament. Brendan's tone makes me stop up short. He sounds distracted and weird. It's actually a little concerning. Everything okay, B? Yeah, it's just... I mean, would it... Do you... no. Brendan, use your words. I feel like I'm talking to Wyatt. That's a lie, actually. My 4-year-old nephew would be easier to understand than Brendan right now. Sorry, I just... You know what? Don't worry. Sorry. He ends the call before I have a chance to respond, and I'm left staring at the screen in complete bafflement. I shake it off and slide my phone back into my pocket. I'll worry about Brendan later. Right now, I have plans to make. When I get back to my building, it takes me all of a millisecond to spot him. Slumped against my apartment door, sound asleep, as if I've somehow wished him into existence. My Jamie. I guess I don't need to go to London after all. I close the distance between us and crouch down next to him, lifting a hand to run through his hair. As if sensing my presence, his eyes flicker open and his mouth curves upward. You're here. It's my apartment, I say wryly. Right. Makes sense. I have a confession to make. Yeah, what's that? I broke rule number 4. His face stretches into an even brighter grin. I told you would. I smirk at him. And you're here. Why? Checking out the new tiger cubs at Central Park Zoo? He adjusts his body so he's sitting more upright, his legs crossed together on the floor. I do like baby animals, but no, that's not why I'm here. I guess I broke rule number 4 as well. I chuckle and draw him toward me for a soft kiss. Well, they were more like guidelines anyway. Jamie laughs and I kiss him again. After a month away from each other, it doesn't take long for the soft kisses to turn blazing, and it's only the knowledge that we're still out in the hallway where anyone could see that stops me from stripping Jamie down and having my way with him. I sit my ass down next to him and tug him over so he's sitting in my lap. So am I right to assume this is a flying visit? I ask. Or are you moving here permanently? I want to move here permanently, but I still have 5 months left on my contract. I can't break it. I run my hand over the side of his face, pressing a gentle kiss to his temple. 5 months. We can totally do 5 months.
27. Jamie. The 5 months I have to work out my contract are the longest of my life. I managed to make it over to New York a couple of times, and Shay surprises me in London for my birthday, but every visit is tainted by the inevitability of the goodbye we're forced to endure. If someone had told me even 8 months ago I'd transform into such a lovesick sap, there's no way in hell I'd have believed them. But, as bloody awful as it was, we survived, and now I've finally arrived in New York and ready to start things off properly with Shay. I'll miss Mum and Grandad, obviously, but that's about all I'll miss. It seemed the longer I was away from the thing I really wanted, the more I grew to absolutely loathe London. Everything from the weather to the rubbish bags on the street to the mind the gap, lady. I have no doubt once I've been in New York a few weeks, I'll start missing it again. But I don't think it'll ever be home for me now. When I enter the arrivals hall at JFK, it's a bloody madhouse, and I have to push through crowds of families and businessmen and backpackers just to get some space. But then I see Shay. He's standing a little way away from the crowd, his head craning to catch a glimpse of me. He finally spots me, and our eyes clash in a way that just can't be replicated over FaceTime. Pulling a total love, actually, I drop my suitcase and race across the arrivals hall, launching myself into his arms. I cling tight to his neck and wrap my legs around his waist, not giving a shit if anyone around us thinks this is inappropriate. Our mouths crash together in a deep, hungry kiss that has me groaning against his lips. Fuck, I've missed those arms. And this tongue. And yup, that amazing cock starting to perk up against me. I wiggle my body around just a little to create some friction, loving the way it causes Shay to let out a rumbling groan and clutch me even tighter. Well, I'd love to stay like this all day, Shay says a little breathlessly, finally breaking our kiss. But I'm thinking we should get out of here before you're hauled away for leaving a bag unattended in an airport. I crane my head back to see that my case still lay where I dropped it, about 10 meters away. Whoops! Reluctantly, sliding down from Shay's embrace, I walk over to collect my bag and hurry back to him, threading my hand through his. Shay orders us an Uber, and before long I'm snuggled up against him in the back seat as we make our way toward Manhattan. Oh, I have something for you. If it's a blowjob, we should probably wait till we get home, Shay says. I let out a soft laugh. It's not a blowjob. Digging out a folded piece of paper from my back pocket, I hand it to Shay. What's this? I shrug. Just something I came up with on the plane. He opens the paper and reads out loud. Shay and Jamie's rules for life. Okay, let's see. Rule number 1, we never live in different cities ever again. He taps a finger to his lips, as if in thought. Am I allowed to make adjustments? Sure. He retrieves a little pencil from his pocket, one of the ones he carries pretty much everywhere in case he gets an idea for a drawing, and makes a note on the paper, crossing out cities and replacing it with apartments. He turns to me, brow arched in question. That good with you? I nod, grinning back at him. Perfect. Okay, rule number 2, Shay reads. Everyone knows we're together. Well, that's a given. And I've already changed my Facebook status, so there's no going back now. Ooh, yeah. Once it's on Facebook, nothing can undo it. Exactly. Just ask Declan and Heath. I chuckle, and Shay returns to reading my list. Rule number 3. Lots of dating, not just sex. He offers me a sexy smirk. As long as there's lots of sex as well as lots of dating, I'm definitely on board with that one. He turns his eyes back to the paper and reads, Rule number 4. You always know just how much I love you. His face stretches into a broad grin, and he bends his head so he can press his lips to mine. Ditto. He picks up the pencil again and starts scrawling something at the bottom of the paper. There's a 5th rule. Yes, it's a very important one too. I chuckle as I read it. Rule number 5, Shay gets to be the little spoon whenever he requests it. I think I can live with that one. When the Uber pulls up at Shay's address, it takes way longer than it should for me to realise we're not at his flat. At least, not the one I remember. What's going on? This isn't your place. Actually, it is. My lease was up on my old apartment, and with you living here permanently now, I figured a bigger apartment would be better. It's definitely bigger than Shay's old place, but still on the modest size in terms of Manhattan warehouse apartments. Not that I'm an expert on the New York City property market, mind you, but I may have had a few sneaky browses in some of my downtime over the past few months. Shay's old place was definitely too small for the 3 of us, so if he didn't suggest it, I would have. The interior is all done in light brown brick and dark wood, with splashes of black and white around the place, and it's just the right size for 3 people. We haven't done much decorating yet, Shay says. Figured you'd want to help with that. It looks awesome, I tell him, grinning broadly. I love it. He smiles and presses a kiss to my forehead, before turning around to point out things about the apartment. That's Jake's room. He points towards the black metal staircase leading to what is obviously a loft bedroom, with a heavy wooden door that looks as though it slides open and closed to provide privacy. Perfect for a teenage boy. And that's the kitchen, obviously. He gestures to the area under the loft, where there's a modern-looking kitchen done with white and black finishes. And there's a bathroom there that Jake uses. And guests, I suppose. We haven't really had anyone over yet. He quickly points out the other features of the apartment, and it couldn't be more obvious he wants this tour over quickly. Living room, TV, my workspace. He guides me towards another huge wooden sliding door. And this, of course, is the best part. Shay tugs on the door's handle, pulling it open to reveal what is obviously the master bedroom. I take a few steps inside with Shay right on my heels, closing the door behind us and wrapping his arms around me. I sink into his embrace with a soft sigh. You're right. This is definitely the best part. Shay's old bed has been replaced with a king-sized one that looks so comfortable I'm half tempted to just crawl onto it and sleep for about 10 hours. But there's something else I need to take care of first. I turn in Shay's arms so I can look up at him. I desperately need a shower. You want to come with? He offers me one of his sexy smirks. Is that even a question? He takes me by the hand, leading me into the spacious ensuite bathroom. There's a walk-in shower on one side, a vanity counter in the middle, and a deep bathtub on the other side that definitely looks big enough for 2 people. Oh, we have to have a bath. I let go of Shay's hand and stalk over to the tub, pushing the plug down and pulling up the faucet to let in a steady stream of hot water. Do we have bubbles? Of course. He digs in one of the vanity drawers and produces a bottle of bubble bath, handing it to me. I pour a generous amount into the bath. You know, it's going to take ages for this to fill up, he says. I saunter over to him and slide my hands up his hard chest. loving the way his muscles ripple under my fingers. I'm sure we can find a way to pass the time. He lets out a soft chuckle and pulls me even closer, his head swooping down to crash his lips to mine. And from there, it's a mad scramble to get out of our clothes, each of us tugging and pulling at various items of clothing until all the layers are off and we're finally naked in each other's arms. Shay turns me around and backs me against the vanity counter before dropping to his knees and taking my hard prick in his hot, wet mouth. Jesus, I say on a hissed breath as he swirls his tongue around me and sucks me with just the right amount of pressure. I dig my hands into his hair. He's let it grow a little over the past few months, and it's just the right length now for me to grab onto as I gently fuck his mouth. There are also a few more threads of silver at his temples, which is so bloody sexy. I'm vaguely aware of him reaching for something with a hand that's not busy stroking my shaft, but I'm not fully conscious of it before I feel two slicked-up fingers push inside me. I let out another hissed breath and spread my legs a little wider to give him better access. I yank Shay's hair tighter, and he groans around my cock, and the sensation combined with his fingers working my hole makes my eyes roll back with pleasure. My legs have started to tremble, and I know it's only a matter of time before I reach the point of no return. Bloody hell! I'm gonna come soon! And just like that, Shay's fingers disappear from my arse and his mouth pulls off my cock. Like hell you are, he says, getting to his feet. With a pat of the counter, he says one word. Up. On my wobbly legs, it takes me a moment to obey, but eventually I'm seated on the counter and watching as Shay slathers his thick, throbbing cock with lube. Stepping close toward me, he offers a teasing grin. You might want to hang on tight, Red. And in one smooth motion, he hauls my legs up over his biceps and he fucks into me, bottoming out in one hard stroke. Yes! Jesus! I cling tight to the counter as Shay fucks me the way I've been craving since we last saw each other. He has me folded up like origami, but it's perfect. Hard. Deep. His incredible cock filling me in exactly the right way as our mouths share sloppy, breathless kisses. Missed you so fucking much, Red, he murmurs between kisses. You have no idea. I think I have some idea. Never. No one. Just you. He punctuates each statement with a hard thrust, and although he doesn't say it, I know exactly what he's getting at. We don't say the L word all that often, but we both know. Me too. Only you. As if that's his cue, I feel his body tense up and his grip around me tighten. A moment later, he lets out a loud groan and his hot cum is filling my arse. I follow soon after, my grip on the counter white-knuckled as I hurtle over the edge, covering both our stomachs in my cum. Shay pulls out of me and lets my legs down so I can slide back a little to sit on the counter. I wrap my arms around him and rest my head against his chest as we gather our breath. Hey, Red? Yeah? I think the bath is done. I manage to lift my head to glance over toward the bath, which is now completely overflowing with hot foamy water running down the side of the tub and onto the tiled floor. Oh, bollocks! I jump off the counter and rush over to the bath, careful not to slip on the soapy water. I shut off the faucet, but have to lean all the way over the tub to reach the plug, getting a face full of bubbles for my trouble. I managed to let some of the water out, though, so mission accomplished. I feel large hands sliding over my arse, and then Shay's sexy voice in my ear. This might be one hell of a mess, but it was so worth it for that view. Smirking to myself, I gather 2 handfuls of bubbles and turn around, bringing my hands down over Shay's head. Oh, you are going down, Red, Shay proclaims, grabbing me around the waist and dropping his own foam missile on my head. And after that, the bath gets completely forgotten, as we end up in a naked foam fight on the bathroom floor.
Epilogue. Shay. Jamie, come on, it's time to go down. Give a bloke a minute, jeez, I hear him mutter from the bathroom. I roll my eyes and go back to sorting through all the shit I'll need for today. I love him, but seriously, how long does a guy really need to get ready? The answer is 5 minutes, 15 if they need to shave. An hour if they're Jamie. Okay, I'm ready. Fine. The word drops short as I glance up and see what my boyfriend's wearing. Is that the same one as last year? He offers a sexy grin. Sure is. I shake my head. Nope, no way, nope. You can't wear it down there. What? Why not? Because if you wear that, I'm going to spend the whole day sporting a heart-on. There are kids at this thing, Red. Do you want me to get arrested? I'd visit you in jail, he teases. That's sweet. Now go take it off. I'm already getting hard just thinking about the last time we were in a hotel room with him dressed in this Spider-Man costume. No fucking way can I last the whole day without embarrassing myself. Sorry, not happening. And what, we running late? I let out an aggravated groan, but relent, because short of me holding him down and wrestling him out of it, which I have every intention of doing when we get back to the room tonight, there's no way Jamie's giving in about the costume, and we are running late. Okay, come on, we'd better get down there before Nick blows a gasket. The whole team was supposed to be there 10 minutes ago. I gather up the things I'd been sorting on the bed and throw them into my bag, hauling that over my shoulder and following Jamie out the door. You have the room key, right? He asks, after I've already closed the door. I don't have any pockets. I've got the room key. Come on. Today's the big day. It's San Diego Comic-Con, where we're finally launching the Daphne comic. After a year of hard work, the first issue will finally be put out into the world, and we'll find out whether or not it was all worth it. Personally, I think it's awesome. Yes, obviously, I'm a little biased, but I genuinely think this is one of the best projects I've ever worked on, and as a Daphne fan from way back myself, I'm proud to have been able to contribute to this new addition to the canon. We're getting things underway with an invite-only launch event where myself, Adam, Nick, and one of the original TV actors will be talking on a panel and engaging with the crowd. So understandably, Nick wants us to be there well before the event actually starts, and right now I'm cutting it a little fine. When we get to the event room, I press a kiss to Jamie's hair before leaving him to join Adam and Nick on stage. Holy shit, is that Max? Adam asks, staring past me at Jamie. I chuckle. That's my boyfriend, Jamie. But yeah, he inspired Max. Oh, that's sweet, he says, offering a smile. I decide not to tell him Jamie had just been a random hookup at the time. It's obvious, as the event gets underway, that there are a lot of die-hard Daphne fans in here, and they all seem incredibly excited about the new comic series, and that's a huge relief, because probably the biggest concern I had going into this was that Daphne's fan base wouldn't be interested in seeing her in a different medium. Of course, the people in this room are just a small portion of that fan base, but it's a good start. After the launch event, I have to spend the afternoon signing shit and talking to fans, which I do actually love doing, so it's not exactly a chore. I'm amazed at how many people are presenting me with a fresh copy of issue number 1 of Daphne to sign. Clearly, things are going well for the sales team. Oh my god, Shay, is that Leighton Westbrook? Jamie asks, rushing over to me at my signing table. He's been coming and going all afternoon, wandering off to do his own thing and then coming back to check in every now and then. I glance up to see the actor who played Slash on Daphne strolling over to us. Yep. Shay, good to see you again, he says as he approaches my table. You know Leighton Westbrook and you didn't tell me? Jamie hisses. I roll my eyes. Leighton, this is Jamie. I can't miss the way Leighton's eyes roam over Jamie, taking in every inch of him in his tight-fitting suit. My boyfriend, I add pointedly. Not for much longer if you don't start telling me when you know famous people, Jamie says. Leighton lets out a soft chuckle, offering Jamie a smile that is far too flirtatious for my liking. Okay. Move it along, Leighton, I tell him gruffly.
He offers Jamie one last smile before heading off into the crowd. I watch after him, my eyes narrowed. Maybe I should give Slash a bad case of acne in the next issue. Well, he's still hot as hell, Jamie says. How old would he be now? I shrug. I'm not sure. 50, maybe? Wow. 50. Looking good. I am literally right here, I grumble. Jamie flashes me a bright smile. Not as good as you, babe. Without caring who's watching, I tug him onto my lap and press a kiss to his lips. Shay! I break away from Jamie to see Adam rushing over to us. He stops up short when he sees Jamie sitting in my lap. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's okay. Jamie, this is Adam, the writer of the comic. They exchange pleasantries, and then Adam turns back to me. Did you hear? Hear what? His face breaks into a broad grin. The publishers ordered 2 more seasons. Already? I ask, my tone full of the incredulity I'm feeling. It's only been 1 issue. We haven't even started selling in stores yet. Adam shrugs. People are loving it, man. And the publisher knows Nick holds all the exclusive rights, so I guess they're worried if they don't offer a 2nd season, someone else will. So what does this mean? Exactly, Jamie asks. It means I've got plenty of work for the next few years, I say, giving him a tight squeeze. Of all the things that have happened to me in the last year, this is the only one I might have predicted. I'm not sure I ever could have dreamed we'd get another season, let alone 2, after less than a day of sale. But Daphne being a hit would definitely have seemed like the more likely scenario compared with me falling in love and becoming guardian to a 16-year-old. I'm not going to say I came to some kind of realization that my life wasn't actually all that awesome a year ago, because that would be a flat-out lie. I loved being single and on my own. I loved the freedom. I loved the excitement of not knowing what would happen or who I might meet when I went out at night. But that's not what I want anymore. There's a different kind of excitement and unpredictability that comes from living with Jamie and Jake, and I wouldn't change what I have now for anything.
Another epilogue. Jamie.
Jamie, we have a problem.
I glance up at the sound of Kate's frantic voice to see her looking at me with wide, worried eyes, her lips caught between her teeth. Oh my God, what is it?
I just got this text from Connor.
She holds her phone out for me to read. Connor Kelly. Sorry, Katie. Can't make it tonight. Duty calls. My mouth drops open in horror and I lift my gaze back to Kate's. No! He's supposed to be our scary spice.
I know. What are we going to do?
I let out a steadying breath. I guess we'll have to find someone else.
Who?
Kate whines.
There's no one scarier looking than Connor.
So very true. Connor might have a heart of gold, but he looks like he stepped right off the set of Sons of Anarchy. I lift a hand to rub Kate's shoulder. We'll figure it out. Just then, her phone starts blaring with an incoming FaceTime call from her boyfriend Jeremy. She answers it and holds the phone out so he can see I'm with her.
Hey, babe.
She narrows her eyes at the screen.
Why does it look like you're still at home? You were supposed to have left already.
Yeah. Slight hiccup. Your mom's not feeling well.
What? What's wrong with her?
Just a cold, I think. But she doesn't want to get the baby sick, which means she's not coming tonight. Which means I'm staying in. Kate's mouth drops open.
But you were supposed to be our Posh.
Well, I guess I could leave him here on his own. He's probably old enough to fend for himself by now. Kate lets out an aggravated huff in response to his dry tone, her face twisted into a scowl.
God, I hate you so much right now.
Jeremy chuckles wryly. Love you too, babe. To me, he says. Look after her, Jay. I lift my hand in acknowledgement. No worries, mate. They end the call and Kate throws her head back, letting out a dramatic sigh.
Why did I decide to have a child?
I arch a brow. Because you accidentally got knocked up by a random stranger. She narrows her eyes at me.
That was supposed to be rhetorical.
She might complain sometimes, but Kate loves her son more than anything in the world. Except maybe Jeremy. I think she loves them both pretty much equally, and it seems he feels the same, regardless of the fact Dylan's not his biological kid.
This is a disaster,
she groans, rubbing her hand over her forehead. It's not that bad. Posh did leave the group early, after all. Maybe we could be the Viva Forever era Spice Girls.
That won't be even remotely accurate. Besides, we still need a scary.
I feel strong arms wrap around me and the graze of a stubbled jaw against my temple as Shay presses a kiss there. I let out a contented hum at the contact, basking in the closeness. It's still hard to believe it's been a whole year, since we were last here at this karaoke joint for Brendan's last birthday, when Shay and I were determined to keep our little fling secret and temporary. I've never been so glad to be so completely wrong about something. And it's been one hell of a year, let me tell you. With moving continents and settling into a new flat and a new job and a new role as a sort of guardian to a teenage boy. Yeah, that's been interesting. Not to mention all the weddings and engagements and babies and Shay siblings shacking up with people they'd never expected to find love with. Finn and Aiden are the only single ones left now, and considering Liam's the only male Kelly kid to have settled down with a woman, so far, it's safe to say speculation is rife. I can't really see either of those two with guys, though. But I thought the same thing about Brendan and Connor, so what the bloody hell do I know? I turn in Shay's embrace, so I can loop my arms around his neck and pull him down for a kiss.
You taste nice,
he murmurs. Vodka cranberry. We kiss a little longer, but manage to tear ourselves away before things get out of hand, and we need to sneak off somewhere for some private time. Not that I'd complain about doing that, of course. I rub my hands over Shay's tattooed biceps, a thought occurring to me. You know, those are some pretty scary tattoos. Kate had given us a little space while we were making out, but at my words I sense her rushing to my side, and from the corner of my eye I can see her head bobbing up and down in agreement.
They are scary, Shay. Very, very scary.
Okay, what's happening right now?
Shay asks, his eyes darting between me and his sister. I pin him with the most entreating look. Connor can't make it, so we need a new scary spice. I barely got the sentence out before Shay starts shaking his head. Nope, no way. I love you, but this is so not gonna happen.
What's going on?
I turn to see Josh and Declan have joined us. It was Josh who asked the question. We need a scary now Connor's not here, and Shay's refusing to do it. Josh gives a self-deprecating smile. I'd offer, but... Yeah, no offense, mate, but you're about as scary as a marshmallow.
Hey, those things are a choking hazard.
I swear to God, Deck, if you're here to tell me Heath can't make it tonight, I will punch you in the throat.
Kate warns.
Right in the throat.
Declan holds his hands up to ward her off. Relax, jeez, he's over there. I glance to where Declan gestures with his thumb, finding Heath standing a little away from the rest of the group. He's wearing a sweatband around his forehead, tilting his head back as he takes a gulp of water. What's he doing? Declan rolls his eyes.
Gargling. Apparently it helps with the vocals. Fucking hell. Anyone would think you three are warming up for a performance at the Grammys or some shit,
Shay says.
It's karaoke. Who cares if you don't have all 5 Spice Girls? You didn't last year.
Last year was an impromptu performance, I tell him. This year we've been planning and practicing. It was going to be epic. 2 more guys approach our little cluster by the bar. One of them is Will, who offers us all friendly greetings until he gets to Shay.
Seamus,
he says with a curt nod.
William,
Shay replies, eyes narrowed. I roll my eyes at their faux frostiness and turn my attention to the guy who came over with Will, Declan and Josh's best friend Ben. He relocated to New York from Texas earlier in the year and has become a regular fixture at these kinds of events. And right now, with his tailored suit and pretty boy looks, is exactly the person we need to replace Jeremy. I exchange a smirk with Kate, who nods and outlines our request to Ben.
Why me?
He asks incredulously. Because you're the poshest looking one here. He lets out a breath of laughter. What, because I happen to be the only one who came straight from the office? I think you're the only one who even works in an office, Declan points out. I work in an office, Will pipes up. No, you work in the depths of hell, Shay says darkly. Let's just say when Will decided to take a job working for Shay's rugby nemesis, Spencer Cox, it didn't go over too well. I rub Shay's arm. Remember what we talked about? About not taking out our grudges on innocent people? My granny works at CPG too, remember? Yeah, but Sonny works all the way out in reception. He's personal assistant to the enemy. Shay, it's an amateur rugby tournament, not war. Rugby is war, Red. Rugby is war. I roll my eyes, but Shay's unbridled passion gives me an idea. Hey, babe, you know how you feel about rugby? Well, that's how Kate and I feel about tonight's performance. He looks at me skeptically. Seriously? I nod. Seriously. He lets out a heavy sigh. Fine, I'll be your scary, but we're not doing the song you did last year. If I'm doing this, I'm gonna rap. I let out a soft chuckle. That's totally fine. I turn back to the others, my eyes fixed on Ben. Okay, we just need a posh now. What do you say? His face screws up in hesitation. I don't even know any of the words. Declan coughs into his fist, and it comes out sounding an awful lot like, Liar! Posh hardly sings anyway, I point out. You just need to stand there and look pretty. Ben smirks. Well, that's something I can do. Okay, let's do this. I remove my jacket so my Union Jack t-shirt is on full display and head toward the stage with the others in my wake. When I turn around, I see Shay is starting to shrug up his t-shirt. Whoa, wait a minute, what are you doing? He arches a brow at me. I thought you wanted me to show off my scary tattoos. The ones on your arms are fine. No one's going to see your bare chest. I reach out and tug at the hem of his t-shirt. Put this down, you're showing abs. He lets out a soft chuckle. You know I'm related to most of the people here, right? Not enough of them. Heath joins us on the stage, his brow furrowing in confusion when he spies Ben and Shay. Where are Jeremy and Connor? Long story, I tell him. Meet new posh and new scary. Heath chuckles. You got Shay to agree to sing Spice Girls? How many BJs did that cost you? I ignore Heath and key up the song on the karaoke machine. And then we produce what is undoubtedly the best karaoke version of Wannabe anyone has ever seen, ever. The whole party cheers as we wrap up the song, although they could just be happy we're getting off the stage. We jump down and Kate, Shay and I head for the bar, while Ben and Heath join Declan and Josh at one of the tables. You know, it's interesting how you claim to hate the Spice Girls, and yet you know all the words to the rap part of Wannabe, I say to Shay. The words were on the screen, he says defensively. I offer a teasing smile. I didn't see you looking.
Busted, brother,
Kate says with a wicked grin.
Just admit it. You're a secret Spice Girls fan, aren't you?
I admit nothing. When we get back to the group after getting our drinks, it's to find Aiden is taking the stage amidst a chorus of groans. What's going on? He can't sing, Shay says. So it's karaoke, no one can sing. Shay shakes his head morosely. Trust me, Red, you're going to want to block your ears. This'll be rough. I've seen Aiden on his show, and obviously I've spent time with him in person, and he's always come across as an incredibly confident and outgoing guy. But none of that is evident right now. Right now, he looks like he's about to shit himself. The song title comes up on the screen, and I hear a few "You've got to be kidding me's" amidst the grumbles and groans that are rippling through the party. Because not only is he singing a solo, but he's gone for a song with a shit ton of high notes. Callum Scott's You Are the Reason. At first I think maybe this is a dare, or a bet of some kind, but as the music starts and Aiden begins to sing, It's beyond obvious he's taking this completely seriously.
Oh God, someone make it stop. My ears, my poor ears.
Kate wails next to me. It's true, he is absolutely terrible, and the fact that it's such a challenging song probably doesn't help matters. As I glance around the party, I see everyone else is reacting pretty much the same as Kate. Faces screwed up, ears covered, just waiting for the audible torture to stop. Everyone except one. He's watching Aiden with rapt fascination, eyes full of disbelief and another emotion that makes me feel a little like I'm intruding on something private. I turn my gaze away, smiling softly to myself. Seems I was wrong about Aiden as well. And can I just say, the thought of big TV star Aiden making an absolute prat of himself to serenade another guy, it makes my heart fucking melt. Bloody hell. I've turned into a smushy romantic. The end. This has been Crazy Little Fling, Love and Luck, written by Isla Olson, narrated by Joel Leslie and Michael Dean. Copyright 2020 by Isla Olson, production copyright 2020 by Isla Olson.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.